Chapter 229. Early the next morning, Xiao Han bid farewell to Wu Bu, Fong Ling, Dong Fong Qin, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong. Xiao Mingchu also wanted to return to the great desolate ancient village, so he went with Xiao Han. Xiao Mingchu's true qi transformed into a divine phoenix. It was extremely fast, so Xiao Han could reach the great desolate as soon as possible. On the bird's back, the two were talking. Junior brother Xiao Han, the heavenly dragon empire you are going to, strictly speaking, does not belong to the great desolate. It is an ancient country in the great desolate that is almost isolated from the rest of the world. That is a true barbarian. At least the heavenly dragon empire has chosen a young genius to participate in the Hex Hero Selection competition, Xiao Mingchu said. The heavenly dragon empire is not a special ancient country or secret realm. Therefore, junior brother Xiao Han can enter at any time with the Hex Hero token. Yes. Senior brother. I spent some contribution points at the Hex Hero Tower to buy a map of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Because Xiao Han was not ranked on the Hex Hero ranking, his Hex Hero token only allowed him to enter 50% of the countries and secret realms that ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Fortunately, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was within this 50% range. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Heavenly Dragon Empire is one of the strongest ancient countries in the periphery of the Great Desolate. Raising pure-blooded heavenly dragons in Swanee is not a small matter. After you enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you must be careful. The people of the Great Desolate are very tough and will not even give face to the Hex Hero. You killed the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince. This is also a disaster. Let's see how you deal with it. This is after you become a Hex Hero. As for the next mission, I won't be participating in it. You should train yourself well. Remember, if there are any changes, immediately leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire and meet me at the ancient village, Xiao Mingchu said solemnly. Yes. Senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Xiao Han nodded. A few days later, the two entered the Great Desolate. The vast and endless Great Desolate gave off an ancient and primitive aura, as well as a creepy sense of danger. There were towering mountains, lush primitive forests, and lakes filled with spirit qi. There were even great luans with brightly colored feathers that were crying and gliding in the sky. Their blood energy was exuberant, their eyes producing lightning and flames. Ferocious tigers that were hundreds of feet long could be seen everywhere on the ground. Apes, centipedes, rhinoceroses, giant pythons. All of them let out a deafening roar that shook the clouds in all directions. I've come to the wasteland again. Xiao Han took a deep breath of the primordial, desolate, and fragrant air of the wasteland. He was no stranger to the great wilderness. On the contrary, it also made him feel that the sky was wide and the sea was wide. He could run freely without any restrictions. Looking at the various ancient species, birds, and beasts roaming about the great wilderness, Xiao Han was itching to use the 10,000 beasts devouring art. He furiously refined it. It was only because Xiao Mingchu was at the side that Xiao Han had been restraining himself. When they were about to reach the ancient village, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu parted ways. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have a mission, so you don't have to go to the ancient village for now. You can come back to see your little princess after you've completed your mission. Xiao Mingchu teased Xiao Han. In the ancient village, Xiao Han had hidden a mistress in his golden house, including Princess Mo Hen. Xiao Han nodded. Eldest senior brother, I'll go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire on my own. According to the map, it'll only take me a few days to get there. Xiao Han released a wisp of true qi, stepped on it, and flew straight to the east. Junior brother Xiao Han, be careful. Xiao Mingchu's voice sounded behind Xiao Han. Swoosh, Xiao Han flew on his qi and turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing from Xiao Mingchu's sight. Junior brother Xiao Han, if you can successfully kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor this time, you'll definitely get a good ranking on the Monster Hero ranking. Maybe you'll enter the top 5,000, surpassing junior brother Dong Fong and junior brother Fong Ling. Xiao Mingchu looked thoughtfully at the place where Xiao Han disappeared. Xiao Han flew in the great wilderness. His destination was the Heavenly Dragon Empire. On the way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, apart from the lifeless stone mountains, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts. There were blue luan, firebird, phoenix, giant ape, giant tiger, giant crocodile. Everything. It'll take about 3 days to get to the Heavenly Dragon Empire from here. Why don't I cultivate along the way and use the multitude beast devouring technique to absorb the vitality and genes of the mutated beasts to strengthen my body? Xiao Han licked his lips. At this moment, swoosh, a red luan that was more than 30 meters long, with flames burning between its feathers, and its eyes had already turned red. After circling around Xiao Han for a few rounds, it finally launched an attack on Xiao Han, wanting to devour Xiao Han as a snack. You're courting death. Xiao Han formed a seal with both hands. Soon. Boom! The multitude beast devouring formation was formed instantly and shrouded the red luan. Chirp. The red luan was extremely intelligent and had a lot of wisdom. It seemed to have a terrible premonition that it was on the verge of death. Its body froze and it wanted to forcibly change its direction and fly away. However, the multitude beast devouring formation had already caught the red luan completely in a split second. Pft, pft, pft. The red luan shattered and turned into rays of light that forcefully shot into Xiao Han's body. Every single cell in Xiao Han's body was endlessly nourished and strengthened. His entire person was immersed in this beautiful and indescribable state. His entire body's strength began to rise. The birds that were originally coveting Xiao Han were so frightened that they cried out and flew far away. They fled without a trace. As Xiao Han flew, he refined the red luan's genetic bloodline. 2 hours later. Completely refining this red luan will only increase my physical strength by 10,000 ding. It is not even as nourishing as the 2 5-colored godly bulls. It seems that this red luan's bloodline is not pure and its genes are inferior. Xiao Han was speechless. After that, Xiao Han tried to refine a giant tiger and a green eagle, but it only increased his strength by 30,000 ding. It did not increase his strength by leaps and bounds. It seems that these wild beasts that appear in the wild all have trashy bloodlines. That's right, the true ancient bloodline must have been captured and raised by the clans of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. Xiao Han thought to himself. The next day, in front of Xiao Han, a stone mountain that was tens of thousands of zhang tall appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew. Its entire body was as smooth as white jade, like a sacred mountain. However, just as Xiao Han was about to fly past the sacred mountain, something terrifying happened. Boom! Above the sacred mountain, a giant golden cloud floated over. The fog was like an ocean, and light rays surged. A horrifying aura was emitted, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if a demon's den that had been sealed for countless years had suddenly been opened. In the next moment, a giant and ferocious golden claw suddenly grabbed out from the golden cloud, grabbing onto the sacred mountain. The mountain was crushed like tofu, crumbling and cracking. The earth sank. The entire mountain caved in. Isn't this too terrifying? Xiao Han suddenly stopped in midair, staring at the golden claw with his mouth agape. Just a slight grab and a sacred mountain crumbled. What kind of variant is this? Chirp! A bird's cry pierced through gold and cracked rocks, exploding the air within tens of li. The golden cloud split open. A giant luan flew out. It was about 300 zhang long, and its feathers were golden. It looked like pieces of sunlight, or as if it was made of gold, shining brightly, dazzling and overflowing with ferocious aura. It was a golden luan. The golden luan's eyes had already turned golden, and there were faint ancient runes appearing and disappearing. He really didn't know what kind of ancient descendant bloodline it was. However, it was definitely extremely powerful, and in the great wilderness, it could also rule over a region. Sweep over a region. Ha! Xiao Han was startled. He realized that the golden luan's eyes were actually looking at him. It was an extremely ferocious gaze, very human-like, and filled with killing intent. It can't be, right? It's targeting me? Xiao Han licked his lips. In the next moment, boom! The giant golden claw that was grabbing onto the god-collapsing mountain actually smashed towards Xiao Han. This claw flowed with golden light, causing the entire sky to brighten up. However, the ferocious aura filled the sky, and the claw destroyed everything. Damn it! Xiao Han's figure turned in the sky, and he dodged the claw in a breath's time. He glanced around with the corner of his eyes and discovered that a large part of the void had been torn apart, and the airflow had collapsed and caved in. The golden Luan didn't let Xiao Han go after missing its claw, and it relentlessly pounced towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han flew in the sky and fled. The golden Luan chased after him like a maggot on a bone. This golden Luan is really interesting. However, as Xiao Han fled, his heart was itching. Might as well do that. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. Shockingly. Boom! The 10,000 beast devouring grand array with immortal charm enveloped the golden Luan. Chirp! The golden Luan let out a miserable cry, and it flapped its wings wildly, shattering the surrounding air. Golden light filled the air, and light beams shot into the sky. However, it was already imprisoned by the 10,000 beast devouring grand array. Its enormous body was melting. It was like steel being refined into molten iron in an oven. Oh! Xiao Han turned around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strands of golden light, like 10,000 rays of sunlight, shot into Xiao Han's body. The powerful life gene, filled with wisdom, crazily rushed into Xiao Han's limbs, bones, and every cell. Pooh! Xiao Han's body, as if it was being blown, swelled up, then fell down, then swelled up again, and then an endless amount of violent energy rushed into Xiao Han's body, like 10,000 horses galloping, almost causing Xiao Han to explode. The situation was very strange. Xiao Han's body at times was like an inflated balloon, floating in the air, and at other times, it was as if air had been released, emitting poochie-poochie sounds. The airflow was like a hurricane, blowing the air apart, and blowing many beasts on the ground to pieces, causing them to die on the ground. Ah! This golden Luan's bone structure and bloodline gene are too tyrannical. It makes my entire body feel like it's being torn apart. There's even a feeling that my body is about to explode. Am I too greedy? Xiao Han in midair kept tossing and turning. Endure it! Endure it! I will endure it! Once I endure it, my strength will explode. Xiao Han abandoned all distracting thoughts and steeled his heart. Bang! After tossing and turning for an unknown period of time, Xiao Han's body suddenly smashed onto the ground, like a falling meteor, smashing a large area of the ground into pieces. The ground collapsed, and cracks crisscrossed. Xiao Han's body was still expanding, and within every cell of his body, seemed to be emitting a ferocious Luan cry. His ferocious chi soared to the sky, forcing the desolate beasts in all directions to flee, not daring to approach. After an entire day and night, in a daze, Xiao Han heard xiao xiao xiao, sounds of breaking through the air above his head. Countless amounts of air twisted, and there was also a strong true chi fluctuation, as if some true chi realm martial artist had arrived. However, Xiao Han was still refining the golden Luan's blazing vitality and genes, and his entire body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring, warm and indescribably comfortable, so he didn't climb up. He still laid on the ground, not moving at all. Oh! Senior Yu Ming, there's actually a person lying here, as if he's in deep sleep? A man's voice rang out. Xiao Han immediately sensed that a few people had appeared beside him. It should be 4 people. It's Xiao Han. That's right. He's the most outstanding contestant of this year's Devil Hero trial, killing countless geniuses. Even Garen died in his hands, becoming a Devil Hero. He's in the limelight. It's really Xiao Han. This kid has just become a Devil Hero, and he came to the Great Wilderness. What does he want to do? This is the only way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Could it be that this kid also accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor like us? He's really reckless. He has just become a Devil Hero, and he's already courting death like this. He ran to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, trying to kill a high-level Demon Emperor. But, speaking of which, this kid has the secrets of the Demon Clan, and the move he used to kill Garen was a demonic technique. Senior Yu Ming, we might as well wake this kid up, interrogate him, and get the secrets out of him, so that we can have a share of the loot. Shut up! An indifferent and arrogant man's voice rang out. Let's wake him up first. Xiao Han can become the most outstanding contestant of this year's Devil Hero trial. He's not simple. He's a cunning and treacherous person. He won't be easy to deal with. Don't talk about the secret technique of the Demon Clan in front of him, lest he bears a grudge. We'll plan this matter slowly. There was a hint of greed in this voice. Chapter 230. Hearing the conversation between the few true Qi realm experts, Xiao Han had a plan. So it's a few heroes. Just like me, they also accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Moreover, they are coveting some of my secrets. At this moment, Xiao Han no longer pretended to be asleep. He stretched and jumped up. He swept his gaze across and saw 4 men standing not far away. They didn't look very old. 3 of them were very handsome and wore beautiful silver clothes. Their auras were extremely powerful and surged out like tides. Their true qi was vigorous. Xiao Han observed for a while and found that there were 48, 49, and 50 true acupoints in their bodies. They were all at the peak of level 5 true qi. Moreover, the quality of their true qi was very high. It was full, lingering, transparent, and powerful. If they were placed in the various sects of the 4 regions, they would definitely be powerful and influential figures, similar to Dongfang Qin and Feng Ling of the Pure Rain sect. The one in the lead was wearing a silver robe. His long eyebrows extended to his temples and his hands were empty. His skin was very white and clean, like jade. The void around his body was slightly distorted, as if it was about to collapse. The true qi in his body surged into the sky, and a mercury-like heavenly river appeared above his head. His body was like an abyss, making Xiao Han unable to see through his cultivation level. His aura was deep and mysterious. He was at least a level 6 true qi realm expert. Once his cultivation reached level 6 true qi realm, Xiao Han would not be able to see through him. Oh, there's actually an expert. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. However, he had refined a terrifying ancient species, the Great Golden Luan, and the strength of his flesh shell had risen to 2.4 million ding. He also had something to rely on and a foundation. He was not afraid of trouble. Xiao Han. That expert looked at Xiao Han indifferently. His gaze seemed to be trying to see through Xiao Han. What are you doing in the depths of the great wilderness? The other 3 sneered. Xiao Han, you just became a hero and you're already running around in the depths of the great wilderness. Are you tired of living? It's said that there is an ancient species in this area. The Golden Luan roams everywhere. With your cultivation, Xiao Han, if you're not careful, you might die. Ha 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 ha. To think that you all recognize me, Xiao Han. I have yet to ask for your esteemed names. Xiao Han laughed. Gu Han, ranked 6901 on the Hex ranking. Wu Xiaofeng, ranked 6999th on the Devilman ranking. Chen Tianla, ranked 7012 on the Devilman list. The 3 true Qi realm cultivators looked at Xiao Han with cold arrogance. Yuming. That expert. He said casually, the Devil Hero list. Ranked 3999th. Xiao Han, are you going to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor? Xiao Han smiled non-committally. In his heart, he thought, this Yu Ming is ranked 3999 on the Demon Hero ranking. He is indeed a powerful figure. According to the sect leader, those ranked below 5000 on the Devil Hero ranking have yet to reach the expanded acupoint realm. In that case, those ranked within 5000 are at least at the expanded acupoint realm. Once one's cultivation level reaches the expanded acupoint realm, the capacity of one's true qi will increase by at least 10 times. With just a slight move, one's true qi will cover the sky and the sun. I didn't expect a small fry like you to dream of getting a share of the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor's loot. Ignorance is bliss. Gu Han's tone was full of sarcasm. It's all right. Yu Ming waved his hand and gestured for the other 3 to remain silent. He looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, it doesn't matter if you join us. How about this? You can join our team and enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire together. You'll be courting death if you enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire alone. Why don't you join our team and join us? Don't worry, we came prepared this time. There will be people waiting for you in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City. It's absolutely safe to kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor. This is your first time doing a mission, right? I'll let you obtain this opportunity and share some of your contribution points with us. What do you think? As he spoke, Yu Ming's eyes were constantly brewing conspiracies. He seemed to be scheming against Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han agreed without hesitation. All right, let's enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire together then. Xiao Han had his own plans. This was his first time out on a mission, and he wanted to make use of this group of experienced heroes to sneak into the Heavenly Dragon Empire first. Yu Ming was a little surprised to see Xiao Han agree to it immediately, but he quickly nodded. Let's hurry then. Our people are already in the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and they're in contact with the imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. When we arrive at the imperial city, we can directly enter the palace to kill the demon. However, the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor is hiding very well, and he's taken spiritual medicine that can shield him from demonic aura. It'll take a lot of effort to find him. However, with Brother Li Fanming around, the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor will definitely be killed today. When Yu Ming mentioned the name Li Fanming, his face was suddenly filled with admiration and worship. Li Fanming? Xiao Han blurted out. All right, don't ask so much. Let's hurry. A ray of light rushed out of Yu Ming's body, and he was already floating in the air. It seems that there's an even higher-ranked demon that's participating in this operation. However, I don't care so much. It's great that I can directly enter the imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, fish in troubled waters, and kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, it's best to find the pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon and pure-blooded Swanee that the imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire has raised, and then, he. After refining the big golden wand, not only did Xiao Han's body become stronger, but he was also full of courage. He felt that he was in an invincible position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The few of them flew in the air. It was very strange. During the flight, Yu Ming was at the front, while Gui Han, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle were behind Xiao Han. It seemed that the four of them had vaguely surrounded Xiao Han. It seems that these guys, Xiao Han, think that I'm a big fat sheep, and want to kill me wantonly to share the benefits. Good, very good. I'll bear with it for now. I'll use you guys to enter the imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire first. Xiao Han could not stop laughing coldly in his heart. However, his facial expression showed that he was not wary at all. Gui Han, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle. The three of them lagged far behind. They were also talking to each other softly. I think Xiao Han is also a good-for-nothing. He's also an idiot, easily fooled by us. Now, we have him under our control. After we kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, we'll use him as an example. We'll threaten and bribe him to reveal his secrets. He was able to emerge as the most brutal hex hero selection in history. He must have a lot of secrets that are not to be underestimated. Yes, with senior brother Yu Ming around, Xiao Han is like a fish on the chopping board. He can only wait to be slaughtered without daring to struggle at all. What realm is senior brother Yu Ming in? He has already started expanding his territory. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a rookie? Wait until we meet up with brother Li Fanming. No matter how many secrets Xiao Han has, we'll have to spill everything. Spit it all out. However, we have to be extra careful in this operation. Many hex heroes have already died in the hands of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has consumed a treasure medicine and his demonic aura is perfectly concealed. He might be the king of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, or a little eunuch or servant girl in the palace. It's hard to tell. I hope brother Li Fanming can find some clues and see through the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's disguise. The few of them flew for a day and a night. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a vast grassland. We've already entered the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Fly with the Hex Hero token in case we get stopped by the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming instructed in front. After saying that, he directly took out his Hex Hero token and activated the flying array formation in it. He then stepped on the Hex Hero token and flew into the sky. Xiao Han and the others also flew with the Hex Hero token. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was a nomadic empire. The grassland was dotted with tents and various tamed beasts. It looked very powerful. At the border, Xiao Han saw a shocking scene. Hundreds of thousands of barbarian soldiers wearing beast skins were riding pangolins, rhinoceroses, giant tigers, 5-colored divine cows. All kinds of beasts were training on the grassland. Hundreds of thousands of people were charging and galloping back and forth. The hooves of the beasts trampled on the ground, making terrifying rumbling sounds. Hundreds of thousands of people were exuding a fierce and murderous aura. It was really terrifying. Even Xiao Han, who was flying in the sky, felt a little shaken. The military strength of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom is really too powerful. Moreover, The people here are fierce and warlike. Xiao Han was also impressed. Roar! Roar! The barbarian soldiers on the ground saw the Hex Hero token flying in the sky and roared as if they were provoking it. Ignore them, Yu Ming said indifferently. He increased his speed. While flying, Xiao Han also saw some majestic cities. However, they were not the imperial cities of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. A few hours later, at the end of the horizon, there was a grayish-brown area. We've arrived at the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Fly in directly. Yu Ming gave the order. When he flew closer, Xiao Han could clearly see that the grayish-brown area was a city wall. The city wall was a few hundred meters high. Within the city wall, there was a large number of primitive and rough buildings that rose from the ground. A ferocious and violent aura soared into the sky from within the city wall. It was as if it was suppressing the fate of the city. Roar, roar. There was a vague roar of a beast that resounded in the city, causing the sky and earth to change color. Such a powerful aura of a ferocious beast. Too powerful. It is many times stronger than the big golden yuan that I refined just now. Xiao Han was a little scared. Could it be the legendary pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Swanee that the Heavenly Dragon Empire raised? TSK. To use such a ferocious beast to suppress the fate of the imperial city, this Heavenly Dragon Empire is really different from the rest. It is worthy of being called the Great Desolation Kingdom. Xiao. The five of them flew over the city wall and landed on the ground in an instant. This was a city that stretched as far as the eye could see. In all directions, there were tall stone houses that were arranged in neat rows. The streets were wide enough for hundreds of riders to ride side by side. In the city, there were many barbarians walking around. All of them were full of vigor and were born with divine strength. The most attractive thing was that most of the barbarians were leading various kinds of wild beasts as if they were leading pets. They wandered around wantonly. There were some children who were leading wild beasts such as giant tigers and rhinoceroses. However, these wild beasts seemed to have been tamed to be extremely docile and obedient. These barbarians were very surprised by the arrival of Xiao Han and the other uninvited guests. They all stopped to watch and discuss. Some of them even revealed ferocious gazes and didn't seem to be friendly. Let's find a tavern to settle down first and wait for Big Brother Li Fanming's news. If everything goes smoothly, we can enter the Imperial Palace tonight. Yu Ming walked quickly on a long street. Don't look at those barbarians. They are extremely barbaric. They won't restrain themselves just because we are evil heroes. Once there is a conflict, it will be very disadvantageous for us. The few of them lowered their heads and walked quickly. Xiao Han looked left and right. He was looking for the source of the ferocious beast's aura. Finally, after going around a street, Xiao Han found a sealed building in the distance. It was hundreds of feet high and covered an area of several tens of miles. There were a large number of barbarian soldiers guarding the vicinity of this huge building. Waves of oppressive and berserk beast roars and whistles came out from the building. It shook the air in all directions and caused it to become soft and brittle. A terrifying pressure covered a large area of heaven and earth. The ground trembled slightly. Xiao Han couldn't help but stop. Xiao Han, let's go. That is the place where the Heavenly Dragon Empire keeps the pure-blooded Swanee. It is regarded as a forbidden area. Don't look too much or you will cause trouble. Yu Ming scolded in a low voice. Oh! Xiao Han touched his nose and licked his lips. He murmured to himself, pure-blooded Swanee? This kind of frightening ferocious beast. Once it is refined by me, I don't know how much power will increase. However, this place is heavily guarded and sealed off from all sides. It will be very difficult to rush in. I have to slowly think of a way. Needless to say, for Xiao Han, the most important thing now was not to immediately kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, but to find a way to get close to the pure-blooded Swanee or pure-blooded Sky Dragon reared by the Heavenly Dragon Empire and use the Thousand Beast Devouring technique to refine them. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was an existence that was stronger than Qing Lin Demon Emperor. It could mutate. With Xiao Han's current combat strength, it was impossible for him to fight against it. Unless he devoured the genes of some pure-blooded giant beasts and obtained unimaginable benefits, he would only be able to defeat it. Xiao Han reluctantly left the building where the pure-blooded Swanee was kept. He followed Yu Ming and came to a two-story tavern that was built with huge stones. It's here. Let's go in first and wait patiently. There will be people coming to meet us one after another. Yu Ming smiled and stepped into the tavern. P.S. I have a cold these 2 days and my head is dizzy. Today is the second update. Once I recover from the cold, I will work hard to update. To be continued. Chapter 231. Xiao Han's expression remained unchanged as he followed Yu Ming and the others into a tavern. The strong smell of alcohol wafted over. In the tavern, there were some barbarians sitting in 2s and 3s, eating meat and drinking wine happily. They all looked at Xiao Han and the other outsiders with curiosity and surprise. Fortunately, they did not take the initiative to cause trouble. Have a seat, Yu Ming said. This Yu Ming was capable and experienced in handling matters. He seemed to be a very astute person. His every action vividly displayed the 3 words experienced in the martial world. Yu Ming ordered a dozen jars of strong wine, grabbed a jar, and fiercely poured it into his mouth. He gulped down almost half of the jar before wiping the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and praised, "This wine is spicy when it enters the mouth, but it doesn't lose its manliness. It's good wine." Xiao Han also drank a few mouthfuls and felt as if there was fire in his mouth. A ball of flame rolled down his throat and into his stomach. Immediately, a warm feeling rose and spread to his limbs. Good wine. Brother Yu Ming, I'm late. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Ha ha ha. A rough voice sounded outside the tavern. In the next moment, a middle-aged man walked in. He was burly, his face was chiseled, his body was uncanny, and his aura was imposing like a mountain. The inside of his body was like an abyss, and the true qi condensed into a vast ocean. Xiao Han could not see through him. Another expert at least at true qi stage 6. He's definitely within the top 5,000 on the Hex Hero leaderboard, Xiao Han evaluated. Brother Zhou Chuan, come and sit, Yu Ming said. Gu Yihan, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle greeted Zhou Chuan respectfully. Zhou Chuan sat down with a majestic gait and swept his gaze across the room. He looked at Xiao Han. Oh, Xiao Han? In this year's Hex Hero selection, the so-called strongest contestant? Hello. Xiao Han smiled. You want a share of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor too? You really don't know your place. Zhou Chuan seemed to be a little displeased. Brother Yu Ming, why does everyone want to stick to him? He's just a newbie, and he wants to get a share of the benefits of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Oh. Hearing Zhou Chuan's words, Xiao Han immediately felt very uncomfortable. It's fine. Yu Ming waved his hand. He took a deep look at Xiao Han. Brother Zhou Chuan, there's no need to be anxious. All right, back to the topic at hand. This time, Brother Li Fanming personally went to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It could be said that the mission was foolproof. At this moment, Li Fanming's elder brother was negotiating with the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family in the Imperial Palace. There should be a result soon. When the time comes, we will enter the palace together. Besiege the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Everyone, Nyesaner is late. On the way here, I killed a low-level demonic emperor and wasted some time. A lazy voice sounded, and another white-robed young man walked in from outside. This person's aura was extremely mysterious. His body contained treacherous energy. It was fine when he didn't move, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. Nyesaner, ranked 3003rd on the Monster Hero ranking? Zhou Chuan looked surprised. I didn't expect you to be here. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is causing trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He planted the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest and plotted to mutate it. We, the Monster Heroes, should fight bravely to save the people, Nyesaner said righteously. He walked over and sat down. Suddenly, he looked at Xiao Han with interest. Xiao Han? The #1 genius in the eastern region, Zhang Sun Wuheng, died in your hands, right? As he spoke, a faint murderous intent flashed across Nyesaner's eyes. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all, Xiao Han said calmly. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. Xiao Han, I, Nyesaner, will remember you today. You've shown off your abilities, but you won't last long. I hope you don't die prematurely. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. It seems that everyone doesn't like me. Xiao Han thought for a while. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. In that case, I, Xiao Han, will take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Xiao Han stood up. After arriving at the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Xiao Han discovered the place where the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family kept the pure-blooded Swanni. Therefore, he changed his mind and decided not to enter the palace immediately. He planned to stay in the imperial city for a few days and wait for an opportunity to sneak into the building where the pure-blooded Swanni were kept. To take the risk and have an intimate encounter with the pure-blooded Swanni. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He stood up and walked out. Xiao Han, stop right there. Yu Ming roared and grabbed Xiao Han with his right hand. This grab was filled with true qi. It was endless. The void exploded, the air was sucked dry, and thunder could be heard everywhere. As expected of a level 6 true qi realm expert, he was ranked 3,999th on the monster hero ranking. It was not by luck. With this grab, the overwhelming true qi pressed down from all directions. Any level 5 true qi realm cultivator could be crushed to death. Scram! Xiao Han punched out with his right fist. This punch was an explosive strike of pure physical strength. It was like a meteor falling to the ground, like a volcano erupting, like a stampede of 10,000 horses. In an instant, it struck Yu Ming's true qi into crisscrossing cracks, causing it to collapse inch by inch. What? The pure power of flesh shell is actually able to fight against my true qi? Yu Ming was shocked. It is indeed very strong. However, flesh shell is an unconventional sword. Young man, you have gone down the wrong path. Stay here. Xianxia and Zhou Chuan attacked at the same time. Their true qi was like a raging wave, drowning Xiao Han in an instant. The endless qi collapsed inwards. In an instant, an ordinary person's body would instantly disintegrate and turn into ashes. Xiao Han did not move an inch. His body flashed with the starlight of extinction. With the support of the indestructible golden body, he withstood the attack. Pooh! Xiao Han spat out a small mouthful of blood. His gaze swept across Zhou Chuan, Xianxia, and Yu Ming. Good, very good. In order to deal with a newcomer like me, you actually made 3 experts in the top 5,000 of the monster hero ranking team up. All right, Xiao Han. Although you are the newcomer king, you are still young and have no foundation. We are all in the expanding point realm. We can easily suppress you, Yu Ming said with a sinister smile. Stay here. Follow us into the palace. Don't even think about slipping away. After we kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, we'll interrogate you in detail. Xiao Han looked at Yu Ming and the rest. He felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. In fact, with the strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell, Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, and Xianxia, none of the 3 of them could defeat Xiao Han alone. However, it was indeed difficult for Xiao Han to fight against the 3 of them together. Unless he used the left-arm demon, the Arch Palm. However, at this moment, there were tens of thousands of demon meridians on the left-arm demon, the Arch Palm. They were dry and withered. There was no fluctuation of demonic power at all. They were useless. After all, Xiao Han was not a demon. It would take a long time for him to automatically recover the demonic power contained in the demon meridians. At this moment, Yu Ming suddenly took out the monster hero token and scanned it with his psyche. Brother Li Fanming sent me a message. He wants us to enter the palace immediately. Big brother Li Fanming had already arranged everything. Let's go. We will enter the palace now and meet up with brother Li Fanming. Let's go. I knew it. The royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire will definitely give face to brother Li Fanming. They will definitely cooperate with us to kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Zhou Chuan stood up immediately. Xiao Han, follow us obediently and it will be fine. Don't blame us for being ruthless if you do anything strange. Yu Ming warned Xiao Han with a sinister smile. Let's go. Zhou Chuan and Xianxia locked their auras on Xiao Han. They left the tavern and headed straight for the palace. Heavenly Dragon Empire. Imperial City. In the magnificent palace. In the main hall. 2 great figures with auras as strong as the sea and as deep as the abyss stood in the main hall and chatted with each other. One of them was nearly 3 meters tall. Every single cell in his body was surging with an imposing power. Once this power was unleashed, wherever it went, everyone would definitely be sent flying. He had a rough face and a golden crown on his head. He was wearing a jade-colored robe that was embroidered with many primordial mythical beasts. There were Pai Xiao, Tao Tai, Jimeng, Horned Phoenix. These mythical beasts were all vivid and lifelike. Vaguely, their roars and roars that could suppress the ancient times were terrifying. When he opened and closed his eyes, wisps of golden light burst out. He looked like a descendant of the primordial demon bird. His aura was too strong and terrifying. This was a monarch. He looked down on the world. This person was the king of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He ruled over hundreds of millions of people in the Great Wilderness, and he was known as King Tsong-yun. Standing next to King Tsong-yun was a young man. He was not old. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. However, his eyes were filled with the feeling of time flowing like water and singing like a song. He looked very desolate and simple. His body looked gentle, but his temperament was extraordinary. His face was angular, and his aura occasionally gave people a feeling that he was a deity that had descended to the mortal world. His eyes could attract countless rays of light. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his spine was straight. It seemed like there was a long spear or a sharp sword in his body that could pierce the blue sky. His whole body seemed to be able to support the blue dome of heaven. The aura on his body made people want to prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. Runes appeared and disappeared in his eyes, as if they could explode at any time. Li Fanming. You villains are so boring. You keep saying that there is a monster king in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. How ridiculous. My Heavenly Dragon Empire is at its peak. How could the monster clan dare to invade us? King Tsong-yun snorted disdainfully. Li Fanming deeply looked at King Tsong-yun. The sun and moon in his eyes flickered, and runes flourished. His eyes were like two golden suns, blazing with light that rumbled and shook the souls of those who saw it. Li Fanming, why are you staring at this king? Do you think that this king is a monster clan? How dare you? King Tsong-yun was scared by Li Fanming's stare. He seemed to be extremely afraid of Li Fanming. Your Majesty, you are definitely not a monster clan. I am very confident about this. Li Fanming withdrew his gaze from King Tsong-yun and said with a faint smile, Your Majesty, under normal circumstances, the information obtained by the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Pagoda will not go wrong. The Green Dragon Monster Emperor must be hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. Your Majesty, the Green Dragon Monster Emperor is a high-level monster emperor who might mutate. He is ferocious and can easily destroy a country. Once he mutates, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, you don't want to be unable to eat or sleep well because of this hidden danger, right? Humph. You monsters always like to make a mountain out of a molehill. I have said that no monster emperor would dare to come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family and cause trouble. Previously, a group of monsters came to investigate this matter thoroughly. After investigating for a long time, they did not find any clues. However, Li Fanming, you are known as an ancient giant on the monster hero list and are worshipped by thousands of people. I have to give you face. How about this? Tonight, I will gather all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family and hold a banquet in the imperial palace. At that time, all of you can come and see if you can find the monster emperor. This is me giving you face. Don't do it again. Furthermore, you must fulfill your promise to this prince. Capture Xiao Han alive and let me deal with him. Speaking of Xiao Han, King Tsong-yun's eyes flashed with monstrous anger. He was filled with hatred and murderous intent as if he was grieving the death of his parents. My son, the crown prince of Tsong-yun, was killed by Xiao Han in this monster hero selection. Damn it! If Xiao Han falls into my hands, I will definitely kill him. King Tsong-yun gritted his teeth. It's okay. He is just an aphid. Fan Ming will find a way to capture him and hand him over to your Majesty. It's just a piece of cake. As easy as blowing dust. Li Fanming said slowly. He sounded as if he had everything under control. Then, your Majesty, tonight, we will hold a banquet in the Imperial Palace and gather all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. My people will enter the Imperial Palace immediately. At that time, I will investigate one by one and find the Green Dragon Demon Emperor and kill him. P.S. I am speechless. I have caught a cold for 3 days and it has not recovered yet. I feel that I don't exercise normally. My immunity is too weak. My hands and feet are burning, my whole body is weak, and my head is in a mess. After writing this chapter, I don't know what I have written. I am going to sleep. If there weren't any major problems, he would still keep updating his Xianxia at night. To be continued. Chapter 232. Xiao Han was basically being held hostage. Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, Nie Sainer, Gu Yihan, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle brought Xiao Han to the palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Among them, 3 of them had reached the expanded acupoint realm. Xiao Han lowered his head and walked quickly without batting an eyelid. His eyes darted around as he thought of some plans. He was tough and steady as a rock. He already had the demeanor of an expert who could remain calm in the face of danger. Therefore, although he was being held hostage, he did not seem to panic. He was as calm as still water. His demeanor made Yu Ming and the other heroes click their tongues in amazement. Expansion Acupoint Realm is indeed not to be underestimated. Their Zhenqi is capable of overturning the mountains and overturning the seas, covering the entire sky. Compared to them, a true Qi realm cultivator at the 5th level is indeed a drop in the ocean. The strength of my physical body has already reached 2,400,000 ding. It is impossible for any one of the 3 expansion acupoint realm experts to take me down. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. However, I can't do anything if the 3 of them work together to suppress me. However, am I someone who will give up without putting up a fight? Since things have come to this, I shall enter the palace. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor hid himself very well. I wonder if these heroes and the Li Fanming that they mentioned could see through his disguise. Once they are helpless. Since I've captured the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I'll reveal the true identity of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and create chaos in the palace so that the group of demonic heroes will have a fierce battle with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'll take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In the worst-case scenario, it shouldn't be a problem for me to rush out of the palace. If the demonic heroes can injure or kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I might be able to absorb the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's soul essence and nourish the dried-up demonic meridians. As long as the palm of the demon the arch on my left arm can regain its majestic demonic power, his movements were illusory and he could escape. I can defend the Sky Demon Deity Seal. I can attack with the Apocalyptic Demon Saber. By then, I will be invincible. In a very short period of time, Xiao Han came up with some good plans. In his heart, he felt that he had taken everything into consideration. Oh, I see that your eyeballs are darting around. What are you plotting? Chen Tianle, who was guarding beside Xiao Han, glared at him. Behave yourself. You are now a prisoner. Do not try to resist, you are too weak. They are at our mercy. Moreover, this place is deep in the wilderness. Even if you use the chivalrous token to send a message to other chivalrous heroes to save you, it will be too late. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Xiao Han smiled evilly, but didn't say anything. Xiao Han had temporarily shut down the communication function of the demon hero token. Since he was out to train, Xiao Han did not think that he would be in danger. Then he sent a message to Xiao Mingqiu, who was also in the Great Wilderness, or Wu Luhai, who was far away in the southern region, for help. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he would let others pass through it. Then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? How could he become an immortal in the future? Moreover, in most cases, the communication function between Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu's demon chivalrous token was also closed. After traveling for a short while, the terrain in front of them suddenly opened up. At the end of their line of sight, a towering and majestic palace rose from the flat ground. Under the curtain of night, this palace shone brilliantly in all directions. It was resplendent like the stars in the sky. The overall shape of the palace was that of a beast's head. It was sinister and had a primitive style. It was a marvelous sight. We are about to enter the imperial palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming nodded slightly. They passed through a magnificent stone gate that was dozens of feet high, went through a doorway that was shaped like a garden, and entered the huge square in front of the palace. On the huge square, there were densely packed barbarian soldiers holding torches. Each of them was no less than 3 meters tall, and their chi and blood were boiling. In addition, on the square, there were all kinds of ancient giant beasts. Some of them seemed to have the bloodline of the immemorial era. In the sky, there were more than 10 golden luan. Their ferocious chi covered the sky, and it was terrifying. Hiss! These golden luans are the ones that I caught and refined in the wild 2 days ago. These are the best tonic. Damn it, there are actually more than 10 of them at once. If I can refine all of them, then... Xiao Han felt his heart tremble. He raised his head repeatedly and looked at the golden luans that were flying in the sky. It was as if he was a prodigal son who saw a naked young lady in her room. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva repeatedly. However, it was impossible for Xiao Han to let himself refine these golden luan at this moment. He could only force himself to control himself. In this square filled with barbarian soldiers and savage beasts, Chen Tianle, Gui Han, and Wu Xiaofeng, the 3 great sage heroes with weaker cultivation and lower ranking, felt a sense of danger. The other 3 expanded acupoint realm great sage heroes had calm expressions on their faces. As for Xiao Han, he had an uncharacteristically passionate expression on his face, as if he had arrived at a paradise. The leader of the barbarian soldiers in the square came over and talked with Yu Ming for a while. After that, he allowed them to pass through the square. They entered the palace. Xiao Han looked around silently along the way. He saw palaces, pavilions, gardens, pavilions, corridors. Everything that he needed could be seen. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace was deep and profound. The rules were strict and the atmosphere was solemn. It was not something that the Beacon Fire Empire's palace could compare to. It seems that the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is many times stronger than the Beacon Fire Empire. Damn it! I killed the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince. If the members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire recognize me and attack me together, it will be even more chaotic and fun. Xiao Han licked his lips. The place where the Tsong Wu King of the Heavenly Dragon Empire held the banquet was the Swan Ni Palace. It was the grandest stone building in the palace. The main body of the Swan Ni Palace was engraved with giant reliefs that resembled the divine beast Swan Ni. It could accommodate 100,000 people to eat at the same time. At this moment, the Swan Ni Palace was brightly lit. There were thousands of banquets. They were all members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, important officials, brave generals, and chiefs of various tribes. Even the maids, eunuchs, and guards of the palace were serving at the banquet. Every single one of the people who attended the meeting had outstanding horns, like tigers crouching and dragons coiling. Their chi and blood were strong and vigorous. Some of their bodies let out the roars of the Beast King, while some of their eyes had the afterimages of various ancient savage beasts. It was simply a gathering of a group of savage beasts in human form. If they exhaled even a little, they would probably overturn the stone hall. These barbarians chatted with each other while eating the beast meat crazily. Why did the king summon us? It has been a long time since the king held such a grand banquet. All the members of the royal family have arrived. Even those princes who were not favored and sent to the tribes at the border have all returned. It is said that the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There are some demons mixed in. Some demons. They begged the king to hold this banquet, so that the demons can investigate carefully. Ridiculous. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire controls an unlimited territory and raises pure-blooded Swan Ni and pure-blooded sky dragons. It is impossible for the demons to mix in. That is courting death. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire also has warriors who have cultivated true chi. There are even people who have reached the 6th level of true chi. It is easy for them to read the demon chi. Heh. The demons like to eat humans, but the daughters of the great wilderness are even more ferocious. They have never eaten demons before. If there is a chance, I will catch a few demons and eat them. Demons. They are just some trash that the people of the 4 regions picked out of boredom. We, the people of the great wilderness, are never afraid of demons. Unfortunately, I don't know why the king sent the youngest and bravest Song Dragon Crown Prince of our Heavenly Dragon Empire to participate in the Demon Hero trial. They were sent to participate in the Demon Hero selection tournament, but they were killed. I heard that a bastard called Xiao Han framed the Song Dragon Crown Prince and caused him to die in the hands of other participants. His Majesty is currently negotiating with some high-level heroes to help him capture Xiao Han alive, and hand him over to His Majesty to be slaughtered and dismembered. Okay, don't mention that Song Dragon Crown Prince anymore. This is the greatest shame of our heavenly dragon empire. In the main hall, King Songyun and Li Fanming sat high up and glanced around the hall. Li Fanming's body seemed to be bathed in a golden glow. Runes flourished and his aura was like that of a god. His eyes shot out two beams of divine light and his pupils suddenly lit up like stars, piercing through everything. Just this gaze alone contained the majesty of the ancient myths and epics. It was as if a god was born from his gaze and wanted to capture anyone's mind. King Songyun looked at Li Fanming from the side and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This person is indeed powerful. No wonder he is in the top 1,000 of the demons on the demon hero ranking. People of this level are almost impossible to kill. They are immortal and will never fall. I heard that there are millions of demons in the world from ancient times to the present. Those who can be ranked in the top 1,000 of the millions of demons are heaven-defying people. This kind of person is really hard to kill. Say, my black dragon child, if he hadn't been framed and killed by evil people, he would have become a devil hero. Perhaps after a few decades or 100 years, he could also become a great figure on the devil hero ranking list. But Xiao Han. Hate. Huh. At this time, Li Fanming was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, all the members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are here? Yes. Li Fanming, since this king promised you to gather everyone here, you will definitely not break your promise. We, the children of the great wilderness, value credibility the most. All my princes and grandsons, imperial concubines, and ministers are all here. The core figures of every tribe that submitted to my heavenly dragon empire are all here. Even the servants in the palace are not left behind. Why? Li Fanming, you didn't see the demons? Humph. This king said that it is impossible for the demons to appear in the heavenly dragon empire. The demons are also intelligent creatures. They will not come to the heavenly dragon empire to die. Li Fanming slowly knocked on the table with his knuckles. Every time it hit the gap between King Blue King's heartbeat. King Blue King instantly felt his chest tighten and short of breath. Li Fanming's face showed a thoughtful expression. This king's eldest son, Songyun, is on his way here. King Songyun paused and said. However, Songyun can't be a demon. This king can guarantee it. Moreover, Li Fanming, although my son Songyun is not a demon hero, he had a fortuitous encounter when he was young and cultivated his true chi successfully. He is a great expert of the expanded Meridian realm. Li Fanming, you should be familiar with my son Songyun's reputation, right? Talking about his eldest son, King Songyun, King Songyun's face beamed with an indescribable pride. Yes. Li Fanming nodded seriously. Dozens of years ago, Crown Prince Songyun went to the eastern region alone and made a name for himself. It is said that when he was young, he mistakenly entered an ancient cave dwelling and obtained a few scriptures. He cultivated his true chi with irresistible force. He is an expert of the expanded Meridian realm at the 6th level of true chi. Moreover, his meridian expanded by at least 40 times. Crown Prince Songyun's flesh shell is also extremely strong. It has at least 3 million ding of force. He is a supreme expert who cultivates both true chi and body. Through some secret channels, Fanming learned that 20 years ago, Crown Prince Songyun defeated the demon hero who was ranked 2589 on the demon hero ranking list. However, after that battle, Crown Prince Songyun returned to the Great Wilderness and spread the prosperous culture of the eastern region to the Great Wilderness. Moreover, he used the alchemy skills he learned in the eastern region to refine all kinds of pills. He practiced medicine to save the lives of countless people of the Great Wilderness. This made Crown Prince Songyun highly respected in the Great Wilderness. It is a pity that Crown Prince Songyun did not participate in the demon hero selection. Otherwise, he would have become a peerless demon hero. Ahahaha. Not bad. My eldest son, Songyun, is indeed a dragon among men. In his life, he has killed many demon clans, including many demon kings. Humph. It's fine if Songyun doesn't kill the demon clans. How could the demon clans dare to covet Songyun? That was completely courting death. My son, Songyun, is compassionate. He is the reincarnation of a saint. My heavenly dragon empire has more than 100 tribes of different sizes. Originally, I wanted to send my army to conquer these tribes and plunder everything. It was Zhang Yun's advice that stopped me from doing that. Otherwise, these tribes would have been annihilated. These days, Zhang Yun has been at the border to mediate the disputes between several small tribes. However, I'm sure he will come back tonight. You can meet him there. All right. Fan Ming also hopes to meet Crown Prince Zhang Yun. We can drink and chat happily. Li Fanming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Right at this moment, Li Fanming's spirit swept through the demon hero token. He smiled. Your Majesty, Fan Ming's men are here. Let them enter the palace and help Fan Ming track down the demon clans. Sure, invite them in. This king will also treat them well. King Zhang Yun smiled. But this time, your trip will be in vain again. The Heavenly Dragon Empire will never have a monster clan. Heavenly Dragon Empire will never fall. To be continued. Chapter 233. At this moment, Xiao Han and the others were brought out of the Bai and palace by a barbarian woman. Let's enter the palace. Yu Ming smiled. I've already communicated with Brother Li Fanming just now. He's investigating the demons in the palace. Let's go and assist him now. Yu Ming, has Brother Li Fanming found the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Nye-san, asked immediately. Well, Brother Li Fanming didn't say. Let's enter the palace first. Everyone, don't worry. With Big Brother Li Fanming personally overseeing this, we won't be able to run away from this contribution. It will definitely fall on our heads. We'll split the 1 million contribution points reward after this. Yu Ming let out a pleased laugh. The other chivalrous swordsmen immediately perked up. Let's go into the palace. At this moment, the demon egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart began to sense carefully. The demon egg senses easily covered the entire Bai and palace. Any demons that were hibernating in the palace would definitely not be able to escape the demon egg senses. However, the demon egg was extremely calm and did not show any abnormalities. It seemed to be well behaved. That's strange. I didn't find any traces of the demons. Could it be that there was a mistake in the mission that the Xianxia Tower issued? The royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is peaceful and there are no demons mixed in? But that can't be right. Didn't they say that many demons died in the hands of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor because of this mission? In a daze, Xiao Han followed Yu Ming and the others into the Bai and palace. As soon as he entered, Xiao Han was stunned. There were at least tens of thousands of people eating in the huge palace. The stone table was filled with behemoths. For example, a giant rhinoceros that was cooked whole. There were also giant bulls. Xiao Han even saw a few dragons that were more than 30 meters long. After they were cooked, they were carried in by a few barbarian soldiers and placed on the stone table. The barbarians used their hands to tear the meat apart and gnawed on it ferociously. The thing that made Xiao Han's hair stand on end was a giant ape that was 30 meters tall. It was roasted to a golden color and was carried in like a human. Its expression was still ferocious and terrified. Pfft! A barbarian directly tore off the giant ape's left arm and gnawed on it. It was like a group of wild beasts fighting for food. Look, Big Brother Li Fanming is in front. The person sitting beside Big Brother Li Fanming must be the king of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming said excitedly. Li Fanming? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat and he looked over. Xiao Han saw that it was a young man. From afar, there seemed to be 1,000 strands of auspicious energy flowing around his body, and 10,000 rays of multicolored light. He casually sat on a stone chair, but it seemed like he was sitting on a throne. The clouds were light and the wind was light, but it was like a sovereign overlooking the world. Moreover, there were dragons and tigers coiled around his body. They were the sky dragon and the white tiger. These dragons and tigers were not real, but formed from true energy. Moreover, this was not ordinary true energy, but true energy formed from countless talismans that were as dense as the sands of eternity. Extremely high quality. His gaze was like the ancient divine light, and also as dazzling as the scorching sun. It was as if he didn't even need to make a move. Just by looking at someone, his gaze could melt them and turn them into ashes. This person is Li Fanming? Amazing. Too amazing. If I didn't guess wrongly, He must be at the talisman transforming realm that sect leader mentioned. Turning true energy into talismans, destroying heaven and earth. True Qi level 7. After the True Qi level 5, each level was stronger than the previous, and the disparity between the strong and the weak was huge. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a world of difference. True Qi level 6 expanded meridian realm was considered very strong, right? But in front of a True Qi level 7 talisman transforming realm, it was nothing. This Li Fanming is too strong. He should at least be an ancient giant, right? Currently, even if my demonic the arch left arm palm recovered its demonic power, I'm definitely not his match. Not only am I not his match, I definitely don't stand a chance. No wonder this person dared to enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace and kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. He does have the strength. Xiao Han's heart was in turmoil. In this world, there are too many strong people. At present, it is quite difficult for me to deal with those within the top 4,000 of the Devilman list. If they are within the top 3,000, I basically have no chance of winning. If they are within the top 2,000, they can kill me directly. I really can't compete with the ancient giants ranked within 1,000. However, I, Xiao Han, am not going to be suppressed by these people forever. I, Xiao Han, need time. As long as I have time, I may not lose to these ancient giants, or even eternal giants. However, at this moment, Xiao Han? Xiao Han? You. A trembling voice filled with horror and fear sounded from Xiao Han's left side. Xiao Han was stunned and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a young man with a broken left wrist, a collapsed left cheek, a twisted nose, and only 2 or 3 teeth left in his mouth. He was staring straight at Xiao Han. There were nightmarish memories and fear in his eyes. He stood up slowly, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Xiao Han again. Xiao Han recognized this person. He was a genius of the Great Wilderness who participated in this year's Devil Hero trial. In the 4th round, he had besieged Xiao Han with the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince and was severely injured by Xiao Han. Who would have thought that enemies would meet on a narrow road, and the two of them would meet here? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were going to be bad. He smiled bitterly. Hello, I didn't expect that we could meet again. Are your injuries better? Say, I really regret that I didn't kill you directly back then. The next moment, Xiao Han. Xiao Han. This person was Xiao Han. In this year's Devil Hero trial, Xiao Han had killed and crippled countless participants of the Great Wilderness. Even the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince was seriously injured by this person, and his bones were broken. Then, he gave our great and wise Tsong Dragon Crown Prince to his companion and killed him. Roar! This person is Xiao Han. How dare he come to our Heavenly Dragon Empire? The young man of the Great Wilderness let out a heart-wrenching scream. His flesh was strong, and his breath was like a dragon's roar. His roar immediately enveloped the entire Xianxia palace, so that everyone could hear it. The barbarians who were drinking wine froze at the side of their mouths. The barbarians who were tearing the beast meat also froze in their movements. The barbarians who were chewing meat in their mouths. Their masseter muscles stopped moving. The noisy Xianxia palace. It suddenly became quiet as a ghost town. Everyone's gazes were on Xiao Han. This kind of gaze at first was surprise, shock, and then it began to turn into anger, killing intent, and rage. It would not stop until one of them died. The air around Xiao Han's body. It was as if it was burning. Yu Ming, Niesaner, and the other 6 devil heroes involuntarily took a big step back, keeping a certain distance from Xiao Han, as if they were afraid of being implicated. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of barbarians here, and all of them were born with extraordinary strength. Some even had the strength of 1,000,000 ding, and they could shatter mountains with just a thought. Some even cultivated true qi. If tens of thousands of people rushed over, even Yu Ming and the other 2 acupoint expansion realm experts, they might also die. Roar! Xiao Han. The murderer of the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince. The culprit. How dare you come to our Heavenly Dragon Empire? This is a provocation. This is courting death. Catch him. Tear him into pieces. Grind his bones into ashes. No. Tearing him into pieces is letting him off easy. We can't let him die like this. Eat him alive. Peel his skin alive. Eat his flesh. Crush his bones and crush his tendons. Suck his marrow and blood dry. Everyone gets a share. Eat him alive. The terrifying murderous aura was coming from all directions. It was like a tidal wave, rolling and boiling. Countless barbarians were about to pounce on Xiao Han. Xiao Han seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation where he was surrounded by enemies and had no help. Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness. He did not expect that his identity would be exposed as soon as he entered the Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace. He did not even have time to think. He was caught off guard. At this moment, an aura like a volcanic eruption exploded in the sky. Roar! Don't move. Let me deal with this bastard myself. A frenzied voice rang out. The voice was filled with murderous intent. However, it also contained a great deal of sadness. It was trembling as if he was grieving the death of his parents. Xiao Han looked up and saw a barbarian that was as tall as a mountain. He wore a golden crown and a jade robe. His face was twisted as he walked through the sky. The aura of mountain collapse burst out from every pore of his body, sending many of the barbarians below him flying. Some of the maids and eunuchs even fainted from his aura. His eyes were about to pop out. His anger was soaring. His murderous aura was like a tidal wave. Hysterical. He was the Zongyun king, the father of the Zongyun crown prince. The strength of this man's body is more powerful than mine. It's about 3 million ding. He is indeed the inheritor of the special bloodline in the great wilderness. Xiao Han deduced some clues from the blood qi of the Zongyun king. However, there was nothing else Xiao Han could do. He silently activated the indestructible golden body, and the starlight around his body flickered. He was ready to fight to the death. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. Little bastard. When you killed my son, the Zongyun king, did you ever think that you would fall into my hands one day? Isn't this what the people of the 4 regions always say? Heaven's net has long arms, but it never escapes? What do you have to say now? The Zongyun king gritted his teeth and questioned Xiao Han. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han also laughed. How childish. You are the father of the Zongyun king, right? This year's hex trial is known as the cruelest in history. The death rate is extremely high. Life and death are determined by fate. Since you let your son participate in the competition, you should be prepared to lose your son. In the competition, some people are killed and some people are killed. It's all about strength. I am stronger than the Zongyun king, so I killed him. I didn't violate the rules of the competition. If you want to take revenge, you can go to the Hex Pagoda. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming, who was standing next to the Zongyun king, and couldn't help but say, You are big brother Li Fanming, right? You are an ancient giant, a senior hex on the hex ranking. You can be considered my senior. I think you ought to stand up and say a few words of justice. I didn't violate the rules in this year's hex trial. The people I killed were reasonable. Don't you think so? Ha ha. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you are indeed courageous. Under such circumstances, you are actually able to remain so calm and speak frankly with assurance. You have not collapsed. You are indeed a character. In the future, you may enter the top of the hex ranking. However, I also know a little about your performance in the hex trial. You actually used demonic methods. People like you may fall into the demonic path in the future. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that I have promised the Zongyun king to help him capture you alive. Since you came into the trap today, it saves me the time to take the initiative to look for you. Well, Xiao Han, accept your fate. Surrender and let the Zongyun king deal with you. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han with pity, disdain, and a little mockery. I didn't expect that the great figure on the hex ranking, known as the ancient giant, was so despicable. You and I are both hex heroes. Not only did you not help me, but you also helped these barbarians and accused me. Good, good. Today I, Xiao Han, will go all out. Even if I die, I will take a group of people with me. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was full of courage. He was ready to kill as many as he could. Moreover, he was also ready to open the communication function of the Hex Hero token. If something bad happened to him, he would leave a message to the sect master and eldest senior brother, telling them the real murderer who plotted against him. Well, Xiao Han, don't resist. You can only accept the suppression. If you dare to resist, I will destroy your soul. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han indifferently and said condescendingly. Moreover, in front of me, you can't kill people. Do you want to take people with you? That's a fool's dream. In the eyes of Li Fanming, you are just an ant and an aphid, insignificant. Any means you have are rubbish. You have no other choice but to wait for death. I have no interest in obtaining your secrets. So, you can now bear the anger of the Yun king. Ha 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 ha. I can only accept the suppression and can't resist? What kind of logic is this? Xiao Han was so angry that he laughed. I am stronger than you. That is what I said. That is the logic. Li Fanming laughed. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming with extreme coldness. At this moment, Xiao Han was no longer in the mood to fight. The killing intent that had just sprouted had also faded. On his left arm, the demon emperor palm had recovered the demonic power of 120 demon meridians. Xiao Han was ready to drain all of his demonic power and use illusory movement to see if he could escape. As long as he could escape, Xiao Han swore that all of these people would die tonight. However, at this critical moment, the demon egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart began to move slowly. He felt the demonic aura. It was real demonic aura. The demonic aura that penetrated deep into the wood. At the same time, a compassionate voice came from outside the hall. Father, please stop. Don't kill. Don't kill the innocent. What? Could it be? The Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Xiao Han instinctively thought. My son, Song Yun, has returned. The murderous aura of the Yun king weakened a little. Li Fanming's eyes burst with golden light and flourished with runes. He looked directly at the source of the voice and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched violently. It seemed that he was very excited. To be continued. Chapter 234. Just as Xiao Han was about to drain all of his demonic energy and use the illusory movement to try and escape, a sudden change occurred. The calm demon egg finally sensed the demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was very weak, causing the spinning speed of the demon egg to be as slow as a snail, it was undoubtedly demonic aura. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor has appeared? Xiao Han immediately restrained his desire to escape. He wanted to stay. The appearance of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor made the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. Once Li Fanming and the others saw through the true identity of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, a battle would be inevitable. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was not a pushover. He was even more evil and terrifying than the Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. If a battle really broke out, the situation would be out of control, and no one would have the time to suppress Xiao Han. That way, Xiao Han could take advantage of the chaos and fish in troubled waters. Xiao Han exhaled, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, everyone saw a middle-aged man striding into the hall with arrogance. Strangely, the middle-aged man was dressed like a Confucian scholar, looking very ancient and elegant. His body was covered in holy light, and his aura was very compatible with the heaven and earth. He was extremely handsome, with red lips and white teeth. His eyebrows reached his temples, and there was a kind of compassion in his eyes. There was a vast wave of true qi on his body, but it did not seem threatening at all. Instead, it made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. His eyes were all-encompassing and tolerant of all things. He was like a saint. Moreover, Xiao Han could see that his physical strength was very strong, even stronger than that of the Zong King. Moreover, he was at least in the expanded acupoint realm. However, as he entered the hall, the demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart sensed the demonic aura more and more clearly. However, Xiao Han did not dare to open his demonic eye to look at the demonic meridian in the man's body for the time being. Xiao Han remained silent. He saw that Li Fanming's eyes were like torches as he stared unblinkingly at the Confucian scholar. Dense runes appeared in Li Fanming's eyes. However, after staring for a long time, Li Fanming's eyes flashed with an obvious hint of disappointment. Li Fanming can't tell that this man is a demon in disguise? Xiao Han was stunned. Even Li Fanming can't tell? Oh my god! Did this demon take some elixir to block demonic aura? It was actually so perfect. However, it still can't escape from this young master's demon egg. This Confucian scholar seemed to have a lot of prestige. As soon as he entered the hall, all the members of the royal family, ministers, generals, and tribal chiefs respectfully greeted him. Crown Prince Tsongyun, you're back. Crown Prince Tsongyun walked closer to Xiao Han. He glanced at Xiao Han, but his eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt that were hard to describe. It was even to the extent that there was a wisp of faint greed and killing intent, but it vanished in a flash. Xiao Han lowered his head slightly. However, Crown Prince Tsongying only took a glance at Xiao Han and did not look at him anymore. He brushed past Xiao Han and said loudly, "Royal father, your child has returned late." "Oh, Tsongyun's boy, these are the heroes. This is Li Fanming, a legendary figure on the Devilman ranking," King Tsong introduced with a smile. "Well, you've worked hard, fiend heroes. I heard that the demon race has appeared in our Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. This is not a small matter. This crown prince has been unable to eat or sleep well. This crown prince has thoroughly investigated for a period of time, but to no avail. Perhaps, this crown prince's ability to identify the demon race is too crude. Now, these devilmen have come to my Heavenly Dragon Empire from thousands of miles away to kill the demon race. This is really a great merit. Big Brother Li Fanming, a legendary figure, I've long heard of your name. With Big Brother Li Fanming's help, the demon race will have nowhere to hide." Song Yun's voice was very sincere. Divine light burst out from Li Fanming's eyes again. There was a jade talisman rolling in this light. It immediately enveloped Song Yun, making him look like he was bathed in a golden glow. "Li Fanming, what do you mean by this?" King Tsong said unhappily. "Heh." Song Yun did not feel offended at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Talisman Transformation Realm. This is the 7th level of True Qi Realm, the Talisman Transformation Realm. Turning True Qi into True Talisman. Admirable. Admirable. Finally, Li Fanming withdrew his gaze completely and shook his head helplessly. "Crown Prince Tsongyun, I'm sorry. I've always suspected that you're the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It seems that my judgment has been wrong. Crown Prince Tsongyun has a graceful demeanor. It's really admirable." "Ha ha ha ha. How could this crown prince be the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor?" Tsongyun laughed involuntarily. "But it doesn't matter. This crown prince is also very appreciative of the devilman's conscientious attitude." This Tsongyun looked natural and dignified, gentle and elegant. His whole body was full of awe-inspiring righteousness. There was absolutely no trace of demonic qi in his body. However, Xiao Han was clear in his heart. He was a demon race. If he wasn't a demon race, then what was he? His acting was too good. The demonic qi was too perfect. It was simply watertight. Even a super devilman like Li Fanming, a legendary figure, couldn't see through it. In a split second, Xiao Han slightly opened the demon eye between his eyebrows. The demonic light flashed gently. Xiao Han saw a shocking scene. Inside Song Yun's body, there was a dense fog. It was hazy and covered with clouds. However, under the layers of fog, something horrifying was revealed. There were numerous demon veins. There was also a huge demon emperor crystal. Each of the demon veins in Song Yun's body was pure and flawless. They were flowing with the purest demonic qi. There were a total of 99,990 demon veins. The demon emperor crystal was twice the size of Qing Lin's demon emperor crystal. It was amber in color, beautiful beyond compare, flawless and without any impurities. It was like the most gorgeous gem in the world. Within the amber-colored demon emperor crystal was sealed a ferocious, evil, and murderous azure dragon. Every scale of the azure dragon was covered with demonic and evil demonic runes. There seemed to be countless demons praying and chanting. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. As expected, the real Crown Prince Tsongyun's brain had been sucked dry. He couldn't be more dead. The one who was standing in front of everyone and acting was the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor who was wearing the human skin of Crown Prince Tsongyun. Before this, many devilmen had died in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They died in the hands of this Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Moreover, Awakening 99,990 demon veins meant that he was only one step away from mutation. Chen Shifeng once said that because of the demon bloodline, ordinary demon emperors couldn't break through 100,000 demon veins. However, once they broke through, they would reach the sky in one step and start to mutate. Every mutated demon emperor was equal to a catastrophe for human beings. The lives of many heroes had to be sacrificed in order to eliminate them. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is only 10 demonic veins away from mutating. Xiao Han's back was drenched in cold sweat. Once the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor mutated, even Li Fanming might not be able to destroy it, right? Huh. The Azure Dragon Demon Monarch seemed to have sensed that Xiao Han was spying on him. He turned around with a sharp light flickering in his eyes. He then said softly, "Father, please don't kill." "No. Song Yun, this kid is Xiao Han, the real culprit who killed your brother Cong Long. Song Yun, you know very well what kind of bloodline and aptitude your brother Cong Long has. Our Cong family has a rare divine talent. He was the most outstanding person in the world. How could he die in the hands of such a lowly person? If your brother Cong Long didn't die, he would have become a devilman who cultivated both martial arts and true immortal dual cultivation. Many years later, he would become a powerful figure on the devilman ranking. However, it was all ruined by Xiao Han. This person must die. Burn his bones and scatter his ashes." Song Yun bellowed indignantly, his hatred filling the sky. Even if he used all the water in the 5 lakes and 4 seas, he couldn't wash it away. He must kill Xiao Han. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said anxiously with a compassionate look in his eyes. "Father, you can't. You can't. Brother's death actually didn't have much to do with this little friend Xiao Han. This is the Devilman Selection Competition. It's known as the cruelest and most ruthless selection. The winner takes all. Xiao Han didn't break the rules. He is stronger than my brother Cong Long. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. Besides, father, if you kill Xiao Han rashly, it's tantamount to provoking the Devilman Pagoda. This will lead to the destruction of our Heavenly Dragon Empire. The power of the Devilman Pagoda is unimaginable. Those ancient giants are suspected to have become immortals. Any one of them can destroy our empire with a single thought. Father, please reconsider." This. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was stunned. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor looked at Li Fanming. "Devilman Li Fanming, please advise my father. Don't let him get ahead of himself and cause trouble for his entire life." At this moment, Li Fanming was a little disheartened. He shook his hand. "Forget it. He's just a rookie who has just become a devilman. His true chi cultivation is a mess. The higher-ups may not pay much attention to him. There are many geniuses in this world. Every year, there will be countless geniuses emerging. This Xiao Han, you can do whatever you want with him. I don't care anymore." With that, Li Fanming had a thoughtful expression on his face as he quietly retreated to the side. "No. Xiao Han must be killed. Otherwise, our Heavenly Dragon Empire will lose its reputation. He's just a rookie. I don't believe that the Devilman Pagoda will declare war on our Heavenly Dragon Empire because of him. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire raises pure-blooded Swanni and pure-blooded Heavenly Dragons. Even if there are 3 to 5 ancient giants on the Devilman ranking, we won't be afraid. Song Yun, you don't have to say any more. I've made up my mind to kill him." "Father, you can't. Otherwise, please let me deal with Xiao Han," the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said anxiously. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. "Let you deal with him? Damn it! You want to eat me like that Qing Lin Demon Emperor?" "No. Song Yun, you are too kind and soft-hearted. If I let you deal with this bastard, you might release him secretly after locking him up for a few days. I can't let you deal with him." Song refused decisively. "Damn it, they are actually discussing how to deal with me? Fine, I will remember everything that happened today." Song, Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Li Fanming, Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, Nye Sainer. You bunch of trash, I will not let any of you off in the future. However, your father's influence is weak now, so I'll make a quick escape and leave first. Xiao Han thought quickly. He was ready to drain all his demonic energy and escape with his illusionary movement. Looking at the current situation, Even if Xiao Han shouted that Crown Prince Song Yun was the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, no one would believe him. Of course, the demonic energy contained in the 120 demonic veins was like an illusion. It was hard to say whether he could successfully escape from this group of experts. At this moment, a barbarian touched the corner of his oily lips, let out a drunken burp and stood up to say, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, please don't argue. I have an idea." The barbarian was fat and had triangular eyes. He looked like a pervert with a belly full of evil tricks. "Oh, Akmeo, what idea do you have? You've always been resourceful and resourceful. Your idea must be pretty good. Tell me quickly." Song Yun said sternly. "Yes." Akmeo nodded and said slowly, "This person killed the genius of our country, Crown Prince Song Yun. We can't let him go just like that." However, Crown Prince Song Yun's worry was not without reason. "How about this? Let's use the most ancient method of our heavenly dragon empire. Let him fight with the warriors of our country. If he could win, then he would be able to live. If he loses, let him be punished by the totem." "Accept punishment from the totem?" Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Han blurted out, "What does that mean?" "It means to throw you to feed the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon." "Ha ha ha. Don't you feel honored?" Akmeo laughed evilly. "Listen, this is very fair for you. Your life is in your own hands. If you defeat my country's brave warriors, you can directly obtain the right to live. Even if you lose when facing pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon, they might not eat you. This is not for certain, right? Throw me into the sealed building where the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon are kept." Xiao Han's eyes widened. He was ecstatic. "Ha ha ha. This brat is scared. Ha 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 ha. He's scared. Ha 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 ha. Wrestling. 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 Wrestling." Tens of thousands of barbarians who had eaten and drunk their fill in the entire Swanee Palace started shouting. Isn't my luck a little too good?" Xiao Han was puzzled. "Although I might not be able to refine the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon, I can at least give it a try. Once I refine them, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Wealth comes from danger. If I don't risk my life, how can I change in such a short period of time? Even if the barbarians didn't think of this dirty trick, I would still think of a way to enter the building. I really didn't expect that I would get a pillow when I was sleepy. To me, Xiao Han, this is no less than a great fortuitous encounter." Chapter 235. Xiao Han was in a precarious situation. He was coveted by the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. King Tsong's hatred, monster hero Li Fanming and the others fanned the flames. When Xiao Han's life was at stake, an important minister of the Heavenly Dragon Empire proposed to let Xiao Han participate in the ancient gladiator ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Once he was defeated, he would be thrown into the building that was used to raise pure-blooded Swan Ni and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. This was a cruel ceremony passed down from ancient times in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There was no way for the loser to survive. Over the years, hundreds of thousands of losers were buried in that terrible building. And, good. King Tsong's aura soared. His eyes flashed as he stared at Xiao Han. Then, "Xiao Han, I have already thought about this matter. Although the death of my son, Song Long, is related to you, I can't put all the blame on you. If I want to execute you directly, you will definitely not accept it. Moreover, the Monster Hero Tower may also pursue this matter. How about this, Xiao Han? You participate in the gladiator fight. As long as you can win, I swear that I will never pursue the matter of you murdering my son, Song Long. All the grievances will be written off." While speaking, King Tsong's eyes were filled with the smell of conspiracy. Obviously, this gladiator fight was not going to let Xiao Han win. "Oh." Xiao Han looked at King Tsong. "Xiao Han, you have no other choice. There is no way out. Do you know that?" King Tsong threatened in a stern voice. Inside the Swan Ni Palace, tens of thousands of barbarians with surging blood qi seized the opportunity and surrounded Xiao Han. They formed an impenetrable wall, which made it impossible for Xiao Han to escape. "It seems that I really have no other choice. Xiao Han deliberately put on an expression of a hero at the end of his road. Yu Ming and the other monster heroes sneered at the side. Their eyes were full of sarcasm. This Xiao Han was really awe-inspiring and heroic in the Hex Hero trial. He killed whoever he wanted and destroyed whoever he wanted. He wantonly crushed the rules of the competition, and even caused the death of the geniuses from the Hex Hero region. He probably thought that after he became a monster hero, he would also be able to destroy everything. He was always successful, but now... Ha 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 ha. This kind of despicable nouveau riche deserves to end up like this. The monster hero Zhou Chuan sneered. This person killed Zhang Sun Wuhan, the top genius in the East region, in the Hex Hero trials. Zhang Sun Wuhan is a distant relative of mine. Devilish hero Nye Sainer sneered. Li Fanming's face was filled with melancholy as he said indifferently. This Xiao Han is just an insignificant person. If he dies, then so be it. He's just a tiny wave in the ocean. However, it seems like we're destined to return empty-handed after coming all the way here to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Big brother Fan Ming, do you mean that there's a flaw in the information provided by the Yaoxia Pagoda? The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor isn't hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family? Yu Ming asked with a frown. Nope. I've carefully examined all the people on the scene. He didn't find any traces, not even the slightest bit of demonic aura. With my Talisman Transformation Realm Cultivation base, it's absolutely safe to use vital energy to read demonic chi. Even if the demon race has consumed a precious medicine that shields demonic chi, it's impossible to escape my detection. I can't fail. The only explanation was that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was not in the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. We will leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace tomorrow and look around. Li Fanming shook his head helplessly. And at this moment, Xiao Han, you are also a man, right? Don't be hesitant. King Tsong roared impatiently. All right. If you want to fight, let's fight. Xiao Han had a tragic look on his face. He was completely unafraid of death. Who are the brave warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Come at me. Even if I, Xiao Han, die, I will drag a few of you down with me. Yes. Xiao Han, you agreed to fight voluntarily. I didn't force you. Demon hero Li Fanming, you can be the witness for this matter, so that no one will find trouble with me in the future. King Tsong finally laughed heartily, as if he was going to take revenge. No problem. I can testify for this matter. Xiao Han is brave and fierce. He willingly accepted the ancient gladiatorial ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Li Fanming was also happy to do a favor for him. We can all testify. Yu Ming and the other demon heroes echoed. Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming, Yu Ming and the others indifferently. His heart was filled with killing intent. Xiao Han, my little friend. No. You can't accept the gladiatorial ceremony. Green Dragon Demonic Emperor looked anxious, as if he was very compassionate. However, deep in his eyes, there was a deep sense of regret, as if he felt that it was a waste of God's gift. Xiao Han, let me deal with you. Green Dragon Demonic Emperor blurted out. Let you kill me? Dig out my heart and eat it? Xiao Han sneered in his heart. I have seen through your disguise long ago. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. All right. Crown Prince Tsong Yun, you are a man of great righteousness and righteousness. Thank you for interceding for me. However, although I'm alone, I still have some tough bones. If you want to fight, let's fight. Moreover, I am not sure that I will lose. There is always a slim chance of survival. Xiao Han said generously. What slim chance? The ancient gladiatorial ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is 1 against 100. Xiao Han, do you think it is a one-on-one fight? Absolutely not. Once you agree to fight, you will have to face 100 of our strongest warriors. You will definitely die. Green Dragon Demonic Emperor said bitterly. Xiao Han was stunned. A burst of laughter could be heard from all directions. Ha ha ha. My son Tsong Yun, step back. Since Xiao Han has already agreed to the fight, then we should respect his decision. He is a hero, and he values his reputation and reputation the most. He wouldn't be willing to break his promise. Hafan. Xiao Han, that's right. According to the rules set by the ancestors of our clan, every clansman who participates in the battle will have to fight against one warrior of our clan. Xiao Han, you are very brave. Maybe you can defeat 10 warriors of our clan? Ha 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 ha. But throughout history, it seems that no outsider has ever won against us. Yes, your majesty. I remember that the outsider with the best result killed 11 warriors of our clan. He was torn into pieces and his body was eaten by the other warriors on the spot. Akmeo, who was full of evil tricks, said with a sinister smile. He looked like he was asking for credit. How despicable. Xiao Han pretended to be indignant. He paused for a while and said, since it has come to this, I, Xiao Han, have to fight. Good. Akmeo, go and prepare for the gladiatorial ceremony immediately. King Tsong ordered Akmeo excitedly. Then, King Tsong looked at Xiao Han coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man, a corpse. In the Bai and palace, tens of thousands of barbarians surrounded Xiao Han and brought him out of the palace. King Tsong accompanied Li Fanming and the other heroes out of the palace. Crown Prince Tsong Yun, who was also the Green Dragon demonic emperor, stayed behind. His eyes suddenly flashed with a vicious demonic light. He snorted coldly and immediately followed King Tsong Yun out. In the ancient gladiatorial arena in the palace. In the oval-shaped gladiatorial arena, there were already tens of thousands of barbarians sitting on the ring-shaped stands. Xiao Han was thrown onto the gladiatorial arena. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 iron gates opened one after another. Waves of primitive and violent aura burst out from every iron gate. In an instant, the entire gladiatorial arena was filled with whirlpools and the wind and clouds were rolling. Countless ferocious beast-like eyes shone in the dark night with cruelty and bloodlust. Boom! From one of the iron gates, an imposing barbarian walked out. He was 3 meters tall, bare-chested, and the muscles on his body rolled like a horned dragon. He looked ferocious and terrifying. He opened his mouth slightly and let out a roar, which had the power to devour mountains and rivers. When he stepped on the ground, it was like an earthquake. In his eyes, there were shadows of ancient ferocious beasts appearing and disappearing. This person has the strength of about 3 million cauldrons, but he doesn't cultivate true qi. Xiao Han evaluated immediately. Next, barbarians walked out from the iron gates in all directions. Each of them was like a towering mountain, and they gave off an invulnerable feeling. 100 barbarians surrounded Xiao Han. Among these 100 barbarians, about half of them cultivated true qi and cultivated both their bodies and bodies. Among them, there were a few who were at the expanding acupoint realm. However, the quality of their true qi was not as good as Yu Ming and the other heroes. Among them, there were some barbarians who seemed to have a special bloodline. There were actually lightning, flame, aurora, and other kinds of energy surging in their eyes. It seemed that these people were gifted and could communicate with the lightning world, flame world, and aurora world. It was no small matter. There are 100 powerful barbarians. Even if I am at my peak, with the 4 demon veins in my left arm demon sovereign's palm filled with demonic energy, it would still be difficult to kill all of them. Even if I use the world-extinguishing demon saber, it would still be impossible to kill all of them. The most optimistic outcome would be to forcefully kill a small portion of them, and then be surrounded and killed by them. Xiao Han was also clear about the current situation. Forget it. There is no need to waste my energy here. Let's conserve our strength and enter the place where the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swanee are kept and obtain fortuitous encounters. Once I succeed, I will come out and kill all of these bastards. What Demon Emperor Azure Dragon, King Tsong, Yu Ming, Li Fanming, all of them must die. Xiao Han thought quickly. At the next moment, ha 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 ha! I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, who has just become a demon hero, will die here. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a long and sorrowful roar. His aura was like a dragon and his voice spread far and wide. 1 against 100. I will definitely lose. Forget it, forget it. Why do I have to humiliate myself? Instead of dying in the hands of these barbarians, I would rather die in the mouths of the pure-blooded swanee and pure-blooded sky dragon. I, Xiao Han, admit defeat in this battle. Hua! The surrounding spectator stands were filled with mockery and laughter. Good. Killing him in this arena will also give us a reason to talk about it. There might be trouble in the future if we kill him. Since he has admitted defeat, we should quickly send him to the place where the totem rests. Feed him directly to our pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swanni. King Tsong suddenly stood up, looked at the night sky and said with a trembling voice, "My son, King Tsong, my father has already avenged you. Open your eyes and see. This Xiao Han is really a coward. He doesn't even have a bit of backbone." He directly admitted defeat without even fighting. Yu Ming sneered. "Ha! Yu Ming, you can't say that Xiao Han is weak. Even if the few of us join forces, we will certainly not be able to fight against the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Unless Big Brother Li Fanming, who is a talisman transformation realm expert, takes action. Even if Xiao Han accepts the challenge, he will still die tragically. It is better to just admit defeat." That demon hero Zhou Chuan shook his head and laughed. Xiao Han was immediately escorted to the place where the pure-blooded swanni and pure-blooded sky dragon were kept. I wonder if I can fulfill my wish and refine the two most precious pure-blooded giant beasts of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I hope the heavens can protect me, Xiao Han. In Xiao Han's heart, he was excited, expectant and a little nervous. Chapter 236. Xiao Han was escorted to the resting place of the totem by the barbarians of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was where the greatest glory and pride of the race was kept. Pure-blooded Tao Wu and pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon were kept. The troop escorting Xiao Han was so majestic that the entire imperial city was celebrating. King Tsong Yun was riding a huge tiger. He was galloping on the street in high spirits. He was in an indescribable high spirit. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor accompanied the king of Tsong Yun with a gloomy expression. "My son, Tsong Yun, in the next few days, Li Fanming is going to search for the whereabouts of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor in our country. You can help them," said the king of Tsong Yun Kingdom. "Yes, father." The Green Dragon Demon Emperor nodded slightly, and an undetectable demonic light flashed in his eyes. "There's no need to trouble Crown Prince Tsong Yun," said Li Fanming with a faint smile. Finally, after going around a long street, Xiao Han was escorted to the sealed building in the imperial city. It was thousands of feet tall and covered an area of dozens of miles. Roar, roar. Waves of muffled and violent howls resounded from within the buildings. They pierced through metal and cracked stone, shook the air in the surroundings to the point it became soft and brittle, and the origin energy in the surroundings was destroyed. Even though the aura of this powerful being had been obstructed by the layers of buildings, it still possessed an epic and mythical deterring force, causing this world to seem as if it was about to be destroyed. "Your Majesty!" The barbarian soldiers stationed there knelt on one knee and greeted. The reason why the Heavenly Dragon Empire can dominate the vast wilderness and no one dares to invade it is because they have pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Even with Li Fanming's ability, he felt a little restrained in front of the building. If it's really a pure-blooded Tao Wu and Heavenly Dragon, it would be difficult for them to fight against it. They might even be killed in seconds. However, a true pure-blooded primordial remnant is unlikely to appear on the surface. It's unlikely for them to appear on the surface of the vast wilderness. "Brother Li Fanming, do you mean that the Tao Wu and Heavenly Dragon raised by the Heavenly Dragon Empire aren't truly pure-blooded?" Yu Ming was slightly stunned. "They're still somewhat pure, and their bloodline is still noble. Although they're not as heaven-defying as their ancestors in the primordial era, they're still powerful. It cannot be subdued or killed," Li Fanming said with a faint smile. "No matter what, Xiao Han is definitely going to die this time. There's no way he'll be able to escape. A hero with a bright future has died just like that." Nye Saner smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. I'm about to go in and drink with Brother by An and Brother Sky Dragon. I hope those two won't be too violent." Xiao Han licked his lips. "All right, Xiao Han, you go. I wish you good luck." King Tsong Yun waved his hand and ordered the barbarian soldiers to throw Xiao Han into the building. Clang! 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 Dozens of barbarian soldiers. Each of them held a key in their hands and opened dozens of iron doors. Then with lightning speed, he threw Xiao Han in. Finally, he locked all the iron doors as if he was facing a great enemy. Ho! Ho! Excited and bloodthirsty howls immediately rang out from within the building. Then, the people outside could vaguely hear Xiao Han's screams. Ha 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 ha. King Songyun looked up to the sky and laughed. Burn incense. Comfort the soul of my son, blue dragon in heaven. My son, you've been a hero for a lifetime. I can't believe you died in the hands of a scoundrel. However, I've avenged you today. Awesome. Awesome. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyelids twitched a few times, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. However, he soon calmed down and sighed. Father, Demon Hero Li Fanming, I'll take my leave. Say, why did you do this? After saying that, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor left dejectedly. My eldest son is too pedantic and soft-hearted. King Songyun looked at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's back and shook his head slightly. Crown Prince Songyun is kind and virtuous. You'll definitely have a great opportunity in the future. Li Fanming smiled. He then bid farewell. Forget it, King Songyun, I've troubled you this time. I'll leave the Imperial City immediately and look for him in other places. If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is really not in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I'll leave the Great Wilderness and return to the Xianxia Pagoda to inform the higher-ups of the Xianxia Pagoda so that they can completely correct the loopholes in the information so that no more Xianxia will come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to cause trouble. In a tribe near the Imperial City of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The tribe was a vassal of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was a nomadic tribe that lived by water and grass. The land was fertile and the herdsmen planted a large number of fragrant fruits. In the depths of the dense forest of Hami melons, Crown Prince Songyun stood with his hands behind his back. Ha! It's the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In the depths of the forest of Hami melons, there was a cluster of black fruits. There was a dense demonic aura, and the air in all directions seemed to be flowing with demonic sounds. Black fruits were condensed on the branches of the trees. The black fruits were extremely evil. They were the size of an apple and there were densely packed demonic characters on their skin. It seemed that there was an extremely evil demon sealed in each fruit. Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit. The sacred treasure of the demon race. Only high-level demons were qualified to plant them. The Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit could not only replenish demonic power in a short period of time, but it could also awaken demonic meridians. More terrifyingly, it could give high-level demon emperors the opportunity to mutate. Humph. That young man, Xiao Han, clearly has a scent that attracts me. If I eat him, there might be a possibility of mutation. Unfortunately, that idiot Song Yun killed Xiao Han forcefully. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tone was extremely demonic and terrifying. However, I'm at a critical moment now. I'm only 10 demonic meridians away from successfully mutating and ascending to the heavens. At this time, I really can't afford to make any mistakes. In addition, that group of damned Xianxia is causing trouble again. There's a talisman transformation realm among them, and it's very difficult to deal with them. Hence, I dare not act rashly. Alright, when this Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest is completely ripe, I'll start to attack the last 10 demonic meridians. Once I succeed in mutating, the Heavenly Dragon Empire will become my kingdom of demons. It will become this Emperor's kingdom of demons. Hee. Totem Habitat. In the building that was hundreds of feet tall, Xiao Han's body was surging with starlight. The power of his flesh shell was condensed. He walked carefully. The ground was filled with bones that were piled up like a mountain. There were human corpses and a large number of beast skeletons. Some of the beast skeletons were hundreds of feet long. Their flesh and skin had been eaten clean, leaving only empty skeletons. A fierce ancient aura spread in all directions. A foul wind blew. Evil aura filled the sky. It made Xiao Han feel as if he was walking in Azura hell. Moreover, echoes could be heard from all directions as he took a step forward. At this moment, Xiao Han felt a great sense of danger, as if a dagger was stabbing into his back. He raised his head slightly and saw a huge creature that was emitting golden divine radiance. It was entrenched on a stone mountain in the building. It was hundreds of feet tall and looked like a divine lion. There was a golden dragon horn on its head that was extremely bright and dazzling. Its fur looked like it was made of gold and was shining brightly. It emitted a brilliant golden glow. It almost lit up the entire building, causing everything to be visible. In its eyes, there was a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. When it slightly opened its eyes, a divine light would burst out. Ancient runes would appear and disappear, scarlet clouds and gray mist would churn, and clouds would move in all directions. It was extremely intimidating. What a powerful and terrifying creature this was. It seemed to possess a high level of intelligence as it looked at the tiny Xiao Han with great interest. It didn't immediately pounce on him. Damn it! What a powerful aura! Is this a pure-blooded beast? It truly lives up to its reputation. It's not weaker than the Talisman Transformation Realm Demon Hero Li Fanming. Moreover, I can't estimate its strength. It's too majestic. In front of me, it's as if I'm facing a legend from the ancient times. Xiao Han was somewhat cowering. However, things had already come to this. He could not retreat at all. His hands silently formed a seal and he was about to stake everything on one throw and unleash the 10,000 beast devouring formation. He was going to make a crazy gamble. Roar. At the same time, a dragon's might was suppressed from above the building. Then, Xiao Han raised his head slightly and saw a dragon. This was not a hornless dragon, nor a flood dragon or a horned dragon. It was a real heavenly dragon. The dragon's might was extremely pure. The dragon's scales emitted infinite radiance. The dragon's eyes were as big as a water tank. There was a kind of ancient and deep luster in the pupils. Its body moved casually and it emitted a supreme dragon's might that could not be profaned by the world. Halos of light were emitted from the dragon's body, illuminating the world and making it the supreme ruler. A pure-blooded heavenly dragon. A pure-blooded heavenly dragon that could rival a pure-blooded swan and I. The heavenly dragon empire had raised and inherited it for countless years. It was a divine beast that was used to suppress the fate of the empire. Motherf ** Cur. If it wasn't for the fact that my flesh shell is strong, my chi and blood are vigorous, and I have the support of the indestructible golden body, I'm afraid that I would have been turned into a mist of blood just by facing these two big guys. It's too dangerous. Xiao Han was speechless. His blood had somewhat solidified. His entire body's essence, chi and spirit were highly concentrated and taut. His life's potential was greatly stimulated. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul was transparent, flawless and without any impurities. Roar! Roar! Finally, after a period of observation, the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee roared excitedly at Xiao Han. It was as if they knew that Xiao Han's blood chi was different from ordinary people. It would definitely be delicious and nourishing. This, pure-blooded swan and pure-blooded heavenly dragon. I, Xiao Han, passed by the heavenly dragon empire today and fell into the enemy's hands. Unfortunately, my battle prowess is inferior to the enemy's, and I am besieged on all sides. It is difficult for me to break out of the encirclement. Both of you are pure-blooded ancient giant beasts. Why don't you fuse your genes into my body so that I can inherit your strength? Xiao Han's words seemed to be understood by the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee. They were enraged, as if they could feel the provocation and covetousness of a tiny creature like Xiao Han. The next moment... Boom! Boom! The pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee pounced towards Xiao Han at the same time. Flying sand and stones. The ground cracked. Beams of light blasted everywhere. Space collapsed inch by inch. Damn it! Desperate! Whether I live or die, it all depends on this. Xiao Han's body shone brightly, and the bone scriptures were intertwining. He was bold and courageous. A man with nothing to lose was not afraid of a man with shoes. He was willing to be cut into pieces and drag the emperor down from his horse. 2,000 beast-devouring grand formations that had been brewing for a long time were launched at the same time. The faint immortal chi was faintly discernible, and the immortal rhythm was simple and unadorned. Almost at the same time, they covered the pure-blooded swan and pure-blooded sky dragon. To be continued. Chapter 237. In the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City's totem dwelling, Xiao Han faced the pure-blooded swan and pure-blooded heavenly dragon, his life hanging by a thread. He staked everything on one throw and took the risk out of desperation. He wanted to forcefully refine these two archaic descendants and temper his body to its peak state. The two archaic descendants had tyrannical auras that soared into the heavens. They were as austere as winter. With just a slight breath, those with weak auras would inevitably turn to ashes. Just as the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee pounced toward Xiao Han had already prepared two 10,000 beast-devouring arrays. Shroud these two primordial species. Ho! Ho! The pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Swanee let out soul-shaking howls. Light erupted from their bodies. In an instant, all of the vitality in the building withered and vanished. Heaven and earth yuan qi became chaotic, light twisted, and air collapsed. The space around them shattered, and mushroom clouds exploded everywhere. These two colossal creatures desperately wanted to break free, but they were tightly bound by the two formations. Immortal runes were moving, destroying all living creatures. Faint immortal sounds were emitted, suppressing all beasts. Hey! Xiao Han was almost sent flying by the shockwave, but he was now in a horse stance, his body still and unmoving. His indestructible golden body had been pushed to the extreme, and he was like a lone boat in the middle of a raging storm. It was as if the boat could be destroyed at any moment, and he could die. But he was very tenacious, and he did not overturn at all, hovering between life and death. Hold on. These two big guys are fighting for their lives, but sooner or later, I will refine them into dregs. Xiao Han's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. An hour later. Ho! The surface of the pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded sky dragon began to ripple. Their howls changed from fierce and furious to manic and terrified. The next moment, Xiao, from the pure-blooded Swanee's body, a ray of golden light that shone like a star appeared. It shot towards Xiao Han in an instant. From the pure-blooded sky dragon's body, a ray of light that could illuminate all things shot towards Xiao Han. Pooh! The golden light and the light shot into Xiao Han's body at the same time. Suddenly, two extremely powerful and heaven-defying life forces appeared. In an instant, it exploded in Xiao Han's flesh shell. These two waves of vitality were too powerful, and there was a clear ancient aura to them. They were ferocious like a raging torrent and a raging sea. Moreover, it was as if they were inflating a balloon, and Xiao Han's body immediately swelled up. Xiao Han suddenly floated up from the ground. His entire body felt like it had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Puchi! Puchi! His entire body. His brain and even his soul shook violently. It was as if gunpowder had been ignited and suddenly exploded. This caused Xiao Han to feel as though he was about to be turned into minced meat. Ouch! 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 Unimaginable. Indescribable pain. In an instant, it occupied every nerve, every muscle, every cell in Xiao Han's body. Ah! Xiao Han let out a heart-wrenching howl. His spirit had always been extremely resilient. It was almost impossible for him to be defeated by pain or even death. He could already remain calm and collected. Even if they were severely injured, they would not even frown or grunt. Even if they were cut into pieces, they would not admit defeat. But this kind of pain was unbearable for Xiao Han. It exceeded his limits, causing Xiao Han to let out a piercing shriek. Pooh! Xiao Han's 7 apertures suddenly burst out with blood. His clothes were shaken into pieces. Blood spurted out from his pores. At the same time, misty steam rose from Xiao Han's body. Golden light and auspicious qi rose. The clouds were steaming and the red clouds lingered. The clouds were indistinct. It hurt so much. It's like I'm being executed by 1,000 cuts and torn apart by 5 horses. It's too explosive. Too ferocious. I've never felt so much pain in my life. It's like I've walked through hell. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. However, Xiao, another ray of golden light and a ray of light were separated from the bodies of the two ancient species and shot towards Xiao Han. Bang! Xiao Han's body emitted a terrifying sound like gunpowder exploding a mountain. Qi waves surged like tides. Hurricanes rose in all directions. The air was chaotic. The rocks in the building were blown up and directly shattered into pieces. Pooh! A mouthful of blood shot out from Xiao Han's mouth. He had completely vomited 3 liters of blood. Ah! His physical body was about to disintegrate. His soul was also about to be torn apart and collapsed. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, am going to lose this time? Activating the 10,000 beast-devouring art and absorbing the blood and genes of the pure-blood mutated beasts, not only could it not refine my physical body and increase my strength, but it would also cause me to explode in an instant? Roar! I, Xiao Han, cannot die here. I, Xiao Han, have obtained a fortuitous encounter and cultivated an immortal technique. If I die so easily, wouldn't it be a waste of a heavenly treasure? It would be a waste of this great fortune. I cannot die. Xiao Han shouted in the depths of his heart. Boom! The hot flow of the indestructible golden body in his body began to wash and frantically repair and nourish the heavy injuries on Xiao Han's physical body. Xiao Han also immediately began to practice the first 70 movements of the indestructible golden body. I am as calm and unmoving as the earth. I will endure all the pain and sufferings. Come on. In front of the inhuman pain, Xiao Han's life potential was also stimulated to the greatest extent. It allowed him to display an unprecedented endurance. His immortal willpower fiercely resisted the pain and suffering. Boom! Golden light and light suddenly spread out in all directions from Xiao Han's body. It was like the endless medicinal power of immortal pills and precious medicines. It flowed into every inch of Xiao Han's flesh, cells, organs, bones, and even into Xiao Han's soul. His body was nourished and strengthened. His flesh and blood were condensed and strengthened. His mind was stimulated and nurtured. The strength of his flesh and blood started to rise. It was as if there was no end to it. Xiao, Xiao. Another golden light and light slashed into Xiao Han's body. Pooh! Xiao Han's body exploded into a bloody mist as he spat out an arrow of blood. However, within this blood, there seemed to be some impurities. It was as if there were wastes hidden deep within Xiao Han's body. Even the clotted blood and impurities on his genes and bones were forcefully blasted out. It was still a heart-wrenching pain. The situation was extremely dangerous. Xiao Han could be torn apart and die at any moment. Once Xiao Han was hit by the violent life force of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon, not only would his body turn into powder and disappear from the world, his soul and consciousness would also be destroyed. However, Xiao Han used his powerful flesh and blood as his foundation. He used the indestructible golden body to protect his life. In addition to his perseverance, he forcefully suppressed the crazy pain. Ah! 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 Xiao Han continued to let out the blood-curdling screams of the cuckoos and blood-weeping apes. It was heartbreaking and heartbreaking. Outside the building, densely packed barbarian soldiers were guarding the place. Vaguely, the roars of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon could be heard from the building. They could also hear Xiao Han's inhumane screams. This? It seems that the two pure-blooded beasts are ravaging that young Xiao Han. Just by listening to that young Xiao Han screams, one could tell how terrible and terrifying the situation was. Too terrifying. If he was swallowed in 1 or 2 bites, it would be fine. But to be tortured so piecemeal, it's too cruel, too cruel. A barbarian soldier's teeth were sore. He pricked up his ears to listen, then shook his head repeatedly. I guess he has been tortured to the point that he doesn't look human anymore. Humph. This Xiao Han killed our Tsong Dragon Crown Prince in the Hex Hero trial this time. Now, the torture and abuse he has suffered are retribution. This kind of person should die so quickly. It's not enough. We must torture him to death. Only then will it be satisfying, and the king will be very happy. Another barbarian soldier said with a smile. Inside the building, under the operation of the 10,000 beast devouring formation, the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon were broken down and refined inch by inch. They turned into golden light and shot into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han fought with his life, crazily absorbing the blood and genes of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon. Gradually, even the roars of the Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon were produced in Xiao Han's body. It was as if there were pure-blooded Swan Ni and pure-blooded Sky Dragon inside Xiao Han's body. Half a month later, 1/3 of the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon had been refined. The beast roars in Xiao Han's body became more and more tragic, louder and louder, almost resounding through the sky. Xiao Han's strength had increased from the original 2.4 million cauldron to 5.8 million cauldron. Xiao Han felt that the bones in his body had completely turned into a kind of golden color, and there were golden light and light floating around, like the bones of a god. The muscles in his body could be hard or soft. They could be as soft as cotton, or as hard as star steel. His control of strength was almost perfect, and he could do whatever he wanted. His body was full of explosive power with a slight movement, and his aura was chilling. A month later, the pure strength of Xiao Han's body had reached a terrifying 8 million cauldron. Now, he could already easily refine and absorb the vitality of the Swan Ni and the Sky Dragon. His facial expression was no longer ferocious, and he looked carefree, as if he had everything under control. Devouring and refining the genes of the giant beasts, the stronger his body's strength was, the richer his capital was, and the easier it was. Now, with the 8 million cauldron's strength, it was easy for Xiao Han to absorb and refine the remaining life essence of the two ancient giant beasts. A month and a half later, the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon had been completely refined and absorbed by Xiao Han. Not a single dregs was left. As a result, Xiao Han's pure body's strength had reached a shocking 12 million cauldron. Within Xiao Han's body, the roars of the Swan Ni and the Sky Dragon could be heard. They emitted a desolate and primitive aura that shook the soul and caused the world to change colors. Their roars contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers. It was as if these two primordial beasts had been transplanted into Xiao Han's body. I finally succeeded. I, Xiao Han, have finally succeeded. At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes were unprecedentedly bright, like two resplendent stars. Who? He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the air current surged like a hurricane, blowing a large area of space into pieces and distorting light. 12 million cauldrons divine strength. Xiao Han slightly released his aura. With a boom, an unparalleled force rose from Xiao Han's body, causing the ground to tremble and crack. The gravel and sand on the ground were blown up, spinning at high speed in mid-air. The friction created sparks and fireworks. It was a marvelous sight. I suddenly have the illusion that I can pluck the stars and the moon. Xiao Han smiled faintly. At this moment, Xiao Han was like the reincarnation of an ancient pure-blooded giant beast. Just his aura alone could shock people to death. His aura swept across 3,000 zhong, the belly of the Swan Ni and the Sky Dragon, a thought that could overturn rivers and seas. I can be wild in the vast wilderness. Chapter 238. Xiao Han completely refined and absorbed the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon, not leaving a single drop behind. His flesh shell's strength rose to 12 million cauldron. From within Xiao Han's body, the roars of a Swan Ni and a Sky Dragon could be heard. His entire body was filled with an ancient aura, and every cell in his body was filled with explosive power. He was an extremely dangerous person, filled with an unparalleled pressure, like a human-shaped beast or a human-shaped weapon. Xiao Han slowly stretched out his palm. His 5 fingers were like mountains, rolling mist. Thunderous roars of giant beasts resounded in the air. Absolute power surged out. With a slight movement of his 5 fingers, golden spears and armored horses floated up and down, flickering with a rarely seen divine light. 12 million cauldrons of pure physical strength. I wonder if it can shake the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and evil hero Li Fanming. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, Xiao Han was in a very sorry state. His clothes had been torn to shreds, and he stood there naked. His face and body were covered in black filth, and his hair was as messy as a beggar's. Heh! Going out just like that? Xiao Han shook his head and broke into laughter. Afterwards, the spirit turtle's true chi surged and sealed up the violent aura of the flesh shell slightly. His entire body settled down, silently, like a peerless blade hidden in a case. He sat cross-legged. Outside the totem habitat. It was a dark and windy night, and it was a treacherous night. The barbarian soldiers who were guarding the buildings gathered together in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing with each other in private. These past few days, there's been some movement inside. That Xiao Han would howl miserably every few days. It seems like he hasn't been tortured to death by the 2 giant beasts yet. What was going on? It's almost been 2 months, and he's still not dead? This person's life is really tough. Something is indeed wrong. The 2 behemoths' auras are getting weaker by the day. Could it be that Xiao Han had subdued the 2 giant beasts? That's not possible, right? What a joke. Subduing 2 pure-blooded primordial descendants? Do you think a prisoner like Xiao Han can do it? If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have been thrown to feed the giant beasts. Suddenly, The building, which was filled with danger and ancient roars, suddenly fell silent. Calm as still water. Quiet as a ghost. Not only could people no longer hear the domineering roars of pure-blooded swan and pure-blooded sky dragon. Even the desolate ancient aura that was suppressing the fate of the heavenly dragon empire stopped abruptly as if it was annihilated. The resting place of the totem seemed to have turned into a grave. Hiss! The barbarian soldiers were the first to notice the abnormality. They could not help but feel their hair stand on end. They all gathered together. What's going on? All of a sudden, there was no sound? Did something happen? Something big must have happened. It's as if I can't sense the life force of the pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Tao Wu anymore. This is unbelievable. What exactly happened? Enough. Don't make wild guesses. Listen, open all the doors and send a few warriors in to take a look. After a short period of discussion, the barbarian soldiers decided to take out the keys and open the iron doors that sealed the building so that they could go in and see what was going on. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the silent building. Right now, he was naked, and there were no spare clothes in his storage ring or true acupoints. Xiao Han didn't know whether to go out or stay, and he was in a bit of a dilemma. After thinking about it, Xiao Han could not think of a good plan. Feeling bored, Xiao Han took out the evil hero token and turned on the message function. He received several messages at once. Xiao Han, if you encounter any danger in the Heavenly Dragon Empire that you can't handle, return to the Pure Cloud sect immediately. Remember. Xiao Mingqiu, how are you now? Do you need me to come and help? Mo Qing Tong. Xiao Han, Qing Tong is teaming up with other evil heroes in the North region. She successfully killed a low-level demon emperor and earned a lot of contribution points. Moreover, Qing Tong also picked up a map of the ancient ruins. Xiao Han. She invited you to explore the ruins with her team. Give her a reply. Fatty Zhu. Boss, Fatty has opened the 41st True Acupoint. His realm has risen to the 5th level of True Qi. Boss, where are you? Hua Fan. Junior brother Xiao Han. Is everything all right? Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Han? Xiao Han. Yunrong wants to hear your voice. Xiao Han? Xiao Han did not expect that after he turned off the message function, so many friends would leave messages for him. It made Xiao Han's heart warm up. Heh. I will also reply to them. Xiao Han smiled and prepared to leave messages for his friends one by one to let them know that he was safe. At this moment, clang, clang, clang. One after another, the thick and heavy iron doors were opened. Oh! Xiao Han's heart moved. It seems that after I retracted my aura, the barbarian soldiers outside have already sensed the abnormality. Great. I will take this opportunity to slip out. Xiao Han quietly moved his feet and hid in the shadows of the building, holding his breath. More than 10 barbarian soldiers, holding heavy weapons such as halberds, axes, and wolf teeth clubs, carefully entered the building. The densely packed barbarian soldiers were waiting outside vigilantly. Unexpectedly, after the barbarian soldiers entered, they were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no more sound. What was more frightening was that the barbarian soldiers did not even make a sound. It was as if they had entered another world, evaporating and disappearing. A deep fear and creepiness suddenly seized all the barbarian soldiers who were guarding outside, ready to rush into the building if there was any abnormality. They looked at each other with chills running down their spines. Inside the building, Xiao Han held a set of animal skin armor in his hands. On the ground were the corpses of more than 10 barbarian soldiers. All of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their internal organs had exploded. It fits perfectly. At this moment, Xiao Han was already dressed neatly. His whole body was wrapped in a brightly colored animal skin armor. He also wore a horned hat on his head. I am going out. Xiao Han lowered his head and slowly walked out. Outside the building. Damn it. What terrible thing has happened? No. Go in and have a look. All of you go in. A barbarian leader's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat and his face was twisted. At this moment, they are out. Our people are out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a barbarian soldier slowly walked out of the building. wearing a brightly colored animal skin armor and a horned hat. He lowered his head and walked straight out. When he was outside, he stretched his body a little. His whole body crackled like beans being fried. His breath was like a dragon's roar. His internal organs surged like a tiger's roar. An inexplicable sense of danger suddenly radiated out. The barbarian soldier did not even raise his head. He was about to pass through the crowd and walk out. Stop! Stop! The barbarian leader's throat was dry and he screamed in a trembling voice. Where are the others? What about Xiao Han? What about the pure-blooded Tao Wu and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon? The barbarian soldier that walked out of the building. Naturally, it was Xiao Han. Xiao Han had been locked up in the building for nearly 2 months. Now that he could see the light of day again, although it was a dark and windy night, he was in a good mood. He felt as if he had broken free from the shackles of a cage. He did not answer and only lowered his head and walked quickly. Damn it! Stop! Suddenly, a barbarian soldier roared. A barbarian soldier roared. He was carrying a thick mace, and in a moment of desperation, he threw it towards Xiao Han's back. Like a flying meteor, it was powerful and heavy, piercing through the air and destroying everything. An ordinary person. If he was hit, he would definitely be torn into pieces and die. Hey! Xiao Han's body trembled slightly, but he did not look back. His right hand reached out. Boom! This grab, his 5 fingers were like hooks. Between his palms, there was a kind of great destruction, an invincible violent power. The roar of a tiger and dragon could suppress ghosts and gods. Poochie! In an instant, the flying mace was crushed into powder. It was like crushing a piece of tofu. He. Xiao Han raised his head slightly. Coincidentally, a crescent moon swam out from the dark clouds, and a ray of clear light shone on the side of Xiao Han's face. It was a dark and dirty face, but his eyes were as bright as gems, as dazzling as stars. Hiss! It's that Xiao Han. It's that Xiao Han. Immediately, a barbarian soldier let out a dry howl as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Han actually did not die. This is, what is going on? Oh, how could I die in the hands of you barbarians? I am the evil hero. A evil hero will not die so easily. Xiao Han teased. Xiao Han. You. My clan's pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. The barbarian leader's face twitched. His voice was hurried. Oh, pure-blooded Swanee? Pure-blooded Sky Dragon? Xiao Han patted his stomach. They are all here. The barbarian soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. But very quickly, the barbarian leader gave an order, and the densely packed barbarian soldiers, each holding a heavy weapon, had already surrounded Xiao Han. Puff! A brilliant firework soared into the sky and blossomed in the pitch-black night sky, forming a mighty and massive pattern of a heavenly dragon. Xiao Han. You actually did not die, no. But you can't run away. I have already set off the signal firework. This is our imperial city, heavily guarded. You can't run away. The barbarian leader King Kong roared fiercely, his eyes glaring with anger. The barbarian soldiers were worthy of being called barbarian soldiers. After a short period of shock and horror, they regrouped and released their sharp battle intent, firmly surrounding Xiao Han, as if they were surrounding a giant beast, ready to hunt it. Xiao Han was happy and fearless. His whole person was very calm. Originally, I wanted to deal with the Green Dragon Demon Emperor first. I did not want to fight with you shrimp soldiers, crab generals and Luo Ho, but since you want to court death, then I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. I naturally know that this is the imperial city of Heavenly Dragon Empire, an important military location, guarded by countless barbarian soldiers. However, I see nothing here. I will sweep through everything. Today, I will bathe the imperial city of Heavenly Dragon Empire in blood. As if there is no one here. Presumptuous. Xiao Han, you. The barbarian leader burst out with a roar that sounded like a tsunami. What are you shouting for? When I say bathe, I mean it. Dang. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, the strength of his flesh shell surged like a tide, crushing the space in an instant, rushing to the front of the barbarian leader. He struck out with his palm. Boom! The momentum of this palm was like a sudden clap of thunder, as fast as lightning, as violent as thunder. The airflow within a radius of more than 100 feet suddenly became chaotic, collapsed, twisted and withered. Puff! The barbarian leader did not have time to react. His head was hit by Xiao Han's palm. With a puchi, the barbarian leader whose flesh shell strength had reached 2 million ding was smashed into pieces. It scattered in all directions. Xiao Han's palm was like a big iron hammer, fiercely smashing on the top of an egg. The barbarian leader did not even have time to react. His whole body was smashed into pieces, leaving only a piece of human skin on the ground, bones, muscles, internal organs, soul. Everything was smashed into pieces and turned into nothingness. If you want to live, scram immediately. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Xiao Han said ferociously. P.S. There are too many relatives who are going to celebrate the new year. My family is also treating me. My mother-in-law is also treating me. Sigh, I am so tired. Every day, I only manage to squeeze out a little time to update a chapter when I am back home. I hope everyone can understand. I did not save any chapters. I really have no other choice. The target for February's update is as follows. February has 28 days. The basic minimum is 56 chapters. 99 chapters from last month have not been completed. Adding up to 155 chapters. I do not dare to play anymore. Chapter 239. Ever since Xiao Han accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and came to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, he had suffered many setbacks. Because of the enmity between him and the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince, he became the enemy of the entire Heavenly Dragon Empire. He was even thrown into the totem habitat to feed the giant beasts. He felt very aggrieved. Now, Xiao Han's flesh shell was complete. He was like a ferocious tiger that had jumped out of the abyss to kill. He wanted to see blood. In just one move, he had smashed a barbarian leader into pieces. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll slap all of you to death. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the crowd, and his aura burst forth. Ho! The terrifying roar of a giant beast reverberated from within Xiao Han's body, causing the air around him to soften. His entire body was like the mountains and rivers, with the sky above his head, showing the vicissitudes of eternity. Tornadoes that could destroy heaven and earth were brewing in every cell of Xiao Han. His eyes were as deep as the Milky Way, with a divine light that could not be found in the mortal world, as well as an ancient and desolate aura. Ho! It was as if Xiao Han's body was rearing a primordial desolate beast. Ah! All of a sudden, the barbarian soldiers surrounding Xiao Han were intimidated and retreated in all directions. Only a few dozen ferocious and fearless brute soldiers remained. They still held their weapons tightly and breathed rapidly. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they wanted to fight with their lives on the line. Just then, bang, 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 bang. The entire sky above the imperial city was filled with endless fireworks. Everywhere in the north, south, east and west, fireworks exploded, creating images of all kinds of desolate beasts. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The imperial city was in an uproar. Hong long glong, hong long glong, hong long glong. From all directions, the sound of iron hooves trampling the ground rumbled like thunder. Countless cavalrymen were charging over. Ho, ho! Dozens of giant wands flew across the sky, and on each giant wand stood a dense group of barbarian soldiers. Ha 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 ha! The tens of barbarian soldiers that were surrounding Xiao Han relaxed their vigilance and nervousness, and laughed sinisterly. Xiao Han, you are surrounded. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Heh! Xiao Han's expression was calm. His mind moved slightly. It seems like I am indeed surrounded. I don't know how many barbarian soldiers are charging towards the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Moreover, where is the so-called Crown Prince Tsang, who is also the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Had it completed its mutation? It had already awakened 99,990 monster meridians, and only needed 10 more to successfully mutate. Once the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor mutates, it will be a catastrophe for the human race. Forget it, I will kill my way out of the imperial city and hide. hoping to find the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor as soon as possible. If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is in the Imperial City now, I will fight it to the death. I must get the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. Only by devouring the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and learning the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's intrinsic demonic technique, I might be able to compete with Li Fanming. Xiao Han had made up his mind. Xiao Han, surrender yourself to us. Trapped like a turtle in a jar, you have nowhere to run. The barbarian soldiers surrounding Xiao Han regrouped and became excited. I don't want to play with you anymore. I will kill my way out first. Xiao Han grinned. With a loud bang, his aura was condensed to its peak, and then it exploded. Boom! All of a sudden, the airflow within a radius of tens of feet collapsed, twisted and caved in. The barbarian soldiers in all directions were like toads, crawling on the ground. Xiao Han let out a long laugh, and his body moved, and he flashed out. Chase! Dozens of barbarian soldiers climbed up, waved their weapons, and chased after Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not slow down, and he struck out with his palm. This palm contained 12 million ding of divine power, the fall of the river, fall of the star, and in an instant, dozens of barbarian soldiers were crushed. Their bodies were smashed into pieces, and dozens of flattened human skins appeared on the ground. Xiao Han could vaguely identify the way out of the Imperial City. His body was strong, and with just a jump, he could travel hundreds of feet, and he ran out of the Imperial City. Xiao Han, stop! Along the way, many barbarian soldiers tried to stop Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not reply, and he casually grabbed with both hands, as if he was grabbing a chick, and pulled the barbarian soldiers over, and threw them out with all his might, smashing the houses in the Imperial City, causing them to collapse and explode, and smoke and dust billowed. Xiao Han was like an unstoppable man. Roar! A giant ape, whose whole body was burning with scarlet light, stood up from the direction of the Imperial Palace. It was as majestic as a mountain, and its eyes were like a sea of blood. The ape's pupils burst out with a terrifying light, sweeping left and right. Wherever its gaze passed, the air evaporated, and the space caved in. On the head of the giant ape stood a large group of people. The leader was the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Song. Behind him stood a group of important ministers. Damn it! Evil beast! Song San jumped, and his facial features shifted, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. You actually did not die. Moreover, my tribe's sacred totem beast, the pure-blooded Swan Ni and pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon, seemed to have met with misfortune. Xiao Han, you have blasphemed our ancient and great race. You will be buried here. You will definitely die. Roar! King! King! Please don't be angry, Xiao Han. Xiao Han can't escape. He has already fallen into the encirclement of our army. It will be difficult for him to survive. Moreover, King, this brat murdered our sacred beasts. He must have a great secret on him. If we are able to capture him, dig out his heart, extract his blood and extract his marrow, and obtain his secret, it will be immeasurable benefits for our tribe. The secret on him might be even more valuable than our sacred beasts. It's a pity that demon hero Li Fanming and my son Song Yun are currently not in the Imperial City. Otherwise, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to capture this brat. Song's face was gloomy. Xiao Han decided to kill his way out of the Imperial City. Thus, he immediately rushed out of the Imperial City. He jumped like a meteor, and his body tore through the air, leaving behind a rolling white wave. A main road that could allow hundreds of cavalry to run side by side. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hundreds of cavalrymen trampled towards Xiao Han. The sound of killing shook the heavens. Like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Unstoppable. The cavalrymen did not ride on war horses, but on a type of mammoth beasts. The mammoth beasts could be more than 3 zhang long, and their entire bodies were covered with thick hair that looked like steel needles. Their ferocious aura was monstrous, and they possessed great strength left behind from the ancient times. They were a large-scale army that could attack cities and break through enemy lines. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Regiment had once conquered a tribe with a population of 1 million with only 10,000 of them. In that battle, 10,000 mammoth beasts launched an attack at the same time, and directly broke through the wall of the tribe. They completely ignored the arrows and innate chi attacks, as if they were in a no-man's land. They trampled over tens of thousands of enemy soldiers, and blood flowed like a river. Corpses filled the field, and the enemy's heart and liver were destroyed, and they finally chose to surrender. Now, there were 700 to 800 mammoth beasts rushing towards Xiao Han. These mammoth beasts were all covered in armor, and their heads and faces were painted with dye. They looked like ferocious ghosts with green faces and fangs. With just a slight attack, there would be air explosions in all directions, and the ground would crack inch by inch. On top of the giant ape's head. King. Our Imperial Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Regiment is attacking. If they face Xiao Han head-on, they will definitely be able to break Xiao Han's momentum. Make him run away or surrender. If he doesn't handle it well, he will definitely be trampled into a meat patty. A famous barbarian said in a booming voice. N. The Imperial Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Regiment is one of the strongest troops in our Heavenly Dragon Empire. They can slaughter cities and destroy countries. They are trustworthy. Song nodded repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with calmness. This king wants to see how this Xiao Han is going to resist stubbornly. Hee. Cavalry? All of you die for this father. Xiao Han did not dodge or retreat. Suddenly, his whole body collapsed. He collapsed hundreds of zhang high. Then he landed on the ground. Xiao Han fell from hundreds of zhang high in the sky, and directly landed in the middle of hundreds of mammoth beasts. Boom! Xiao Han stamped his feet on the ground. The whole ground suddenly collapsed, and with a rumbling sound, with Xiao Han's feet as the center, a huge earthquake occurred. Puchi! 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 The rock ground that was as hard as iron was split into pieces, floating in the air, and then exploded. The air was distorted, and the mammoth beasts in the surroundings were overturned. Their armors cracked, and a large group of mammoth beasts let out cries of despair and death. Then, their huge bodies began to explode. The body of the barbarian soldier on the back of the giant mammoth beast also cracked like porcelain. His body was shattered. Blood flowed out from their 7 orifices, and all of them were sent flying. Huge python-like cracks spread out in all directions like lightning, and smoke and dust filled the air. Pang! 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 The stone houses were torn apart by the twisting power. With just a jump and a fall, a troop of Imperial Mammoth Beasts cavalry was destroyed. Xiao Han was as terrifying as a real swan and I. His lethality was too shocking. There was only one remaining mammoth beast at the back. The barbarian soldier on the back of the beast was scared out of his wits. He turned around and was about to escape. He was so scared that he wet his pants, and was crying non-stop. Pang! Xiao Han's body moved, and directly collided with the mammoth beast and the barbarian soldier, causing them to explode, and a cloud of blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Han stomped his right foot again, and the ground collapsed. Thousands of spider web-like cracks spread out in all directions, and the ground within a radius of a few hundred zhang suddenly sank, forming a shocking hole. Whoever dares to block me will die. Xiao Han roared. His aura was incomparably sharp, and it was as if he had been possessed by a god. The light in his eyes was terrifying, and no one dared to look him in the eyes. The barbarian soldiers in all directions covered their heads and fled. Pang! 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 Xiao Han once again jumped out of the city. On top of the giant ape's head. Song and the other ministers were all terrified, as if they had lost their parents. No! Our most elite troop, the Imperial Mammoth Beasts Cavalry Unit, was destroyed by Xiao Han. Annihilated. My king, this person is too terrifying. His pure physical strength is more than 100,000 ding, like a pure-blooded swan and no one can stop him. My king. We can't stop him. Air troops. Air troops. The strongest troops of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are moving out. Kill. We must capture or kill this bastard at all costs. Roar. Song King was filled with hatred, and he roared loudly. Jejia, jejia, jejia. A huge shadow swept across the sky. That was a dozen of the strongest giant Yuan, and they pounced toward Xiao Han. Each of the giant phoenixes was dozens of feet long. Their feathers were burning with flames and divine light. Crimson clouds and mist roiled. Furthermore, on the back of the giant Yuan, The strongest archers of the Heavenly Dragon Empire were all pulling their bows and shooting at Xiao Han. Air troops. The strongest army of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. For the Heavenly Dragon Empire, they had established an immortal meritorious deed. The giant Luan's blood qi was monstrous, and it was cruel and vicious. The archer's strength was tyrannical, and they could shoot a willow tree 100 steps away, and search for the soul from 1,000 miles away. One arrow could destroy a mountain. The two of them complemented each other. Xiao, 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 xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air was like a violent storm. Heavens! In the sky, a scarlet light burst out, and the momentum was terrifying. Hundreds of scarlet lights shot toward Xiao Han, and the sound was like a soul-locking sound. The 100 transformations of the fish and dragon had a shocking aura, and it tore through the sky. Waves of ferocious beasts' baleful qi rose up, and it was terrifying. Those were the hundreds of bone arrows shot by the archers. Every bone arrow was about 10 zhang long, and when they were shot out, it was like a volcanic eruption. They could easily pierce through the hardest city walls, and if they hit a person's body, they would immediately explode and turn into a mist of blood. Hundreds of bone arrows scattered, covering an area of a few hundred zhang. They sealed off Xiao Han's front, back, left, and right. They wanted to turn Xiao Han into a hornet's nest. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han let out a loud laugh, and his indestructible golden body burst out. This indestructible golden body used Xiao Han's flesh as its foundation. The stronger Xiao Han's flesh was, the stronger the indestructible golden body would be. At this moment, the strength of Xiao Han's flesh had reached 12 million ding. Once he activated the indestructible golden body with all his strength, 10,000 rays of annihilation starlight burst out, and the disillusionment nebula, star sand, cold dust, 10,000 zhang. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Xiao Han let out a roar, and the densely packed bone arrows shot into the annihilation starlight and cold dust near Xiao Han's body. Clanging sounds rang out, and a large area of space rippled. These bone arrows could not penetrate the indestructible golden body, and were all knocked away. In the next moment, boom! Xiao Han's feet stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot up into the sky. Whistling up. In an instant, he jumped up several hundred zhang high, and suddenly rushed into the middle of the flock of giant Luans. True qi seeped out from Xiao Han's body, causing his body to stop in the air. Qiao! The giant Luan let out a frightened wail, as if it had a premonition of death. The archers on the giant Luan's back were caught off guard. They did not expect that not only did they fail to kill Xiao Han, but Xiao Han had also jumped up. They once again drew their bows, but it was already too late. Pang! Xiao Han struck out with his palm. It directly hit the head of a giant Luan. Pooh! The giant Luan, along with the barbarian weapon on its back, trembled violently, and then suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Pooh! 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 Xiao Han's face was as calm as water, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He walked in the air with majestic steps, and both of his hands struck out again and again, smashing the giant Luan into pieces. His qi was majestic and majestic, like the sun and the moon in the sky, like the stars shining down, like the rivers flowing on the ground. The air within a radius of several zhang was sucked dry by Xiao Han's strength, forming a huge whirlpool of energy. The giant Luan could not fly out of this whirlpool, and could only accept the cruel fate of being killed by Xiao Han. Within a dozen breaths, Xiao Han smashed dozens of giant Luan with his bare hands. Some of the barbarian weapons on the back of the giant Luan were directly killed by the aftershock of his strength, and some fell to the ground and were smashed into meat paste. Xiao Han was completely unstoppable, as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. In the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, almost all the barbarians raised their heads to look at the one-sided massacre that was taking place in the sky. Their hearts were filled with grief, and their hearts were like dead ashes. They knew that the man in the sky was like an ancient pure-blooded beast that they could not contend against. Every move he made could bring a terrible disaster to them. When there was only one giant Luan left, Xiao Han did not smash it into pieces. Instead, he directly grabbed the giant Luan and used all his strength to smash the giant ape that was being ridden by the Tsang King. The power of this smash was like the descent of an ancient demon god. It was like a cosmic storm that swept through the starry sky, shook the sun and moon, and smashed the continent. It was like a god descending to the mortal world, and his iron hooves trampled everywhere, causing the mountains and rivers to fall. Bang! The giant Luan smashed into the chest of the giant ape. The giant Luan was directly smashed into pieces, and a hole appeared on the chest of the giant ape. Whoa! The giant ape burst out in grief, and it let out a heart-wrenching howl. It kept retreating, and a large number of barbarian soldiers were trampled to death. Protect the king! Protect the king! Above the head of the giant ape, there was a cry of fear and terror. A golden Luan flew over, and the ministers hurriedly moved the ashen-faced and shivering Tsong king to the golden Luan. In an instant, the golden Luan escaped without a trace. Xiao Han did not chase after the giant ape. He used the 10,000 beast devouring formation and directly covered the giant ape. The giant ape let out an indescribable scream, and its huge body, which was nearly 100 feet tall, was refined and broken down into rays of white light that shot towards Xiao Han. Swoosh! 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 The white rays of light shot into Xiao Han's body, and his aura condensed and rose again. His power surged and rose step by step. Run! Run! This guy is not human. Run for your life! The barbarian soldiers and barbarians in the imperial city all ran out of the city and trampled on each other. There were countless deaths and injuries. Xiao Han stood in the void, absorbing and refining the bloodline genes of the giant ape to his heart's content. However, there were some thoughts in his mind. Even after such a huge commotion, the green dragon demon emperor still hasn't appeared. Moreover, the demon egg and the tattoo of the demon the arch on my left arm didn't sense any demonic aura at all. It seems that the green dragon demon emperor is indeed not in the imperial city. I'll leave the imperial city quickly and search around. Xiao Han absorbed the bloodline genes of the giant ape, and the strength of his flesh shell rose to 13 million cauldrons. He directly activated the spirit turtle True Qi and transformed into an ancient and huge spirit turtle. He then left the imperial city at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 240. Xiao Han wreaked havoc in the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, violently slaughtering many barbarian soldiers. Then, he refined the giant ape and increased the strength of his flesh shell to 13 million cauldrons. He was arrogant and domineering, and finally left. No one dared to stop him. Xiao Han's true qi transformed into a spiritual turtle and flashed out of the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire like a fleeting ray of light. It seems that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is indeed not in the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I wonder where he is hiding. This great demon is seeking to mutate. I have to find him as soon as possible and kill him. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell and thought. Where are Li Fanming and the others? Are they still searching for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? However, they are really useless. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is standing in front of them, but they don't know anything. They even talk to the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor politely. How ironic. There were no pursuers along the way. Xiao Han activated the demon egg that was hibernating in his heart and sensed the demonic qi around him. Xiao, a large Luan enshrouded in golden mist, flew past Xiao Han's front, letting out a frightening cry. Xiao Han squinted his eyes and discovered that the golden Luan was an ancient beast that he had killed and refined before entering the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal city. Its blood and qi were extremely strong, and once he refined it, his strength would increase by a few 100,000 ding. Heh! Xiao Han formed a 10,000 beast devouring formation with a thought. Xiao. The golden Luan let out a heart-wrenching cry as if it was on the verge of death. It was imprisoned by the ethereal spell formation. Its life essence, bloodline, and genes were drained bit by bit, turning into light. It shot into Xiao Han's body and became the nourishment for his flesh shell. After refining the golden Luan, Xiao Han only increased his strength by 50,000 ding. This isn't right. This golden Luan belongs to this region of the great wilderness. It is a ferocious wild beast with overflowing evil aura and can easily crush a giant mountain with its claws. Previously, I refined one and absorbed it, increasing my strength by almost 400,000 ding. Now, I refined one that looks exactly the same. It only increased my strength by 50,000 ding. It has shrunk greatly. Xiao Han was puzzled. Xiao Han frowned and pondered for a while, then nodded slightly. Maybe it's because my strength has improved rapidly. One's foundation can't be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, if you refine the same beast again, the energy you absorb will be different. In other words, the power of Xiao Han's flesh shell was too strong. Refining beasts with ordinary bloodlines and genes could no longer increase his power by much. He had to go all out. Looks like I have to find more pure-blooded ferocious beasts to refine in order to greatly increase my strength. I don't think it's possible to fight like this in the wild. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. However, pure-blooded ferocious beasts are not that easy to find. The pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swan Ni are the holy beasts of the heavenly dragon empire. They are the rulers of this region. I have already accepted them. If I want to find more powerful beasts, I will have to go deeper into the wasteland. However, it is extremely dangerous and mysterious. I should give up on this idea for the time being. The most important thing now is to find the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and think of a way to kill this great demon. Just as Xiao Han was immersed in his thoughts, another flock of blue Luan appeared in front of him. Xiao Han originally wanted to circle around them, but with the thought that no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Thus, he casually refined this flock of blue Luan and obtained tens of thousands of cauldrons of strength. Just like that, Xiao Han sensed the demonic qi while refining wild beasts for fun. 3 days later, Xiao Han lost count of the number of blue Luan, giant tiger, giant ape, giant rhinoceros, and giant crocodiles, increasing his physical strength to 14 million cauldrons. However, the more he refined, the more difficult it became. No matter how much he refined, he could not increase his strength by much. It seemed that his flesh shell had reached a bottleneck. Moreover, in these 3 days, Xiao Han passed by many tribes. These tribes should be under the control of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Xiao Han carefully observed them, but he did not find any traces of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. These tribes did not have demonic qi, and they seemed to be very peaceful. It was like a paradise. On this day, the sky was clear. Damn it! Where is the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor hiding? I have already searched for hundreds of thousands of miles, but I did not find any traces of the demon race. It was as if the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had completely evaporated. Could it be that he has already left the vast territory of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and went to another region of the Great Wilderness? The Great Wilderness is boundless. If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has really left the Heavenly Dragon Empire, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Han sat on the turtle shell with his legs crossed, feeling slightly anxious. At this moment, thousands of tents appeared in the grassland far away in front of him. Indistinctly, he could hear the bleating of cows, sheep, and horses. It was a small tribe. I can feel a faint demonic qi. Xiao Han sensed a faint fluctuation of demonic qi from the direction of the tribe, which made Xiao Han excited. After searching for a few days, he found the fluctuation of demonic qi for the first time. This made Xiao Han excited. Swoosh! Xiao Han broke down the spiritual turtle into wisps of true qi and kept them in his body. After that, he quietly landed on the ground, sealed all the aura in his body, and walked towards the small tribe. Along the way, he carefully sensed the faint traces of demonic qi. It doesn't seem to be a living demon. Someone must have killed a demon. It's the demonic qi emitted from the demon's corpse. Moreover, the demonic qi is too weak. It should be the corpse of a low-level demon general. Xiao Han concluded based on his experience. It seems like it's not the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Han was disappointed, but he still walked straight towards the tribe. At this moment, a few rays of glaze-colored true qi shot up into the sky from the tribe. The quality of the true qi was extremely pure and flawless. It was the true qi that was cultivated after being tempered for thousands of times. In the Great Wilderness, there were many barbarians who cultivated true qi. However, it was extremely rare for them to purify their true qi to such a high quality. Oh, could it be that there's a demon hero in that tribe killing demons? Xiao Han thought to himself. Never mind, let's enter the tribe and take a look first. It was a small tribe with a population of thousands. Such a tribe in the vast Great Wilderness. It was like a small wave in the ocean, inconspicuous, like a sesame seed or a mung bean, struggling to survive in the cracks. At this moment, In the middle of the tribe in the green grass, there was a 10-feet-tall demonic beast with black scales all over its body and horns on its head. Its head had been chopped off, and the demonic blood that exuded an evil aura splattered all over the ground. It was a demon general who had been decapitated. Next to the demon general's corpse, there were 7 barbarian corpses, including the corpses of an old man and a child. The barbarians of the tribe stood in all directions. Their eyes were filled with panic and anger. There was panic and anger in his eyes as he looked at the 4 men standing at the side. The 4 men were tall and sturdy. Their aura was smooth and flawless. Their true chi was fluctuating and they were shining brightly. The man in the lead was dressed in a silver robe. His long eyebrows reached his temples and he was empty-handed. His skin was very fair and clean. The void around him was slightly distorted and sunken. The void around him was slightly distorted and sunken. His gaze was very cold. He looked at all the barbarians in the tribe like a high and mighty imperial envoy looking at a group of poor and uncivilized natives. Shockingly, this man was Taoist Yu Ming. Standing next to Yu Ming were his followers, Gu Yihan, Chen Tianle, and Wu Xiaofeng. However, Li Fanming, Nie Sainer, and Zhou Chuan were not present. Senior brother Yu Ming, Chen Tianle whispered to Yu Ming. It seems that there's only a demon general in this small tribe. It has nothing to do with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. We've rejoiced for nothing. Let's go now. I wonder if brother Li Fanming, Zhou Chuan, and Nie Sainer have found any clues. We've already wasted nearly 2 months in the Great Wilderness and gained nothing. Forget it. Let's return to the Demon Hero region as soon as possible. Perhaps the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is not even in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming nodded indifferently. Let's go. The few demon heroes were about to leave. Wait! Suddenly, a middle-aged barbarian with a strong physique and a full beard stood up. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was twitching slightly because of anger. He looked at the corpse of a child lying in a pool of blood. It was not a demon but a 7-year-old boy in the tribe. He was usually very naughty and cute. He had divine strength at a young age and could already hunt alone. He was able to kill some small wild beasts and the tribe had high hopes for him. However, at this moment, the child's body was shattered by the true chi. He was badly mutilated and lying there quietly. He would never stand up again and cause trouble. Oh! Yu Ming looked at the barbarian with a playful expression. You can't leave. You've killed innocent people of my tribe by mistake. You can't just leave like this. The middle-aged barbarian roared fiercely. His internal organs were burning. Shut up! Gu Yihan's true chi was boiling and his eyes were filled with killing intent. There's a demon general in your tribe. We, the few demon heroes, passed by this place and helped you eliminate the demon general so that your tribe would not be exterminated. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, you're even barking like a dog. You barbarians who don't know when to retreat. All of you shut up. If you make any more noise, I'll kill you all. You demon heroes. Thousands of barbarians were enraged. They gritted their teeth and moved their bodies. They wanted to rush forward and risk their lives. You're too arrogant and overbearing. Just now, when you were killing that demon general, you clearly could have prevented the deaths of our innocent clansmen. However, you attacked violently and completely disregarded the lives of our clansmen, causing us to sacrifice 7 people in vain. Even a 7-year-old child was implicated by you. Little A Man was the most lively child in our tribe, but he died because of your arrogance. You've gone too far. A white-bearded old man was crying. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. His blurred eyes emitted a terrifying light as he accused the barbarians with a hoarse voice. We'll report this matter to King Tsong-yun. If King Tsong-yun doesn't care, we'll report it to the Demon Hero Pagoda. We've also heard that unless there's no other choice, the Demon Hero will not harm the innocent. No matter who you are, our tribe may be weak, but we'll be entangled with you for generations to come. We won't let this matter go. The blood of our clansmen will not be shed in vain. Noisy! Yu Ming's shame turned into anger. He flicked his right index finger and a wisp of true chi swept past, sending the white-bearded old man flying. The old man vomited blood and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. You're just a small tribe of a few thousand people. You dare to roar? Forget it. Since you don't know life and death, I'll slaughter every single person in your tribe right now. No one will be left alive. You want to report it to the Demon Hero Pagoda? You're threatening us. You're courting death. You're completely courting death. Yu Ming's handsome face that was like a pearl and beautiful jade, gloomy and sinister, flashed continuously. Do it. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yu Ming's voice was as if it was soaked in ice. It was bone-chilling and murderous. Yes. Senior brother Yu Ming. The aura of the few demon heroes suddenly became dangerous. The true chi in their bodies surged and the huge murderous aura spread everywhere. Their bodies seemed to become bigger. Even the mountain and sea great prison couldn't compare to them. Even the mountain and sea prison could not compare to 1/10,000th of it. You bastards! You bastards! You're worse than pigs. You dare to kill people in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. You're too arrogant. Crown Prince Yun is in a nearby tribe. You still dare to kill people? Crown Prince Yun is the most benevolent. He won't let you go. The barbarians of this tribe all let out a heart-wrenching howl. All of them had glaring eyes and overflowing hatred. Kill. Yu Ming's face darkened. At this moment, ha ha ha. Yu Ming, Chen Tianle, Gui Han, Wu Xiaofeng. I didn't expect you to be acting like a tyrant here. You actually want to slaughter an entire tribe. You're really tyrannical and lawless. A mocking voice sounded. Then, a man wearing a colorful beast skin armor and a cow-horned hat walked out. The man's face was black and dirty. His hair was messy like straw. However, his eyes were lively and bright like the stars. His spirit was piercing through the sky and his whole body was full of energy. It was Xiao Han. Xiao Han quietly walked into this tribe. He already knew what had happened in this tribe. Back in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Xiao Han was held hostage by Yu Ming and the other demon heroes. Then, he was sold to Tsong Yun. This caused Xiao Han and these guys to have an irreconcilable hatred. Now, they unexpectedly met again. The killing intent in Xiao Han's heart was so strong that he almost couldn't control it. He directly showed up and sneered. What? Xiao Han. Yu Ming and the other three also recognized Xiao Han in an instant. They were extremely shocked and involuntarily took a step back. Xiao Han, you're still alive? Yu Ming's eyes were full of doubt and shock. Obviously, he still didn't know that Xiao Han had caused havoc in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He couldn't think of a reason why Xiao Han was still alive. After all, he had seen Xiao Han being thrown into the building where the pure-blooded Sky Dragon and pure-blooded Swan Ni were raised. Even a powerful expert like Li Fanming had said that the two immemorial pure-blooded giant beasts could not be subdued or killed by ordinary talisman transformation realm experts. For a rookie like Xiao Han, being thrown into the building to feed the pure-blooded Sky Dragon and pure-blooded Swan Ni was like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Xiao Han should have died a long time ago. Or he should have turned into a pile of excrement from the two giant beasts. However, he actually appeared in such a natural and unharmed manner. For a moment, Yu Ming and the others felt like their throats were choked and they couldn't say a word. All right, I have a question. Is Crown Prince Tsong Yun in the nearby tribe? Xiao Han turned his head and looked at the group of barbarians. The barbarians were slightly dumbfounded by this person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. However, the news of Xiao Han causing havoc in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city had yet to spread to this small tribe. Therefore, when they saw Xiao Han and Yu Ming standing opposite each other and Xiao Han wearing the armor of a barbarian soldier, they quickly regarded Xiao Han as one of their own. Yes, warrior. Crown Prince Tsong Yun is in a tribe tens of thousands of miles away. Crown Prince Tsong Yun is kind and generous. He wants to help the barbarian tribe to grow a large amount of fruits and vegetables. A barbarian woman immediately replied. Grow fruits and vegetables? Xiao Han's mind flashed with an idea. Don't tell me he's taking the opportunity to secretly plant the heaven-desolate demon fruit forest? That's great. We finally know the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. That's great. Ha 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 ha. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching only to find it by chance. Oh. Xiao Han, you're not dead. You're really stupid. Since you're lucky enough to survive, You should have restrained yourself and returned to your sect with your tail between your legs. However, you just had to jump out again. You're courting death, do you know that? After a short moment of shock, Yu Ming calmed down. He swept out with his true qi to probe Xiao Han's actual situation. He discovered that Xiao Han's aura was as weak as before. It shouldn't be a problem for the four of them to work together to capture Xiao Han. Heh. Xiao Han, what do you want to do by jumping out now? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han looked up to the sky and laughed. There are many people who say that I, Xiao Han, am a vile person. That's right, I am a vile person. Moreover, I will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. You bastards actually betrayed me previously. Ha 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 ha, what do I want to do? Do you still need to ask? I want to beat you to death. I want you to be torn into pieces. I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation. Revenge is what I want to do. Chapter 241. Since they met on a narrow path, Xiao Han would definitely not let Yu Ming and the other monsters go. After exchanging a few words, his killing intent shot out. Impudent! Xiao Han, who do you think you are? How dare you roar in front of senior brother Yu Ming? You're courting death. Gui Han roared at Xiao Han angrily. Yu Ming waved his hand, gesturing for Gui Han and the rest to keep quiet. His face was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Han coldly. Xiao Han, you probably cultivate your physique and specialize in body refinement, right? Your qi cultivation is a mess. I've seen your performance in this year's Monster Hero selection. Indeed, you're invincible below the 6th level of qi. Furthermore, you have the means of the monster race. However, you're still a human, not a monster, so it's impossible for you to have any replenishment of demonic energy. When we captured you, you didn't use any demonic techniques. It's probably because your demonic energy is completely gone, right? If you could use demonic techniques, I might be afraid of you. But now that you've lost your demonic techniques, it's equivalent to losing your claws and teeth. You're just a sick cat, don't pretend to be a tiger. You may not have seen the true means of the Aperture Expansion Realm, so it's inevitable that you're a little arrogant. Let me remind you, the difference between the 5th level of qi and the 6th level of qi is like the distance between heaven and earth. It's fine if you don't make a move, but once you do, you'll kill. Alright, don't make a mistake. Kneel down now, kowtow and beg for mercy. Cripple your cultivation and you can live. Any hesitation and you'll be killed. Yu Ming was bossy, as if he held Xiao Han's life in his hands. At the same time, Chen Tianle, Gui Han and Wu Xiaofeng released their qi and sealed off a large area, trapping Xiao Han. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, so there wouldn't be any loopholes. Facing such a formation, not only was Xiao Han fearless, his fighting spirit rose as he said slowly, Yu Ming, when I entered the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city, you guys actually joined hands to suppress me. That's fine, I can forget about it. However, we're all monsters, and you guys didn't care about our friendship and betrayed me to Tsong Yun. Perhaps this is the rule of the monster hero world. Profit is everything. In front of profit, everyone can betray others. Alright, I won't say any more superfluous words. If you're heartless, I won't be righteous. You are also on the Devil Hero ranking. Senior Devil Heroes with rankings. All of you have meritorious deeds, especially you, Yu Ming. You are 3,999th on the Devil Hero ranking. It's not easy either. It's just a pity that all of you will die in my hands. All the fame and fortune you've gained will be gone. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han suddenly attacked. His flesh shell burst open as the indestructible golden body was activated. A domineering aura burst out from his body, accompanied by endless roars of beasts. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. There was no light from the sun or moon. It was as if countless desolate beasts had suddenly descended upon this place. Xiao Han's body flashed. He flashed in front of Wu Xiaofeng and struck out with his palm. A massive force of 14 million cauldrons was unleashed. Boom! This palm strike was like an enormous pillar that could prop up the heavens. For a brief moment, darkness filled the world, and the sky seemed to collapse. Even the gray space of space began to crack and shatter. Roar! Wu Xiaofeng let out a muffled roar. In the blink of an eye, the true qi in his body began to burn crazily. It was a golden true qi that shone on the 9 provinces for eternity. It was of extremely high quality. Puchi! Xiao Han's palm strike landed on Wu Xiaofeng's protective true qi. In an instant, the true qi in Wu Xiaofeng's body was extinguished inch by inch and scattered in all directions. It was a complete defeat. Xiao Han's palm strike was like a hot knife through butter. It directly hit Wu Xiaofeng's body. Bang! This pure and majestic power caused Wu Xiaofeng's body to suddenly explode. Blood splattered everywhere as his body exploded and turned into powder. The famous devil hero ranked 6,999th on the devil hero ranking was killed by Xiao Han in one move. Xiao Han's expression was calm and unruffled. His right foot smashed out like a guillotine, shattering the planet. His leg technique was not fancy or skillful. It was like a primordial divine whip, forcefully lashing at evil hero Chen Tianle's head. Puff! Chen Tianle's head exploded in an instant. Densely packed cracks spread downwards and instantly covered his entire body. Then, his body was torn to pieces. The devil hero ranked 7,012th had fallen just like that. Boom! Xiao Han once again punched out. His movements were as fast as lightning. He galloped endlessly towards devil hero Gu Yihan. Xiao Han's punch contained 14 million cauldrons of divine power. It was like a stampede of 100,000 flood horses. How powerful was the stampede of 100,000 flood horses? It was simply not enough to describe it as toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. If 2 armies were to fight on the battlefield, the earth would tremble from the impact of the charge of 100,000 flood horses. When this kind of power was added to a person's body, it was as if he was possessed by a demon god. Oppressing evil spirits, killing tens of thousands of people, and destroying mountains. This punch landed on Gu Yihan's body, and his body crumbled like a piece of paper. The strong man ranked 691st on the devil hero ranking was instantly killed by Xiao Han just like that. Xiao Han attacked quickly and decisively. He killed continuously. In a breath's time, he killed Chen Tianle, Gu Yihan, and Wu Xiaofeng as if they were grass. The barbarians in all directions were shocked and retreated in all directions like the tide. In their eyes, Xiao Han had completely become a ferocious beast in human form, a lethal weapon in the human world. Xiao Han killed 3 people in a row. He was not satisfied. Not only did he not exhaust his strength, his entire body's strength and aura had been accumulated to the peak. Xiao Han's body charged forward again. He struck out with his palm towards Yu Ming. His aura was like a king of the world, sweeping through the sun and moon. B***starred. Xiao Han, you B***starred. You actually killed 3 veteran devil heroes in a row. People like you are deranged. Everyone has the right to punish you. Dang. Yu Ming's heart trembled. However, he was a stage 6 true qi cultivator. Chen Tianle, Wu Xiaofeng, and Gu Yihan could not compare to him in terms of true qi and battle power. Yu Ming's true qi soared into the sky. With a flash, he dodged Xiao Han's punch. Boom, 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 boom. Within Yu Ming's body, gigantic balls of holy light rose up one after another. Every single ball of holy light was overflowing with true qi, and their auras were extremely sharp. A total of 55 balls of holy light floated like 55 bright moons. Loud and clear holy songs rang out. Divine skill chants and diagrams bloomed everywhere. Xiao Han. I am stage 6 true qi. I have opened 55 true qi points and expanded them 5 times. The expansion of the true qi points is 19 times. Killing you is like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Dang. Star-picking hand. Yu Ming's clothes fluttered. His hair and beard stood on end. A star pattern appeared on top of his head. His aura had reached the peak. The weather in a small area changed. The 55 balls of holy light turned into 55 stars. Star sands swirled and endless starlight surged. It enveloped Xiao Han, making him feel like he had fallen into a starry sky. An oppressive pressure enveloped Xiao Han. In the next moment, the 55 stars combined and formed a huge star. One could see that there were mountains and continents on this star. There was a sea of palaces and even a myriad of living beings. Then, pooh, A huge earthen yellow hand, big enough to cover the sky, suddenly grabbed out from this star. It directly grabbed towards Xiao Han. Star-picking great true chi. Star-picking hand. Xiao Han, you little devil. Immediately die. Die. Shatter your bones. This earthen yellow hand surged with tyrannical true chi. It contained traces of a mysterious martial art. It could crush stars. The surroundings began to shake, and the sound of sonic booms rang out incessantly. The huge hand grabbed toward Xiao Han. This grab was the condensation of Yu Ming's true chi. It was the understanding of martial arts in his life. Yu Ming had completely and utterly urged his life potential to the limit, and released a killing blow. The strongest blow. It seems that cultivating true chi is indeed the way of the king. Yu Ming had opened 55 acupoints in his body, expanding them by 19 times. Logically speaking, in terms of pure strength, he should only be around 1 million ding. However, he had cultivated the star-plucking true chi. When he struck out with the star-plucking palm, he could completely explode with a strength of around 45 million ding. It also contained many martial arts techniques and profoundness. If it wasn't because I refined a pure-blooded sky dragon and a pure-blooded swanny, I would have been injured. And I still have to cultivate true chi in the future. Otherwise, if I only rely on brute force, I will still lose and end up miserable when I meet a true expert. If I cultivate true chi well, it will be much more advantageous than pure strength of the body. Xiao Han's mind spun. It's a pity that you only expanded your meridians 19 times. It is still not enough to display the power of this true chi cultivation technique to the extreme. If you expanded your meridians 30 times, 40 times, 50 times, then I could only run for my life. Xiao Han's eyes were like torches. Roar! In the next moment, Xiao Han let out a violent roar. His entire body's aura was like that of an ancient demon lord. Within his body, a violent power condensed, surged, and erupted. Within every cell, there seemed to be a pure-blooded sky dragon and a pure-blooded swanny being raised. Bang! Xiao Han threw out a punch. It was like a million volcanoes erupting at the same time, clashing head-on with the earthen yellow true chi giant hand. Xiao Han's strength was powerful, but he didn't use any fancy moves or techniques. It was just a head-on collision. Xiao Han took one step at a time. He straightened his body again and threw another punch towards the giant star. Puchi! The star disintegrated, exploded, shattered. What? Yu Ming let out a hair-raising scream. How is this possible? Your strength, how did it increase by leaps and bounds and reach such a level? It's more than 10 million ding. This is impossible. You're just a mortal body. It's impossible for you to have such a tyrannical strength. This kind of strength will make your body explode. My star-plucking hand, which can suppress all outstanding talents, was actually broken by your pure physical strength. What a great shame. Good, Xiao Han, you're amazing. I'm not your opponent. I'll retreat now and cultivate in seclusion. Wait until my meridians expand by 30 times. Then I'll come back to kill you. Yu Ming was about to retreat. You can't escape. Xiao Han sneered. The inside of his body roared continuously, and a powerful force was emitted. With Xiao Han as the center, a force field was produced within a radius of 300 meters. The force field distorted the light and the air, and also distorted Yu Ming's true chi, making it impossible for Yu Ming to escape immediately. Die! It was you who betrayed me first and wanted to kill me. Now that you've been killed by me, you only have yourself to blame. Xiao Han was expressionless. The power of his physical body surged, and his body became tall and mighty like a god. He threw out a punch. Fear and despair suddenly seized Yu Ming. He felt that he was facing an immemorial pure-blooded ferocious beast, not a human. Bang! Yu Ming was sent flying by Xiao Han's punch. Dense cracks appeared on his body, as if a jade artifact had been smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out from his mouth. In an instant, his breathing became weak and he was on the verge of death. No! Yu Ming, am not willing to die like this. Yu Ming, am a genius. When I was young, I was a genius of the North region and was highly respected. In the Devil Hero Selection competition, I was tempered and became a devil hero. I advanced step by step, and my cultivation also soared to the expanded Meridian realm. I killed demons and was successful in every endeavor. My future will be very bright. On the devil hero ranking list, I'm ranked 3999. It's just temporary. No, I don't want to die here. I still have dreams and ambitions to achieve. Yu Ming's eyes stared straight at Xiao Han. He kept coughing out blood, and the cracks on his body became deeper and deeper. It looked like his entire body was about to explode. Xiao Han, you can't kill me. My ranking on the devil hero ranking list is not low. Moreover, I'm Big Brother Li Fanming's man. Once I die, the higher-ups will investigate the cause of death. Big Brother Li Fanming will investigate thoroughly, and sooner or later, he will find you. At that time, although the world is big, there will be no place for you to stand. Xiao Han, I advise you not to make a mistake. As he spoke, Yu Ming took out his devil hero token. His psyche fluctuated, as though he wanted to send a message. You still want to send a message? Go and die now. Li Fanming? Even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will kill him sooner or later. Xiao Han stomped his right foot on the ground, and the ground collapsed. The aftershock of the force immediately caused Yu Ming's injured body to explode into pieces and splattered everywhere. Xiao Han's vital energy formed a palm and grabbed Yu Ming's devil hero token. Because Yu Ming was already dead, his devil hero token had already dimmed, and became a piece of useless rock. I wonder if this guy sent out the message that I killed him before he died. But it doesn't matter, I've already killed him. Now, I'm going to hunt down the Green Dragon Demon Emperor and obtain its Demon Emperor Crystal to further increase my combat power. With my current combat power, it will be troublesome for me to face some experts at the peak of the expanded acupoint realm, especially those who have expanded acupoints multiple times. Therefore, I must obtain the Green Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal to have the resources to compete with the other demon heroes. Xiao Han picked up the spiritual stones of true qi and some books that were scattered on the ground, and stored them in his true acupoint. After doing all this, Xiao Han walked towards the group of barbarians who were already scared out of their wits. Xiao Han revealed a harmless smile on his face, and said to a middle-aged barbarian, "Guys, I've killed those villains who used their powers to bully people. Now, please tell me the exact location of the tribe where Crown Prince Songyun is staying." Warrior, you went to find Crown Prince Songyun. What do you want to do? The middle-aged barbarian stuttered, and looked at Xiao Han with shock and admiration. Oh, Crown Prince Songyun and I are like brothers. We haven't seen each other for many years, so I want to catch up with him and have a good chat. Xiao Han smiled. With a few words, Xiao Han clearly knew the location of Crown Prince Songyun's tribe, which was the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. If he rushed at full speed, Xiao Han would be able to find the Green Dragon Demon Emperor in a day's time. Everyone, I'll take my leave. After getting the information that he wanted, Xiao Han's vital energy transformed into a spiritual turtle, and like a stream of light, he disappeared in a flash and flew towards the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's tribe. The operation to hunt down the Green Dragon Demon Emperor had begun. P.S. There's basically nothing to do tomorrow, and I can ride at home in peace. Chapter 242. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell and flew towards the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tribe like a meteor. There's going to be a life-and-death battle next, Xiao Han said calmly like an old monk in meditation, trying to adjust his mental state and physical functions to their best state. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is definitely stronger than Qinglin Demon Emperor when he was at his peak. Although the strength of my body is as strong as the waves, it's still not enough to fight with Qinglin Demon Emperor when he was at his peak, let alone the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. However, I must kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It's imminent. If I don't kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I won't be able to increase my combat strength in a short period of time. It'll be frustrating if I encounter a super demon hero like Li Fanming. Even though he had easily killed Yu Ming, the Aperture Expansion Realm demon hero, Xiao Han did not feel proud at all. Yes, even a super expert like the Emperor of the Sun couldn't kill Demon Emperor Qinglin in a one-on-one battle. Xiao Han admitted that he couldn't fight against an opponent like the Emperor of the Sun yet. If he were to use the Emperor of the Sun as a reference, Then Xiao Han would definitely die if he fought against the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. A high-level demon emperor who had awakened 99,990 demon meridians and could mutate his demon bloodline was not that easy to kill. In any case, even if I can deal with a great demon like the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor or even defeat it, there's nothing I can do if it wants to escape. Xiao Han felt a headache after thinking about it. That's right, Xiao Han had just become a demon hero and was considered a rookie. If a human rookie demon could hunt down the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, who was renowned throughout the ages, the demon race should have been wiped out by the human race a long time ago. I have to calm down and come up with a plan. I have to make sure nothing goes wrong, Xiao Han thought to himself. After calming down, Xianxia operated his brain, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he came up with a plan. Withered Stone Tribe. The Heavenly Dragon Empire reigned supreme in the great wilderness. Tens of thousands of races came to the empire and ruled over countless tribes of various sizes. The Withered Stone Tribe was known as the most barren tribe in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. That was because the Withered Stone Tribe had a small population. There were very few Luan beasts roaming about. The soil quality of the scorched earth was special, unsuitable for planting and breeding. The Withered Stone Tribe did not have the ability to expand outwards, so they could only stay behind. Their ancestors had relied on growing millet and barley for generations. Crops such as millet barely survived. This tribe was almost forgotten by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, everything had changed dramatically because of the arrival of Crown Prince Tsong Yun. 3 years ago, Crown Prince Tsong Yun came to the Withered Stone Tribe. He personally worked on this special soil area. He opened up the wasteland and planted endless fruit forests. Fragrant fruit, honeydew melon, coconut forest, lychee, dragon fruit. This caused this barren land to become fertile and fragrant all year round. The hard soil with special humus had become loose after Crown Prince Tsong Ying's efforts. The soil was fertile and breathable, suitable for growing flowers and trees. This day, the sky was clear and boundless. The tribesmen of the Withered Stone Tribe were waving their hoes. It was a wasteland reclamation on a black, scorched land. This black scorched earth was extremely hard. When the hoe dug into it, it produced a clanging sound and even sparks. The scorched earth emitted a strange smell that was hard to describe. After we reclaim this scorched land, we can plant sweet and fragrant cantaloupes here. We will have a good harvest next year. An old man loaded piles of scorched land into a large wooden cart. Crown Prince Tsong Yun is really our savior and true God. He has turned our barren land, which even wild beasts don't want to come to, into a paradise. There are sweet fruits like gems everywhere. An old woman also had tears in her eyes. Soon, this group of tribesmen dug 3 feet into the ground and dug out all the scorched earth, revealing the light yellow soil underneath. All the scorched earth was loaded into wooden carts. Move this scorched earth to the area designated by Crown Prince Tsong Yun. His Highness will personally destroy this devilish soil. The tribesmen looked pious as they pushed the wooden carts towards the center of the tribe. The center of the tribe. In the endless lush honeydew forest. Next to a simple stone house, there was a large black fruit forest. The demonic aura was dense. Even the air was filled with a creepy demonic sound that made one's hair stand on end. In this space, there was a demonic power that could change the color of heaven and earth. There were many black fruits on the branches. Each of the black fruits was as big as an apple. Their skin had strange characters and symbols of the demon race. Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit. The supreme treasure of the demon race. In this heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest, there were piles of black scorched earth. The earth was hard and emitted a strange pungent smell. However, this scorched earth seemed to be the best fertilizer for the heavenly wasteland demon fruit. The black fruits slightly trembled as they absorbed the scorched earth, causing it to break down into beams of black light, which were absorbed by the black fruits. An extremely handsome middle-aged man with red lips and white teeth was dressed like a Confucian scholar. His eyes were full of demonic aura, and his aura was fierce and evil. He was like a ghost. Just by standing there, he gave people a feeling that he was invulnerable. His pair of demonic eyes were full of ambition and ambition. With a slight movement of his body, he was in danger of devouring the world. He was like an ancient demon lord. He was Crown Prince Tsong Yun, the Blue Dragon Demon Emperor. Humph! To think that this tiny tribe has the best soil for breeding heavenly desolate demon fruits. The heavens are truly helping this emperor, allowing this emperor to obtain this great fortune. With these heavenly desolate demon fruits, this emperor will be able to successfully mutate and truly become a great nobleman of the demon race. I'll become a celebrity. I'll also be able to gain a place in the monster capital. The blue dragon demon emperor's voice was extremely strange, sharp, and trembling. Every syllable contained a powerful demonic sound that could turn one's brain into mush and body into ashes. However, in this area, be it the demonic aura emitted by the blue dragon demon emperor or the demonic aura emitted by the heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest, they were all shielded by a light barrier, preventing them from being discovered. In the next moment, roar, the blue dragon demon emperor suddenly opened his mouth, and a barbed tongue that was full of thorns shot out from his mouth. It was a long, stinky tongue that was drooling. The long tongue was 10 feet long and looked extremely ferocious like a python. It immediately curled around the heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest. It instantly wrapped around hundreds of heavenly wasteland demon fruits. The heavenly wasteland demon fruits instantly melted and turned into boiling demonic water. The blue dragon demon emperor retracted his tongue and swallowed the demonic water. Wang, wang, wang. The blue dragon demon emperor's body suddenly lit up densely with demonic meridians. His entire body was bathed in demonic aura. He. I've already awakened 99,999 demonic meridians. There's only one left. Once I successfully awaken it, I'll mutate. Ha. However, the last demonic meridian, the 100,000th demonic meridian, was extremely difficult to awaken. It was just like breaking through the acupoints of the human race. It was even more difficult than breaking through the 61st true acupoint of the talisman transformation realm. However, once I awaken the 100,000th demonic meridian, I'll have a meteoric rise. All the hard work and waiting will be worth it. The blue dragon demon emperor laughed strangely. At this moment, the blue dragon demon emperor's ears twitched a few times. He suddenly waved his hand and a demonic light flashed. The towering and evil heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest instantly disappeared as if it had evaporated into thin air. The demonic aura on the blue dragon demon emperor's body had also faded, and his eyes suddenly became clear. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and his body was filled with righteousness. The demonic aura in the entire area had been swept away. Crown Prince Zongyun. Crown Prince Zongyun. A large number of people from the Withered Stone tribe. They pushed the wooden carts filled with scorched soil and came before the blue dragon demon emperor respectfully. They bowed deeply and their eyes were filled with fervent devotion and faith. Crown Prince Zongyun, we've reclaimed another piece of barren land. You can destroy the scorched soil yourself, an old man reported. All right, leave the scorched soil behind. You guys can continue with your work. At this time next year, there will be no more scorched soil on the land of the Withered Stone tribe. The entire tribe will be filled with the fragrance of fruits and will be as beautiful as a fairyland. The blue dragon demon emperor's voice was filled with compassion and compassion. The clansmen poured the scorched soil in the wooden carts at the place that the blue dragon demon emperor had designated. At this moment, the blue dragon demon emperor's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he blurted out. He's here? This, he. The blue dragon demon emperor made a sound that sounded like an owl hooting. Crown Prince Zongyun, what are you doing? Nothing much, I just sensed a familiar aura. It's an old friend that I haven't seen for many years. He's here. Go out and welcome him immediately. The blue dragon demon emperor's eyes were burning with a crazy flame. That kid's aura. It's actually that kid's aura. On his body, there is something that attracts this emperor. It's a fatal attraction. This is the supreme opportunity for me to mutate. He actually descended. Ha. It seems like the rise of me is unstoppable. Ha. The blue dragon demon emperor adjusted his emotions and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth before he walked out. Xiao Han finally arrived at the border of the Withered Stone tribe. The entire tribe was filled with fruit trees that were fluttering in the wind like flags. The colors were gorgeous and the fruits were plentiful. The fragrance of the fruits was rich and fragrant. As the breeze blew, the fragrance of the fruits assaulted his nostrils, making him feel slightly tipsy as if he was drinking wine. I have to say that it's extremely difficult to find such a warm and fragrant place in the great wilderness. It's really picturesque. Huh. Of course, that's if there's no demonic chi here. Xiao Han rubbed his nose gently. He was just standing at the border of the Withered Stone tribe and had yet to set foot on the land of the tribe. But the demonic egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart started to spin rapidly and gave him a warning. Moreover, the tattoo on the palm of the demon, the arch on his left arm, was also trembling and throbbing. Blue Dragon Demon Emperor. I've finally found you, Xiao Han murmured in his heart. At this moment, a few kind-looking barbarians came out from the tribe and greeted him respectfully. Friend from afar, you're a friend of our respected Crown Prince Tsong Yun. Crown Prince Tsong Yun already knows that you're here. Please enter the Withered Stone tribe. You'll enjoy the highest treatment and hospitality. Please come in, come in. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly stunned and blurted out. Blue Dragon. Crown Prince Tsong Yun already knows that I'm here? Can he feel my aura? Heh. Xiao Han's voice suddenly became so low that it was almost inaudible. I can feel his aura too. It's very obvious. It's really interesting. Both of us can clearly feel each other's aura. Both of us are coveting each other. It's like a pair of archenemies. This time, I, Xiao Han, will take a risk again. I'll use my life and kill my way out. It's either I succeed or I die. Chapter 243. Xiao Han knew very well that he could rely on the strange demon egg in his heart to sense the demonic aura at any time. Any disguise of the demons would be exposed. At the same time, Xiao Han also knew that any demon would be able to sense the aura of the demon egg. It seemed that the demon egg had a fatal attraction to the demons. Be it the North Mystic Demon Emperor, Qinglin Demon Emperor, or the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, they had all acutely sensed that there was an extraordinary and precious secret embedded in Xiao Han's body. It made them want to covet it. Therefore, as long as Xiao Han got a little closer to the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, he would be targeted by it. There was no way to avoid it. There was nowhere to hide. I can only risk my life and fight. Xiao Han was well aware of the current situation. He had to face a super great demon at its peak alone. The danger and the omen of disaster were not known to outsiders. As he thought about it, Xiao Han was already welcomed by a large number of tribesmen of the Withered Stone tribe like stars surrounding the moon. He officially entered the small, picturesque tribe that was full of fruits and vegetables. While Xiao Han casually dealt with the tribesmen who were kept in the dark by the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, he kept his eyes and ears open. The demon egg in his heart was trying its best to sense the demonic aura in all directions. This place was indeed very beautiful, with vermilion railings, white stones, green trees, and clear streams. It was truly a place where people could not be found. If it wasn't for the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, Xiao Han would be very happy to stay here for a period of leisure and carefree life. Friend from afar, please have a taste of the beautiful fruits of the Withered Stone tribe. An old man plucked an apple-shaped fruit from the colorful fruit forest and handed it to Xiao Han politely. Xiao Han took the fruit and took a bite. He only felt that the sweet water from a sweet spring suddenly surged and filled his mouth. It was simply delicious and indescribable. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. The demon egg in Xiao Han's heart suddenly sped up as it sensed the extremely strong and evil demonic aura. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, I can't believe that you're still alive. That's great. That's great. This crown prince has always opposed royal father's stubbornness and arbitrary actions. I tried to persuade him time and time again to let you go, but he still. But, Xiao Han, this crown prince saw you being imprisoned in the totem's resting place with my own eyes. Why are you still standing here? Perfectly fine. It's really puzzling. A hearty and natural voice rang out. His words were meaningful and could immediately make people have a good impression of him. Xiao Han looked up and saw the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, who was dressed like a Confucian scholar, striding over. Its entire body was bathed in holy light, and its eyes shone brightly. Its gaze encompassed and forgave all living things. It was simply like a saint. Her face was as bright as a pearl or jade. It was very gentle, making people want to get close to it. This fellow's disguise is too perfect. No wonder he was able to deceive so many people. Even Li Fanming, an ancient giant, was easily fooled by him. Xiao Han laughed coldly in his heart. However, he was really nervous, and he was secretly accumulating and condensing all the power in his body to ensure that he could erupt with his strongest attack at any time. Ah, hello, Crown Prince Songyun. Xiao Han also pretended to smile. I heard that Crown Prince Songyun often stays in the Withered Stone tribe. How should I put it? Back in the palace, Crown Prince Songyun pleaded for me, and I am very grateful. Moreover, Crown Prince Songyun is very handsome, and I admire him very much. This time, when I passed by the Withered Stone tribe, I specially came over to pay a visit. I want to once again admire Crown Prince Songyun's peerless demeanor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor looked into the depths of Xiao Han's eye sockets with a playful look, and a faint demonic light bloomed in his eyes. Now that he was alone with Xiao Han, and there was no super demon like Li Fanming by his side, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was not too cautious. Xiao Han was not worthy of his attention at all. Moreover, as he faced Xiao Han, he increasingly felt that there was an inexplicable and fatal attraction in Xiao Han's body, which made him feel an itch that he could not scratch. He could not wait to cut open Xiao Han's stomach to see what was going on, or simply swallow Xiao Han. Xiao Han, my little friend, how exactly did you escape from prison? Please tell me. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor smiled faintly. This. Xiao Han couldn't help but touch his nose. Crown Prince Songyun, it seems that you haven't returned to the Heavenly Dragon Empire for a few months. To be honest, some drastic changes have taken place in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was stunned. Yes. Not long after I was thrown into the resting place of the totem, a group of demons came to my rescue a few hours later. There were a few ancient giants and a few ancient giants. However, they did not come to rescue me, but for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. These super demons swore to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and would not return empty-handed. Hehe. Crown Prince Songyun, you probably haven't seen the methods of the ancient giants. I only saw a few ancient giants killing the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon with a flick of their fingers. Tesk, they killed them with a flick of their fingers. It would be a piece of cake for an expert of that level to deal with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It's as easy as picking up grass, don't you think so, Crown Prince Songyun? Xiao Han spoke without thinking. What? The ancient giants who are ranked on the demon ranking? Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's expression changed abruptly, and his facial features seemed to have shifted. How is this possible? They're all old antiques who don't show themselves to the world, and their combat strength is not inferior to the great Demon Emperor. How could they come out to chase after? Kill the Demon Emperor? Clearly, Xiao Han's nonsense had given the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor a great shock. Xiao Han saw cold sweat seeping out of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's forehead. This fellow seems to have almost been scared to death by me. Xiao Han continued, secretly feeling pleased. The ancient giants have descended. That's absolutely true. Crown Prince Songyun, let me tell you, those ancient giants are simply awe-inspiring. When they found out that Li Fanming had betrayed me to Songyun, they were all furious and punished Li Fanming on the spot. They punished him to eat *tea, so they ordered someone to find a few buckets of *tea for Li Fanming to eat on the spot. Tesk. Li Fanming dared not say anything even though he was angry. He ate *tea one mouthful at a time, frowning and with tears in his eyes. I'm so happy to see that. Ha 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 ha. This. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Xiao Han with a doubtful look in his eyes. Immediately after, he said hurriedly, "Forget it, my little friend Xiao Han. Come, let me talk to you alone. I have a huge secret that I want to share with you." Xiao Han's heart tightened. I want to have a long talk with my little friend Xiao Han. Don't disturb us. Disperse and go back to work. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor instructed the tribesmen in all directions. Everyone in the tribe worshipped the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor like a god. Naturally, no one dared to disobey any of his wishes. They immediately retreated in all directions. My little friend Xiao Han, please follow me. the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said to Xiao Han, sounding a little impatient. Phew! Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a fighting spirit was brewing in his heart. Before this, some of the schemes and dangerous moves that he had been thinking about were now being deliberated and pondered over again. I wonder what important secret Crown Prince Songyun has to share with me. Xiao Han's lips twitched slightly, and he didn't refuse at all. He followed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and walked deeper into the tribe. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was in front, and Xiao Han was behind. One human and one demon, one in front and one at the back, walked at full speed. Xiao Han took a quick glance and realized that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's shoulders were twitching subconsciously. He seemed to be very excited, exuding a sense of eagerness. Seems like he's eager to eat me. Xiao Han was well aware of it. Behind him, a demonic light flashed between his eyebrows. All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body seemed to have become transparent, allowing Xiao Han to clearly see the intertwining demonic veins in the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body. Every demonic vein was like a mountain ridge, a spirit vein, and an ancient evil dragon that was filled with destructive demonic power. This is definitely going to be a tough battle. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is too powerful. He's stronger than Qing Lin Demon Emperor, stronger than the Great Sun Emperor, and even stronger than me. Can I, Xiao Han, defeat him this time and forcefully go against the heavens? Xiao Han's thoughts were fluctuating. On the eve of the battle, he was completely nervous. All of a sudden, Xiao Han discovered. What? 9,999 demonic veins. Unbelievable. In the past 2 months, this great demon is only one demonic vein away from mutating. Once it mutates, it'll be a disaster for the human world. Xiao Han, my little friend, your emotions suddenly fluctuated a little. Hey, what's wrong? Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor turned around and glanced at Xiao Han with an extremely demonic expression. His tone was filled with excitement and agitation, and his throat was moving slightly as he swallowed his saliva. His expression was like that of a glutton seeing delicious food, a drunkard seeing fine wine, or a lecher breaking into the boudoir of a rich lady. It's nothing. Xiao Han forced himself to calm down. Oh. All right, my little friend Xiao Han, we're here. No one will disturb us here. I can tell you a huge secret. Ha ha ha. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tone suddenly became extremely strange, and there was a hint of hysteria in his eyes. Xiao Han looked up and realized that he was in a homie melon forest in the depths of the tribe. There was a huge open space in the forest that was covered with green grass, but there were no fruit trees. In the open space, there were a few piles of scorched earth that were as tall as a mountain, and there was also a lonely cold stone house. The demonic light between Xiao Han's eyebrows flashed again, and he immediately pierced through the space. He saw that there was a large black fruit forest hidden behind the scorched earth mountains not far away. It was overflowing with demonic qi, and there were many black fruits. The skin of each black fruit was covered with mysterious, ancient, and evil demon words. There seemed to be a primordial demon venerable hibernating in each black fruit. It's the Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest. The Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor secretly planted here. It's the source of mutation that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is looking for. Xiao Han suddenly understood. All of a sudden. Buzz, 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 buzz. The tattoo on the Demon Emperor's palm on Xiao Han's left arm trembled and released a hungry signal. No. Tens of thousands of dried demon meridians and 3 Demon Emperor crystals on the Demon Emperor's palm released a greedy desire at the same time. The Demon Monarch palm on my left arm, the withered demon veins that have lost their demonic power, and the 3 gem-like Demon Emperor crystals have all sent out strong signals that they covet the Heavenly Desolation Demon Fruit and are determined to get it. As long as I get these Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruits, I'll definitely be able to replenish my demonic power instantly. As long as my demonic power is effectively replenished, I'll be able to release the Illusionary Movement, Heavenly Demon Godly Investiture, and Apocalyptic Demon Saber. Together with the power of my flesh shell, it's not impossible for me to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I, Xiao Han, want to kill the Demon Emperor. I want to complete this almost heaven-defying mission. Not only will I be able to refine the demonic corpse of this Demon Emperor and obtain the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal, but I'll also be able to earn 1,000,000 contribution points. Xiao Han's heart was completely filled with passion. This heavenly wilderness demon fruit forest has been shielded and hidden by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor using a special method. Ordinary people won't be able to see through it, but it can't escape my demonic eyes. I'm too far away from the heavenly wilderness demon fruit forest now, so I can't absorb the demon fruits to nourish my demon meridians. I need to get closer. A little closer. I need to pick the heavenly wilderness demon fruits with my own hands. Xiao Han quietly walked towards the heavenly wilderness demon fruit forest that was hidden in the gap between the space. All right, Xiao Han, stop right there, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said with a creepy smile that sent chills down one's spine. I'll tell you a secret now. No one in the entire Heavenly Dragon Empire knows about this secret. I'll tell you now. If I'm not mistaken, the secret you want to tell me is that the real Prince Tsongyun's brain has been sucked dry by you. Now, you're using the human skin of Prince Tsongyun to deceive people, right? Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Since things had come to this, Xiao Han directly revealed the crux of the matter. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was shocked. You know about it? I didn't expect you to see through my true identity. That's unbelievable. Even Li Fanming, who's ranked on the Demon Hero ranking, couldn't find any clues. However, a small fry like you managed to see through me. Interesting, very interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, 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 boom. Glazed demonic chi burst out of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body and completely sealed the area. The demonic chi formed a light shield that covered Xiao Han and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, causing the people outside to be unable to see what was happening inside the light shield. I knew that you're the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor the first time I saw you. I have to say, you've taken a pill that can shield your demonic chi. Even an experienced demon hero like Li Fanming was deceived by you. However, you can't deceive me. Xiao Han took a deep breath and was no longer in a hurry to get close to the heavenly wilderness demonic fruit forest. He knew that it was a matter of life and death, and he had to be on his guard without being distracted. Otherwise, he might be taken advantage of by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and be at a disadvantage. Xiao Han took 3 steps back and the power in his body surged like a tidal wave as he glared at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. However, Xiao Han had yet to remove the seal of the Spirit Turtle Genuine Qi, causing his aura to seem extremely weak. He was trying to confuse the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor so that he could launch his strongest attack at the right time. Ha 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 ha. It seems like you really have a huge secret. It must be related to the demon race. If I get my hands on this secret, I'll soar to the sky. Rise suddenly. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, I've awakened 99,999 demonic meridians and it's the critical moment of my mutation. Initially, it would take a lot of accumulation to awaken the 100,000th demonic meridian with the heavenly wilderness demon fruit forest. It's not that easy. In the end, ha 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 ha. The great demon god has actually sent such a fortuitous encounter to this emperor. In that case, this emperor can only kindly accept it. Ha 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 ha. After I mutate, I won't forget your contribution. When the time comes, I'll burn some joss paper for you to reward your soul. Ha 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 ha. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'm going to beat you up today. Die! While the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was getting carried away, Xiao Han suddenly released all the power in his body. All of a sudden, the terrifying roars of tens of thousands of beasts sounded from his body. It was as if there were primordial pure-blooded ferocious beasts descending from the sky. Xiao Han struck the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with his palm. The terrifying power of 14 million cauldrons exploded at once. The palm was earth-shattering, breaking the ancient times and making him the most powerful. Between Xiao Han's 5 fingers were the roars of the pure-blooded Swanni and pure-blooded heavenly dragons. Absolute power surged out, causing the airflow in all directions to distort, collapse, and cave in. Xiao Han made a desperate attack and wanted to beat the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to death. Chapter 244. Xiao Han was in an extremely dangerous situation as he had completely fallen out with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The human and the demon were eyeing each other and they would not rest until one of them was dead. Xiao Han made the first move and attacked brazenly. He punched out, causing the mountains and rivers to fall as he attacked the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Before this, Xiao Han had been concealing his strength. Not only did the spirit turtle True Qi seal his true qi tightly, even the power of his body was restrained, making it impossible for others to see how strong he was. Now that he had unleashed his full power, his strength, battle intent, killing intent, and fighting spirit were all at their peak. His aura was enough to suppress ghosts and deities. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's pupils constricted. Obviously, he did not expect Xiao Han's strength to be so violent. In the blink of an eye. Boom! The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor also threw a palm attack. There was no fancy technique in the palm attack. Just like Xiao Han's battle technique, it was a head-on collision. The power of a casual palm attack from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was more than 10 million ding, which was not inferior to Xiao Han's. It could destroy heaven and earth and penetrate the earth meridians. Boom, boom, boom. Endless airflow collapsed and light became distorted. Bang! The human and the demon clashed head-on with a punch and a palm attack. Whoosh! A giant mushroom cloud rose between the human and the demon before it exploded, causing the void to crack inch by inch. It was a ghastly sight. Pff! The ground under their feet was also sinking. Huge cracks spread in all directions, causing smoke and dust to billow. The human and the demon both took a few steps back. They stood still. This Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is so powerful. Even when I attacked with a strength of 14 million ding, I still couldn't defeat him. His demonic body is like a pillar that can support the heavens and the earth. A casual strike from him is like a thunderbolt. Xiao Han stared at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, not daring to relax or be distracted at all. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had opened 99,999 demonic meridians. If each demonic meridian contained 100 cauldrons of strength, his pure strength would only be around 10 million cauldrons. He was slightly weaker than Xiao Han, but he was still an advanced demon emperor. His demonic body. It was as deep as the sea. It had a great boost to its strength, allowing it to fight evenly with Xiao Han, who had devoured the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon, with just a slight attack. He was not at a disadvantage at all. The demonic aura of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor became more and more demonic. There was a flash of surprise in his demonic eyes, but he soon regained his composure and looked at Xiao Han with great interest. There was an irresistible majesty at the tip of his eyebrows and the corner of his eyes. That was the majesty of a demon emperor. Master. I have to say, Xiao Han, you're a weirdo. You're also a new hero, aren't you? In this emperor's life, I have fought with countless evil heroes, and I have personally killed many evil heroes, but you are the weirdest one. You're human, but you don't cultivate your true qi, and instead focus on your flesh shell. However, the strength of your flesh shell has actually exceeded 10 million cauldrons, roughly around 15 million cauldrons. To be able to temper and condense his flesh shell to this extent, he had even surpassed many barbarians of the great wilderness. Among all the human heroes that I've seen, you're the first. Well, I'm too untalented and failed to cultivate my true qi. That's why I changed to cultivate my flesh shell. I had no choice. Xiao Han smiled casually, but he was extremely focused and did not dare to slack off. His life potential was stimulated to the greatest extent. Besides, Xiao Han did not use his true qi at all to fight the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. With Xiao Han's current true qi cultivation, he was too weak. Be it the Emperor's Divine Fist, the Hornless Dragon Mysterious Ice True Qi, the Spirit Turtle True Qi, or even the Saber Intent, they were all too childish for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He was like a baby playing with a sword. Xiao Han could only use his physical body and pure strength to fight the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Yes, I found another way, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said slowly. However, you're really stupid. Although I'm not a human, I know that you humans have to cultivate true qi to be orthodox and to prove your Tao. Cultivating your flesh shell? It's just brute force. Ha 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 ha. However, it's meaningless to you because, ha ha ha, you'll be devoured by me. After eating you, I'll be able to become a mutated demon emperor. Bloodline ascension. Ha 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 ha. You want to eat me? You don't have that ability. Go to hell. Xiao Han gathered his divine power again and with a move of his body, he threw another punch at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with lightning. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, You probably don't know yet, do you? I'm the ruler of an area with my strength. My strength is one of the best among the high-level demon emperors. You're trying to defeat me with your strength. You're just trying to show off in front of an expert. Bang! Just like before, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor casually threw out a palm strike and dispelled Xiao Han's punch. Xiao Han, I'll give you one last chance. Give up resisting, kneel down, and beg me to eat you. In that case, I'll be merciful, and I'll only eat your brain and heart. That way I can keep your corpse. If you continue to resist stubbornly, this empress will eat you up, skin and bones included. I'll let you die without a complete corpse. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's attitude was completely like a cat toying with a mouse. He did not take Xiao Han seriously at all. You and I are worlds apart. You don't stand a chance at all. How dare you pull the Emperor down from his horse even if you're willing to be cut into pieces? I don't care if you're a low-level Demon Emperor or a high-level Demon Emperor. Explode. Xiao Han also became courageous. His indestructible golden body surged violently and the destructive starlight shot everywhere. He was full of vigor and fighting spirit as he attacked with both fists that were beating like drums. He punched the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crazily. One punch after another. He did not seem to be tired at all. Childish. Bang! 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 The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor also slapped his palms repeatedly and fought with Xiao Han. Both the human and the demon were known for their strength. They fought from the ground to the sky and back to the ground again. Wherever they went, the space would explode inch by inch, the air would wither, the ground would collapse, the mountains would collapse, and the huge cantaloupe forest would be crushed into powder by the aftershock of the power. It was a mess between heaven and earth. It was unknown how many times they had fought. The human and the demon finally separated again. Huff, huff, huff. Xiao Han panted heavily while star sand and cold dust were all over his body. He had fought with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor without any hesitation just now. This caused Xiao Han to expend a lot of his physical strength, but the fighting spirit in his eyes did not weaken at all. Instead, it rose steadily, releasing a kind of brazen courage that seemed like he was going to fight to the death, cut off all means of retreat, and stake everything on a single throw. The heat from the indestructible golden body repeatedly washed and nourished Xiao Han's body, making up for the physical strength that he had lost. How troublesome! The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's face became ferocious. Anxiety flashed in his demonic eyes. Finally. All right. I won't pester you anymore. Dang. A violent aura was released. It appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In the sky, the world shook as if it had been torn open, and countless demonic lights shone down. The densely packed words of the demon race shone with a demonic glow and lingered around the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a vast and majestic chant could be heard. It was the song of the ancient demon race, as if millions of demons were singing at the same time. The clouds moved in all directions, and the sky turned dark. It was as if the world was going to completely transform into the demonic realm. Ha 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 ha! The demonic chi in the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyes became more and more intense, and his ferocious aura was terrifying. Every pore on the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body was spurting out colorful and dreamy demonic chi. The majestic demonic chi surged like a tide, almost forming a demonic chi tide. Hong hong hong. In the next moment, the skin on the surface of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body started to crumble. His entire body began to expand. Ha 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 ha, I'll give up on this layer of human skin. Ha 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 ha. It's all right. I'll have a fortuitous encounter after devouring you, Xiao Han, and successfully mutated. Then this layer of human skin will be worthless. Pfft. The skin on the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's face started to peel off in large pieces. Pfft. A ferocious and thick tail emerged from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tailbone. It was covered in thorns and green scales. Damn it! This demon has transformed. No, to be precise, it has restored its original appearance and appeared in front of me in the true form of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Previously, it was using the body of Prince Tsongyun to fight me. Perhaps its demonic chi couldn't be completely released yet. In that case, now that it has restored its original appearance, Xiao Han couldn't help but take half a step back. His throat was a little dry and his heart was beating faster. After 10 breaths, the true form of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was finally revealed. It was more than 20 feet tall, and its skin was light green. Its skin was covered with demonic words that were glistening and extremely strange. It also had a giant tail that was rolling back and forth, stirring up the airflow. Its appearance was still that of a human's. It was a very young and handsome face, even more handsome than Crown Prince Tsong Yun. It was as white as snow, but besides that, it glowed with a soft and clear light. It was as if it was carved, as if it was polished, as if it was made of gold or tin, as if it was a piece of jade. His hair was light and agile. A pair of demonic eyes were faint azure, sparkling and translucent. They were indescribably beautiful. Demonic light surrounded them, and beams of light shot into the sky. The image of an azure dragon appeared in the faint azure pupils, letting out a roar that could destroy the ages. So, Xiao Han, everything is over. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said with a gloomy demonic chi. Not necessarily. At this moment, Xiao Han had already been forced into a dead end. In terms of combat strength, Xiao Han was not as strong as the Great Sun Emperor or the Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. He was also far from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor who had transformed and returned to his original form. Xiao Han was relying on a single breath and a single thought to hold on. Once fear arose in his heart, Xiao Han's aura would be weakened. In the face of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's rising demonic chi, Xiao Han would be killed instantly. Xiao Han activated his saber intent and forcefully destroyed all the negative emotions in his mind. He combined all his strength with the indestructible golden body and was going to fight to the death with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Furthermore, Xiao Han's footsteps moved slightly without anyone noticing. His back happened to be facing the heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest. This is my only chance. Let's see if I can seize this chance. At the moment of life and death, Xiao Han's life potential was unleashed to the limit and he became calmer and calmer. Not bad. You have the demeanor of an expert. You're calm even when you're about to die. You're similar to some of the senior heroes that I've seen before. If you don't die today, you'll also become a famous hero in the future. However, there's no more chance. Die, young Xiao Han. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor waved his right hand and struck a palm at Xiao Han. The palm was still simple and plain. However, as soon as the palm was launched, the entire right arm of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor was covered with green scales all of a sudden. They were dragon scales. The scales of the Azure Dragon. Every green scale emitted the glory and greatness of the ancient dragon race, as well as the eternal vicissitudes that shone through the ages and suppressed the 9 continents. Moreover, the green scales seemed to have established a mysterious and unfathomable connection with a certain great period of history in the ancient times. The aura was like rocks piercing through the sky, waves crashing against the shore, and thousands of piles of snow were swept up. It was like a painting, and there were many heroes at once. It was as if the ancient gods had descended all of a sudden. In an instant, the right arm and palm of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor became bigger and bigger in Xiao Han's eyes. They were as big as mountains and covered the sky. Every green scale was like a small world. Boom! The huge palm tore through the void and swept everything in its path. It struck down at Xiao Han's head. The world was filled with light and dazzling light. Countless demonic songs and dragon roars appeared out of nowhere. Ancient divine radiance and dragon might were released at the same time, and there was a brilliance that was definitely not seen in the mortal world. The power of the palm was indescribable. To Xiao Han, it was almost invincible. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's innate demonic technique, to transform his physique into the ancient Azure Dragon's physique. He obtained the power and blessing of the ancient Azure Dragon. Heavenly demon subduing dragon. It's too powerful. It's indeed stronger than the Great Sun Emperor and Qinglin Demon Emperor. Moreover, it's only a partial transformation. It turned his right arm and palm into the arm of the Azure Dragon. If his entire body is transformed into the Azure Dragon, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? I'm going all out. Whether I live or die depends on this. The 14 million ding of strength in Xiao Han's body was closely combined with the indestructible golden body. The ancient divine radiance of the indestructible golden body that lingered outside his body was immediately restrained and returned to Xiao Han's body. The supreme heat that nourished his meridians and organs filled every part of his body, including every inch of his skin, flesh, and every cell. I'm going all out. Boom! Xiao Han also threw out his most terrifying punch so far. His true chi surged out and he slashed out a mid-stage saber intent that destroyed everything in its path. A punch, a saber intent, and the indestructible golden body forcefully resisted the palm of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Ha! Childish. I'm going to beat you up until you wish you were dead, and then I'll eat you slowly. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Bang! There was no suspense at all. Even the strongest attack that he could use at the moment could not compete with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor at all. The saber intent was crushed, and the power was broken. Xiao Han was hit by the palm. Pfft. He spat out 3 liters of blood. Xiao Han's organs, meridians, and bones seemed to have exploded all at once. He was sent flying and his aura was weak. If not for the nourishment of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han would have exploded a long time ago. Even so, his body was still covered in densely packed cracks. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he would shatter with a single touch. Bang! Xiao Han happened to fall in the area where the heavenly wilderness demonic fruit forest was planted. His injured body smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Chapter 245. Xiao Han and the transformed Azure Dragon Demon Emperor clashed head-on. That allowed Xiao Han to thoroughly experience the ferocity of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Strictly speaking, Xiao Han and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had similar abilities. They both relied on their physical bodies and brute force. However, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's intrinsic demonic technique was to transform his demonic body into the ancient Azure Dragon's physique. The power of the ancient Azure Dragon could easily move mountains and fill up seas. A casual attack from him could cause the dust of history and the endless vicissitudes of life. The civilization of the dragon race was among them. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was beaten to the point where he wished he was dead. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt like they had been smashed into paste. Even his tough body was nearly blown apart. The surface of his skin was full of cracks, like broken porcelain. The difference in battle prowess between the two was indeed too great. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Xiao Han was sent flying, and the place where he landed happened to be the demon fruit woods of Heaven Wasteland behind the scorched earth mountains. All of this seemed to be the result of precise calculations. The heavenly wilderness demon fruit forest was shielded by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor using a special method so that ordinary people could not see it at all. However, Xiao Han had the demonic eyes that could see through everything. Bang! Xiao Han's injured body sank into the ground, forming a human-shaped pit that was half a meter deep. Blood spurted out. Now, Xiao Han was really angry and on the verge of death. There were spider web-like cracks all over his body, and it seemed like his body would shatter if the wind blew. However, Xiao Han's will was as firm as a knife. Although his body was covered in wounds and his bones were about to break, he still held his breath. His breath did not weaken, and his mind and soul still maintained a trace of clarity. Too terrifying. I was so close to dying. I really gambled too much this time. However, now that things have come to this, how can I retreat? Invincible golden body, heal. Xiao Han's mind moved, and the invincible golden body in his body let out a surging sound. The warm current began to nourish Xiao Han's injured body from the inside out. The dense cracks on the surface of Xiao Han's skin also began to heal inch by inch. Meanwhile, the demonic Monarch tattoo on his left arm began to emit a vortex-like suction force. Even the heavenly desolate demon fruit woods that were hidden in the cracks of space were affected by the black hole-like suction force. The densely packed black heavenly desolate demon fruits let out rustling sounds and were on the verge of falling. Suck! Whether the left arm of the demon monarch could successfully steal the heavenly desolation demonic fruit and use the heavenly desolation demonic fruit to replenish the dried-up demonic meridians so that every demonic meridian could be filled with demonic energy again would be the key to his life and death. It's also one of the most important parts of this bet. Between life and death, Xiao Han's mind became calmer and clearer. The demonic sovereign left arm palm continuously exerted a suction force, pulling the heavenly desolate demonic fruit in the spatial crevice. Greed and need, hunger and thirst unbearable. Moreover, Xiao Han had used the spirit turtle's true qi to completely seal up his presence. Even his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and tongue were sealed up. He could not breathe at all. He seemed like a withered rock, which would make people believe he was already dead. Dead. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor sneered. The green dragon scales on its right arm faded and returned to normal. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you try to kill me with such little strength? That's the biggest joke in the world. If everyone on the human demon hero ranking is as stupid as him, it's only a matter of time before the demon race unifies the world. Forget it. I'll go devour this brat's corpse first. I'll get the secret from him. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor slowly walked towards the place where Xiao Han had fallen. The Demon Monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm was still sucking the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest crazily, causing the entire forest to make rustling sounds. At this moment, boom! The demonic egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart suddenly released a strange suction force. All of a sudden, a heavenly desolate demonic fruit flew out from the spatial crevice. It fell right into the deep pit where Xiao Han was buried. Buzz! The demon monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm disintegrated the heavenly desolate demonic fruit almost immediately like a hungry Tao Tai. The heavenly desolate demonic fruit turned into rays of demonic light and completely dissolved into the withered demon monarch palm. Something miraculous happened. Xiao Han's demon monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm suddenly expanded and was surrounded by a brilliant demonic light. Thousands of withered demonic meridians were reignited and burned with a glass-like demonic force. The demonic force was extremely pure. It caused Xiao Han's left arm to be covered in a layer of mist and demonic aura with demonic words flowing on it. All of a sudden, the 3 demon emperor crystals became as bright and beautiful as the stars in the sky. Then, Xiao, the second heavenly desolate demonic fruit was pulled out. The third heavenly desolate demonic fruit was pulled out. The fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. In just 2 to 3 breaths' time, all the heavenly desolate demonic fruits on the branches of the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest were extracted from the spatial crevice by Xiao Han's demon monarch palm and the demonic egg that was hibernating in his heart. Not a single one was left. The human-shaped pit that Xiao Han was in had been filled up into a fruit hill. There were over 10,000 heavenly desolate demonic fruits. Meanwhile, the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest was already barren. Only the helpless branches and leaves were left. The sudden change of events caused the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to be confused, causing him to stop in his tracks with a dumbfounded expression. This is? All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast sensed a hint of a scheme. Damn it! Idiot! Xiao Han! You're not dead! How dare you steal my heavenly desolate demonic fruit? This Emperor understands. This Emperor completely understands. You schemed for so long and were sent flying by this Emperor precisely because you wanted to approach this heaven wasteland demon fruit forest and steal it. You're too cunning. You're too cunning. The Azure Dragon Monarch Beast felt like he was being teased. How shameful. How humiliating. Roar. The Azure Dragon Monarch Beast let out an angry roar. The mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the mountains and orchards in all directions were destroyed. A large number of people who were working in the Withered Stone tribe were killed by the aftermath of the demonic aura. However, the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast soon calmed down. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Enough! Xiao Han, you don't have long to live. This Emperor can beat you to death with one hand and consign you to eternal damnation. Stealing the heavenly desolate demon fruit is completely useless. The heavenly desolate demonic fruit is indeed a sacred treasure to us demons, but it's worthless to you humans. Now, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you alive. I'm going to drink your brains dry. I'm going to chew your bones. I'm going to suck your blood dry. I'm going to eat your heart raw. At this moment, boom! The heavenly desolate demonic fruits that were piled up like a hill disappeared all of a sudden. They were kept in Xiao Han's storage ring. Cough cough, cough cough. Xiao Han slowly climbed out of the deep pit. His body was in a mess, and his flesh was badly mutilated. However, a visible airflow was quickly healing Xiao Han's injuries. The heavenly desolate demonic fruit is indeed a sacred treasure of the demon race. It's like a precious medicine. I've only absorbed 9 heavenly desolate demonic fruits, and I've already replenished the demonic power in this demonic meridian. I've heard that in the demon world, ordinary low-level demon emperors, middle-level demon emperors, and even high-level demon emperors aren't qualified to plant the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest. It's obvious how precious the heavenly desolate demonic fruit is. Now, I've obtained all the heavenly desolate demonic fruits in this heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest. There's a total of 10,000 heavenly desolate demonic fruits. In this way, I don't have to worry about my demonic power being depleted. I can even perform demonic skills continuously. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han let out a maniacal laugh of satisfaction and satisfaction. Xiao Han, what are you talking about? The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was furious. What demonic meridian? What replenishing demonic power? He. Originally, my chances of winning this gamble were very small. However, with these heavenly desolate demonic fruits, my chances of winning are now close to 50%. Good, very good, very good. All of a sudden, Xiao Han closed his eyes. Azure Dragon Monarch. Do you know how many contribution points you're worth? As long as I kill you, I'll be able to return to the demonic hero pagoda and receive 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. All of a sudden, Xiao Han opened his eyes. There was a fierce look in his eyes, as if he had nothing to lose. You've lost your mind. You're a lunatic. All right, I'll eat you right now. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast felt like he was being provoked by a tiny worm. He flew into a rage and slapped Xiao Han with his palm. As soon as he slapped his palm, the shadow of green dragon scales appeared in the air. The roars of the ancient dragons could be heard. It was so powerful that it could destroy everything. Xiao Han remained motionless. Puff! The palm hit Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han was smashed into pieces. An afterimage? There's also a strong demonic wave. This makes me feel the aura of a demonic emperor. It's a low-level demonic emperor. The aura of a low-level demonic emperor. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast suddenly turned around. Xiao Han had already appeared behind him. At this moment, Xiao Han's left arm was surrounded by a demonic aura. Xiao Han took out another heavenly desolate demonic fruit from his storage ring and broke it up so that the demonic emperor palm could absorb it to replenish the demonic power that he had used to cast the illusionary movement. Now that Xiao Han had enough ammunition, he could deal with the Azure Dragon Monarch beast. Kid, you're a monster? You're a low-level demonic emperor? The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was stunned. That was the Beixian demonic emperor's natal demonic skill. Illusionary movement? He. I'm a human hero. I'll kill monsters in my life. The human race and the monster race are irreconcilable. How could I be a demonic emperor? Die! Azure Dragon Monarch beast, I'm going to kill you today to complete this heaven-defying mission. The demonic aura on Xiao Han's left arm burned and all the demonic power in the demonic meridian on the demonic emperor palm was instantly sucked out. A bright demonic light flashed in Xiao Han's left hand and a blood moon scimitar appeared in his hand. The scimitar was curved like the moon and released a beautiful and pure demonic light. The body of the scimitar was engraved with countless ancient demonic runes and talismans that described the civilization of the monster race. The demonic fire was burning. There was also an evil eyeball embedded on the body of the scimitar. Its demonic aura soared into the sky and devoured everything in the world. The eyeball blinked and devoured all the space, time, light, air and life aura. Demon Emperor Qing Lin's apocalyptic demonic saber? The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was completely shocked. Demon Emperor Qing Lin is my good friend. Why is his apocalyptic demonic saber in your hands? What's going on? He. After you're killed by me, you can personally ask Demon Emperor Qing Lin in the Netherworld why his world-destroying demon blade appeared in my hands. Apocalyptic demonic saber. A demonic and beautiful saber radiance flashed out from Xiao Han's hand. The saber radiance was poignant, sad, desperate, and heartbreaking. It was a beauty that surpassed any worldly beauty. Its speed was a few hundred times faster than the speed of sound. Everywhere the saber radiance passed, the world was in chaos, and everything was sucked out. Everything turned into nothingness. The air was chaotic and collapsed, and there were signs of withering in all directions. The demonic power is too weak. Sky Demon Subduing Dragon. Break. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast bared his teeth and struck out with both palms at the same time. His left and right arms had both transformed, and green scales were rolling. His palms shook the mountains and destroyed the vitality within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After the Azure Dragon Monarch beast transformed his demonic body into the primordial Azure Dragon's physique, his physical body was so strong that it could destroy the world and crush everything. Boom! The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor pushed his palms forward and clashed with the apocalyptic demon saber that Xiao Han had slashed out. A large part of the green dragon scales on his left and right arms were torn apart by the saber radiance, and there were some hair-like cracks on his strong demonic body. The saber attack caused the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to be slightly injured. However, the saber radiance was still crushed by the Azure Dragon Monarch beast. However, as soon as the saber radiance disappeared, a gigantic demonic talisman descended from the sky. The gigantic demonic talisman contained a powerful sealing power. It could seal humans, gods, ghosts and demons. Heavenly Demon Investiture. Xiao Han did not lack the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit at all now. Once his demonic power was drained, he quickly took out the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit and replenished his demonic power in a breath. He struck out 3 demonic techniques consecutively. Even someone as powerful as the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was flustered. Boom! The demonic talisman enveloped the Azure Dragon Monarch beast and sealed it. However, Xiao Han's demonic power was far inferior to that of the Azure Dragon Monarch beast. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's bloodline was more noble and there was a possibility of mutation. Therefore, the Heavenly Demon Investiture could only seal the Azure Dragon Monarch beast for a short period of 2 breaths. Alright. Let's end this. 2 breaths of time should be enough. The demonic the arch palm tattoo on his left arm absorbed the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit again, and the demonic power was instantly replenished. Xiao Han pulled out the apocalyptic demonic saber again and was ready to slash out. Enough. Yes, it's over. It's time to end this. Xiao Han, it's really not easy for you to force me to this extent. However, it's all over now. Dang. The ultimate profundity of the Heavenly Demon Subduing Dragon. Green Dragon Possession. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was really aggrieved. Initially, he had an ammunition warehouse after planting the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit forest. As long as he fought near the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit forest, he would be able to absorb the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit forest at any time to replenish the demonic power that he had consumed. In that case, he would be invincible even if he was surrounded by a team of human heroes. However, the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit forest had been stolen by Xiao Han. Besides, Xiao Han knew 3 demonic techniques that allowed him to attack, defend, and even escape. Most importantly, Xiao Han had stolen all the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruits, so there was no possibility of him running out of demonic power. If the battle continued, the Azure Dragon Monarch beast would gradually be at a disadvantage. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was indeed a mighty figure of the demon race. He made a prompt decision and directly drained all the demonic power in the 9,999 demonic meridians to unleash the ultimate technique. It was the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Demon Subduing Dragon. Azure Dragon Possession. His entire body transformed into a dragon. His demonic body transformed into the primordial Azure Dragon. Roar! Roar! From the center of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyebrows, an ancient demonic light was emitted and directly destroyed Xiao Han's Sky Demon God-conferring technique. A massive Demon Emperor crystal appeared from the center of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyebrows. The Demon Emperor crystal was twice the size of the Qing Lin Demon Emperor crystal. It was amber in color, beautiful beyond compare, flawless and without any impurities. It looked like the most gorgeous gem in the world. In the Amber Demon Emperor crystal, there was a ferocious, evil, and murderous Azure Dragon sealed. Every scale of the Azure Dragon was covered with demonic and evil demonic runes, and there seemed to be countless demons praying and chanting. Hong! All of a sudden, the ferocious Azure Dragon sealed in the Demon Emperor crystal was forcefully squeezed out and integrated into the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's body. 2 merged into 1. A monstrous demonic aura was emitted from the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's body, mixed with the roar of the primordial dragon. The sky and the sun were completely covered by the demonic aura, and the world seemed to have fallen into boundless and hopeless darkness. Roar! The Azure Dragon Monarch beast's face began to contort, convulse, and his muscles began to roll like waves. His entire body began to convulse. At the next moment, pfft! The surface of the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's skin was covered with dazzling green dragon scales. His body began to grow taller. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet. His head had turned into a dragon's head. His entire body was covered with green scales. His tail had transformed into a dragon's tail. In an instant, the majestic aura of the primordial wilderness erupted completely and engulfed the world. Dragon roars sounded. Finally, the Azure Dragon Monarch beast had completed his transformation and turned into an Azure Dragon. At this moment, an Azure Dragon that was 100 feet long coiled above Xiao Han's head. The Azure Dragon had a long body like a snake, the head of a qilin, and the tail of a carp. It had a long beard, horns like that of a deer, 5 claws, and a majestic appearance. It clearly had the terrifying power of an ancient remnant beast. An extremely dangerous aura filled the entire world. This aura was incomparably evil, and it emitted a savage and murderous aura. It was also high and mighty, representing nobility. It looked down on everyone, disregarded all life, and had a kind of dignity that stood above all other living beings. This is the Azure Dragon. The primordial Azure Dragon. It's even more terrifying than the pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded heavenly dragon that I've refined. This is the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's innate demonic technique. It's definitely 1 to 2 levels more powerful than Demon Emperor Qing Lin's apocalyptic demonic saber. Even though he was mentally prepared, Xiao Han was still shocked when he saw this insufferably arrogant Azure Dragon with his own eyes. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, are you afraid now? Ha 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 ha. Of course you're afraid. The Green Dragon spoke in the human language. It was the voice of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. His voice was muffled and sounded like thunder. Then, I'll just eat you like this. Everything is over. In the face of absolute strength, a scum like you can only die. I'll devour all the secrets you have. Ha 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 ha. I've already won half of this gamble. The other half depends on this. Xiao Han calmed down all of a sudden. In fact, his cerebral cortex was heating up, and his entire body was surging with an inexplicable excitement. I'm waiting for you to transform. When you completely transform into an Azure Dragon, then, Myriad Beast Devouring Formation. Boom! The Myriad Beast Devouring Formation that Xiao Han had been preparing for a long time was suddenly unleashed. The immortal aura was ethereal, and the immortal talismans were shining brightly. Chapter 246. When the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor completed his transformation and transformed into a primordial Azure Dragon, Ho Xiaohan cast the 10,000 Beast Devouring Array. It was definitely not a coincidence or a flash of inspiration. He had been planning it for a long time. Before coming to the Withered Stone tribe, Xiao Han had been thinking about how to deal with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Han knew very well that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was far more powerful than the Great Sun Emperor and the Qing Lin Demon Emperor at his peak. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Han would definitely die if he fought against the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. There was no way he could turn the tables. Although Xiao Han was eager to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to increase his combat strength, he would not be so foolish as to court death by overestimating his own abilities. Who didn't cherish their own lives? However, according to the information provided by the Demon Hero Pagoda, Xiao Han learned that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's trump card was to transform into a primordial Azure Dragon. Within a short period of time, he would possess the power of a primordial Azure Dragon and be invincible. The 10,000 Beast Devouring technique could refine all beasts, including pure-blooded beasts, sacred beasts, and even divine beasts. In that case, would the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor be able to activate the 10,000 Beast Devouring Array to refine him after he transformed into a dragon? It was worth a try. If he failed, he would die in the hands of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. However, if he succeeded, He would have supreme combat strength that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the expanded aperture realm. It would be like a pie falling from the sky, and he would become fat in one bite. When the benefits reached a certain level, people would be willing to gamble with their lives. Xiao Han did not hesitate to take the risk. Now that the bet had been placed, it was time to open the cup. Hong, countless immortal characters formed the 10,000 beast-devouring grand formation, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Immortal energy was everywhere, and the mist was thick. Inside the grand formation, there were wind, clouds, thunder, palaces in the sky, mountains of treasures, oceans, galaxies, universes, many strange phenomena. Spiritual qi and immortal qi rolled on it. The essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spatial storm, were all within. The 10,000 beast-devouring array immediately shrouded the Azure Dragon's head. What's this? The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's voice was like thunder, filled with a majestic aura. It's useless, Xiao Han. This emperor will eat you. This is your fate. In this emperor's eyes, all stubborn resistance and tricks are so childish and insignificant. As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor also attacked. Boom! An Azure Dragon Claw slashed toward Xiao Han. A powerful demonic aura and an ancient dragon roar pierced through time and space, sealing off a large part of the sky. As fast as lightning, ancient beams of light violently twisted around Xiao Han, revolving around him. The entire space was filled with the low roar of a dragon, trying to forcefully transform this part of the world into the primordial chaos. However, finally, the 10,000 beast-devouring array that Xiao Han cast covered the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's head, which was the dragon's head. At this moment, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor initially wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't escape from the formation no matter how he tried. The 10,000 beast-devouring formation was like a predestined fate for him, and he couldn't avoid it. As soon as he came into contact with the 10,000 beast-devouring formation, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor had an ominous feeling that he had never felt before in his life. Roar! The Green Dragon Demon Emperor let out an uneasy howl. Almost out of instinct, the primordial Azure Dragon immediately rushed into the clouds and broke through the space crystal wall in an attempt to escape. Xiao Han, you actually have such a technique. What is this? Forget it, this time What? All of a sudden. Bang. The space seemed to shrink inwards all of a sudden, and with a loud bang, a mighty and mysterious force pressed down from the sky. It was irresistible, causing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, who had already flown up into the sky, to be forced back to the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10,000 beast-devouring formation seemed to have been deeply embedded into the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's head, brain, and soul. It was shining brightly, and the celestial civilization was flashing. Roar. No. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor let out a blood-curdling shriek like a pig being slaughtered. The cry of the cuckoo and the wail of the ape were heart-wrenching and tragic. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor's body began to tremble and spasm. It was obvious that he was in great pain and was restrained. He could no longer fly high into the sky. Moreover, his powerful body seemed to have been grabbed by an invisible hand that kept rubbing and ravaging it. Roar! No. Bang! 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 The huge green dragon, a symbol of nobility and glory, was now like a drunkard. It swayed and fell, rolling on the ground and crushing a large area of the ground. The mountains were flattened, and the dragon's head was inserted into the ground, shaking as if it was having a seizure. The 10,000 beast-devouring technique is indeed effective on the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Ha. I've lost control. I've completely lost control. In Xiao Han's heart, there was a kind of ecstasy that came from surviving a disaster. Xiao Han knew that he had made the right bet. He had won. He had turned the tables in a desperate situation. It was completely heaven-defying. Xiao Han dodged far away and looked at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, who was going crazy with excitement. No! Xiao Han! Stop it now! I won't eat you anymore. I'll leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire and return to the depths of the great wilderness. No. Xiao Han. I admit defeat. I'll bow down to you. Stop it now. Stop it now. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was suffering from purgatory, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. In the next moment, boom! The primordial green dragon that was hundreds of feet long turned into a ball of flickering light that kept wriggling, and finally transformed into the green dragon demon emperor's true form. At this moment, the demonic power of the 9,999 demonic meridians in the green dragon demon emperor's body had been completely drained. The radiant demonic body had also dimmed, and his body was covered with cracks. His handsome facial features had shifted. He lay on the ground and kept panting, trying to get up with his palms on the ground. However, he failed after trying several times. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique was directly broken by Xiao Han's beast's devouring technique. Everything had its vanquisher. However, the beast's devouring technique did not refine the primordial green dragon. That was because it was not the real primordial green dragon, but a transformation of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. A large mouthful of demonic blood spurted out of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's mouth. His demonic tail had already been broken. He looked extremely disheveled, and his breath was weak. He was no longer as majestic as he used to be. He looked like a tiger that had landed on the plains, and a dragon that was swimming in the shallows. Cough, cough. Xiao Han leisurely walked over. The wounds and cracks on his body had yet to be completely healed and healed. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises, and he was still coughing out blood non-stop. However, the fire of life in his eyes was burning brighter and brighter, showing no signs of extinguishing. Moreover, his left arm was flashing with demonic aura and demonic radiance. Green Dragon Demon Emperor, your demonic power has been exhausted, and you're seriously injured. You're going to die soon. Hee, how does it feel? Now that you've lost the supply of Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit forest, you have nowhere to run, and only death awaits you. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe that your natal demonic technique, a domineering trump card, is actually restrained by my cultivation technique. Ha 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 ha. A high-level demon emperor has actually become my, Xiao Han's, prisoner. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed maniacally and proudly. Now the life and death of a high-level demon emperor that might have mutated was in Xiao Han's hands, causing him to feel extremely subtle and indescribable joy. Moreover, Xiao Han was not complacent because he was a villain. It was due to Xiao Han's great wisdom and courage, as well as his determination to fight for his life. It was definitely not due to luck. No. Xiao Han, you can't kill me. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor looked at Xiao Han in horror. His demonic eyes were filled with hostility and ferocity. He looked like a ferocious beast that was on the verge of death, but there was more fear and despair in his eyes. All right, Xiao Han, if you let me go now, I'll pay the ransom. Xiao Han, that senior demon hero Li Fanming once framed you, causing you to fall into the hands of Tsang and almost die in the stomach of a pure-blooded Swanni. You must hate Li Fanming, right? How about this? I'll kill Li Fanming for you and avenge you. What do you think? Also, I can destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and swallow the whole Tsang clan. Shut up. You're a demon, and I'm a human. Moreover, I'm a demon hero. It's only right and proper for me to kill you. What a joke. A demon actually wants to negotiate with me. Ha 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 ha. How ironic. As for Li Fanming, I'll naturally kill him myself. Then, Green Dragon Demon Emperor, your life will end now. Xiao Han walked towards the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor could feel Xiao Han's determination to kill him. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he roared. I'm a noble among the demons and I'm protected by the demon god. I'm only one demon meridian away from mutating. I can't die in the hands of a puny human like you. Fate won't arrange it this way. This is ridiculous. Roar! The Green Dragon Demon Emperor roared and squeezed out all his remaining demonic power. His demonic body soared into the sky, trying to escape. Green Dragon Demon Emperor, your fate has come to an end. You can't escape anymore. Dang! Xiao Han slapped the demon god's palm with his left hand. The power was like a dragon that pierced through the sky. Boom! He slapped the Green Dragon Demon Emperor who was flying into the sky down. No! I'm going to mutate. How can I die? Demon God above. May your glory protect your people. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor bawled and balked incessantly. Die in my hands. Become a stepping stone for me to rise. Xiao Han struck out with the demonic monarch palm on his left arm again. The demonic meridian was filled with demonic force and thunderbolts rumbled in the air, tearing apart everything in its path. His left palm struck the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body continuously. Although the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body was impregnable, it still couldn't withstand Xiao Han's violent beating. Dense cracks appeared on his body, and it was a ghastly sight. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor lay on the ground and kept howling and struggling. Dang! Suddenly, Xiao Han stepped on half of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's demonic body into the ground. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor's body trembled and broke into pieces. A huge Demon Emperor crystal came out from his eyebrows. Xiao Han grabbed the Demon Emperor crystal with his backhand. The Demon Emperor died just like that. He was beaten to death by Xiao Han. I finally obtained the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal that I've been dreaming of. It can improve my combat strength. Xiao Han licked his lips. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.